the end of time. So you gotta let me know. Should I stay or should I go? Always stay, stay, stays. You happy when I'm on my knees? One day is fine and next is black. Side steps to death to find feet. Wait for him to reopen. Look close, you see him sweat the most. Each time his ocean
Et ça, c'est
just a shaking hand without a concrete. Just a shaking hand without a concrete. I'm a shaking hand without a
Ok, parfait. On attend un tout petit peu plus. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this roundtable dedicated to fiducial reference measurements. I am Estelle Obligis from EUMETSAT, working in the scientific division together with Bojan Bojkov. Unfortunately, Bojan is not available today with us, so I will moderate this roundtable. In order to prepare a little bit the discussion, we have prepared a set of slides for you. Yes. So, fiducial reference measurement specifically in support to operational meteorological missions. You know that the calibration and validation activities are key components of the Earth observation missions with two major objectives. The first one is to provide data products with associated documented and traceable uncertainty estimates tied to the mission's end-user requirement document or mission requirement document and our calibration and validation plans. The second objective is to gain understanding of the sensor performances and the retrieval algorithm characteristics in order to improve their quality and reliability. Specifically for EUMETSAT, we have additional constraints as an operational agency with specific needs. In terms of reliability, so 99% of the products available, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, with strong timeliness constraint, near real-time dissemination of the products. So this is less than 3 hours for our LEO satellites and about 20 minutes for our GEO satellites. Of course, quality control. We need continuity over the mission lifetime. It means maintenance of timeliness, quality standard, and so on, and consistency between our different systems. So what are fiducial reference measurements? So I will read slowly the definition. Each word is important in this definition. So fiducial reference measurements are a suite of independent, tailored, and fully characterized measurements that provide the maximum return on investment for a satellite mission by delivering to our users the required confidence in data products in the form of independent validation results and satellite measurement uncertainty estimation over the entire end-to-end duration of a satellite mission. So the defining characteristic for fiducial reference measurements are the following. So they should ideally have documented SI traceability using metrology standards and or community recognized best practices. They are independent from satellite geophysical retrieval. We have an uncertainty budget for all fiducial reference measurement instruments and for the derived measurements as well, and it is available and maintained in time. We define protocols for the measurements, procedures as well, and community-wide management practices. So it's about the measurements, the processing, the archives, the documents, the dissemination as well. So they are defined, published, and of course, we have a community to commit to follow these best practices. Fiducial reference measurements are accessible to other researchers, satellite teams, allowing independent verification of processing systems. So the identification of fiducial reference measurements at EUMETSAT. So we are maintaining a roadmap at EUMETSAT which describes the needs and proposes a way forward to cover for future needs and related possible support to FRMs for the next 5 to 10 years. And this roadmap is regularly updated. In order to avoid the duplication of activities and to minimize the cost, the roadmap also monitors and provides an overview of cooperative activities on fiducial reference measurements with established in situ networks, working groups and organizations, member states, and other space agencies. The goal is to centralize the fiducial reference measurements needs and therefore highlight commonalities and synergies between the instruments and the missions. The fiducial reference measurements aims to further consolidate the gap analysis. So we cover the following topic: gaps in parameters, gaps in timeliness, in location of the different stations, in auxiliary data, or in algorithm for ground-based remote sensing measurements. So just a table showing, in the case of atmospheric chemistry and air quality, the number of products that we deliver at EUMETSAT from different missions. It's very important to keep a mission agnostic view for the FRM, because you see that a given set of fiducial reference measurements may serve different programs and different missions. Just an example for the Pandonia Global Network, we are initiating projects to improve the instrumentation, to improve the retrievals as well, level 1 and level 2, and to consolidate the network in terms of spatial distribution. So summary about the fiducial reference measurement at EUMETSAT. It's important for us as an operational space agency to ensure as far as possible a gapless provision of data in support of our CalVal activities, including for fiducial reference measurement, when mission needs change or new needs arise. EUMETSAT has an established process through our roadmap to monitor fiducial reference data provisions by centralizing the EUMETSAT mission needs, which are identified through the mission requirements and CalVal plans. So now to start a little bit the discussion with our panelists and with you as well, we have prepared some talking points and specific questions. So there is a need of easy access to in situ and fiducial reference measurement for satellite CalVal. And so to answer to this need, so we have drafted the following questions. The first question is, how do we engage institutional monitoring and research networks effectively in Europe and internationally? how do we meet the specific needs for European space activities efficiently? Are there any obvious gaps to meet current and future needs? So missing capabilities, technology, and so on, need for new families of fiducial reference measurements, in processing, in the availability of fundamental auxiliary information like spectroscopy measurements, radiative transfer studies, algorithms, and so on. Fiducial reference measurement funding for research development and operations. How do we address challenges for in situ and fiducial reference measurements due to the geopolitics context and or changes in economies? How to maintain and archive data collections? How to mitigate the disappearance of measurement capabilities like with the drifting buoys, Ticon network, Aeronomy, and so on? How to get access or better access to the data in India, South America, China, and so on? How to best coordinate such efforts for European, across Europe, and internationally. So this is, yes, just some questions that could be addressed this morning. And of course, you will have the opportunity to ask your questions as well to the panelists. So now I propose that we start with a presentation of the three panelists that we have today. So there is a slide, I think. Yes, the one I can see, but yes, you have it already. Okay, so I propose that we start with Martine, maybe.
So my name is Martine de Mazière. I'm working at the Royal Belgian Institute for Space Aeronomy in Brussels. And I'm very much involved with atmospheric chemistry and physics. I am, let's say, involved with FRM data provision, but also FRM data usage. So as a FRM data provider, I'm very much involved with global monitoring networks like NDAC and Ticon. I'm also involved in the European Research Infrastructures Actris and ICOS, but so mainly focusing on remote sensing observations. And as a user, we are involved very much with satellite validation, ESA satellites, EUMETSAT satellites, but also US satellites like OCO and GOSAT. And also usage of FRM data for validation of Copernicus services like CAMS and Copernicus Space Segment, of course. I think that's the main points.
Okay, José, do you want to?
Yeah, thank you, Estelle. Yeah, I'm José Miguel Rubio Iglesias. I work at the European Environment Agency. My role, as I normally say, is to preach about the value of in situ data in Copernicus, because actually my main position there is as part of the Copernicus team at the agency, as responsible for the coordination of the cross-cutting elements of the Copernicus in situ component. And what is actually this Copernicus in situ component? As part of Copernicus, of course, we speak a lot about the space component, we speak a lot about the services, but of course in situ data has a key role, and without it, as we have heard, and we will be hearing, we cannot be successful in our program. So the EA has an essential role here, which is to work together with different entrusted entities, the institutions like EUMETSAT, like ECMWF, like ESA, Mercatocean, which are in charge of the different components of the Copernicus program, to promote and enhance the access to essential in situ data for Copernicus. Some of the key tasks that we have is really to understand what are the needs, what are the requirements of Copernicus for in situ data, and of course, when I speak about in situ data, I also include the FRMs. We are also trying to support access to data when necessary, taking into account that the different trusted entities are in charge of the daily basis of accessing in situ data for their activities. And one key element that possibly we will discuss right away is we engage with data providers as well, networks, public authorities, research infrastructures. and other type of data providers. And finally, as well, we try to provide support on in situ data and coordination across the different entities in Copernicus.
Thank you very much. Marc?
Yes, hello. So I'm Marc Lucas. I work for CLS, which is a subsidiary of the French Space Agency, the CNES. And I've been leading the Trusted project for the last 7 years. Trusted is a project, actually an FRM project funded by Copernicus. And it's all about getting fiducial reference measurements for sea surface temperature. And so in the Trusted project, we've developed a new sensor, a new platform, and also new processes to ensure that we get the quality and the traceability of the measurements. So there's been we've done a few publications. One recently, actually, on the uncertainty budget for SST, coming from drifting buoys. And in more recent times, we've been addressing the issue of ice surface temperature for sea ice. And so we're, again, developing a new instrument and also a new platform in order to deploy them at high latitudes on sea ice to get FRM data for IST.
Thank you, Marc. So I propose to go back maybe to the list of questions just to initiate the discussion. So the first question was, how do we engage the institutional monitoring and research networks effectively in Europe and internationally? So I don't know, Martine, if you would like to start, or José, if you want.
I start.
I think you mentioned FRM dedicated to satellite validation, but you also mentioned that there's cooperative corporations. So FRM, in the end, they do not serve only satellite validation, but they serve many other purposes, like the Copernicus services, sometimes also the national reporting obligations from the member states. So my feeling is that there should be really a system of co-funding for keeping these FRM operational, maintain them, and make the evolution of the FRM data. So I think really we have to engage all the different actors that make use of the FRM data to come together and to do that in a more coordinated approach to get the roadmap, a combined roadmap, and also to care for the funding and commit to maintain these systems. And I think there are two aspects in that. There's the maintenance of the existing FRM, and there's the evolution. So going to other FRM, evolving the capabilities or the capacities of the FRM data, because the satellites are evolving and the needs are evolving. So I think there's these two aspects that we have to keep in mind. And another point that I would like to mention is that FRM data in many cases still are managed and produced by scientists, but it's not very rewarding in some cases to maintain these FRM on the long term. And so I think there should also be an effort to maybe involve more, or give some more credits to the people who maintain and to make these FRM data so that they get more recognition for their work, and that it's also more attractive for scientists to work on these FRM data. I don't know if it's really an answer to the question, but at least that's some points that I wanted to bring forward.
Yeah.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I think how to engage in a more effective way. I mean, there are many angles in this question. No? I think I speak, of course, always from the perspective of Copernicus, which is where I work, where I know best, and of course the different entrusted entities are doing a great job in engaging with the different in situ data providers and networks. But of course, there are many elements that I see for improvement, and also thinking a bit ahead in the next few years, also considering the next European multi-annual financial framework and Copernicus 3.0, so to speak. I think there is a need to have a a forum where we can really discuss on a more cross-cutting level with the different entrusted entities and also the different networks, which are of a very different nature. Some of them are public institutions. As Martin has said, there are many scientists behind as well, but who are providing an essential data sets for the running of the program. I think there is a clear need for more discussion across the different entities and to ensure that we are more effective when we engage, again, from our perspective, with the data providers, because now what we experience is that the different entrusted entities contact the different data networks. Maybe there is a way in which we can, let's say, streamline this coordination to make it more effective without, of course, hindering the daily operations. It's a bit in that sense that we at the EA, together with entrusted entities, are working currently on what we call the Copernicus in situ data strategy for 2028-2034. And among several different topics, one is definitely, and a key principle is really to make sure that this strategy and the activities that that Copernicus does in situ are based on cooperation. So that's, let's say, the cooperation with the data providers. That's, let's say, the first principle, no? But also that we are strategic and cost-effective, that we, whenever we see opportunities to streamline this relation with the in-situ data network to make life easier for both sides, we take them. And also something that Martin has said, very important, is really to acknowledge the value of these networks in Copernicus. Of course, not only in terms of promoting, more in terms of communication, use cases, but also, is there any way, and then it's maybe something for discussion, to provide some kind of support for these networks in the next phase of Copernicus. Copernicus, in principle, the principle for funding in situ network is considering that this relies more on the member states' networks, whereas through the program we fund the space component and the services. Maybe something that we need to discuss as well, how to address this, taking into account the gaps that exist. Yeah, I leave it there.
Yeah, I think one of the important things is to, first of all, don't start something from scratch. There's a lot of existing international networks, so I'm talking about the ocean component in this case. And it's what we've done in Trusted is cooperate with the existing drifting buoy networks, so the DBCV, and basically work with them. So through ESEFMAR, so rely on their expertise for the deployment, and that kind of lowers the cost. And also there's also the notion of working with them. So, for instance, if you need to kind of collect FRM data at sea, there's already some buoys being deployed and everything. So instead of just building a buoy from scratch, maybe just add an instrument to an existing platform that is going to be deployed. I think we have a tendency of just like starting from scratch again and maybe not kind of using what is already existing. And I think these going through also these existing networks, international corporations enables also us maybe to start working with countries which aren't at our level in terms of like maybe numbers of scientists and that kind of stuff. And one of the things maybe we can do is try and maybe also help countries, maybe like third world countries or whatever, to start also equipping themselves and adding to the network. So building corporations so obviously that means providing some form of funding and some form of training. But I think that's something that, FRMs are needed all over the world. So we need to work with countries all around the world to actually get the data we need.
Okay, thank you. So maybe before we move to the next questions, is there any comment or question in the room? Please.
Jonathan Taylor from UK Met Office. I was just wondering whether there's a role for EUMETNet in supporting the gathering and the collation of FRM data as part of its observations program, where that's really being considered.
Yeah. So we work in the Trusted project, which is all about deploying buoys. We actually work with eSurfMar, which is a branch of EUMETNet. And so they've been really helpful. So we wouldn't be able to do deployments we do without the help of EUMETNet eSurfMar. So they are involved. There's always kind of the issue of reduced budgets, but EUMETNet is at least for the ocean, the SST part of the ocean FRM is involved with us.
Yeah, if I can say something as well. Maybe I would not go into the detail of FRMs, but in general, we have at EA a very strong relation with EUMETNet. Particularly, we have a licensing agreement with EUMETNet for the provision of in situ data for Copernicus, and they are also providing scientific and technical support in the implementation of the Copernicus in situ component cross-cutting actions as well.
Thank you. So maybe I propose that we move to the...
Another question.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have a question which is in a way related to the funding. So in the introduction, you mentioned that EUMETSAT is actually supporting the development of PGN. So my question is, why only PGN? So maybe is this a kind of mechanism that could be also applied to other ground-based networks?
So it's not only PGN. I can say that at EUMETSAT we support activities for the development of new sensors, new network, new technologies to measure new parameters. That is done for Trusted, for example. We don't support the maintenance of the operations of big network already in place. So this is not limited. This was just an example in that case. So maybe we move to the next question. How do we meet the specific needs for European space activities and services efficiently? So maybe you can start, José. Which processes are in place today to coordinate all the needs? Do we have something in place today to coordinate the needs in Europe? This is a big question.
Yeah, thank you, Estelle. Of course, coming back on Copernicus, each of the entrusted entities are very, very much aware of what the needs are, no? But of course, when we speak about being more, let's say, effective in trying to avoid duplication, there is a clear need to share these needs. So, for example, FRMs can be used in different contexts by different actors. In that sense, one of the tools that we have at the EA, which is maybe not very much known, but that's something that I am really insisting in trying to change, is we have been working for a few years in a database which collects all the different in situ data needs from the different services. And at the beginning, we didn't start with all the different Sentinel missions. We started with Sentinel-3 and 5, but we are extending it to all the others. And the idea with that is really to show, to at least to have a kind of a cross-cutting view of these needs, no? But the next step, of course, is to share these needs with those who have the data or produce the data. And we, I mean, in the last few years, we have been working more in the context of bilateral engagement with networks. What we really want to evolve or towards we want to go is to have this kind of a notion of in situ data providers forum. That's something that's still a bit in the making, where we really want to put together the entrusted entities, the institutions which need the data, and the key in situ data networks. We have also started, and we will have a meeting in 1 month and a half now, what we call the Copernicus Research Infrastructure Exchange Forum. It's first go. It's really dedicated to sit together the different entrusted entities and key research infrastructures that are providing already data to Copernicus, in cases they even have contracts with specific institutions. But we really want to, again, share all the different requirements to get to know the different research infrastructures in a more cross-cutting forum, and to, let's say, exchange on these requirements and see what are the main challenges to meet them. No? And of course, there will be questions about funding and sustainability, and these are the kind of things that we need to discuss in this type of forum. So there are things in the making, let's say, but we do have kind of an overview of all the different institute data requirements currently in Copernicus.
I want to pick in on what you said, Rubio. I see that you are going in the direction of more coordination and more coordinated access. And I think it's really important because today we are still delivering FRM data, and I'm talking about remote sensing networks now especially. We are still providing these FRM data through different channels to different users. We provide them to the satellite community, we provide them to the Copernicus services, and it's always a different access mechanism, often in different formats, different requirements, and it's an additional burden on the FRM data providers. And I think we could really better make that more efficient so that there is a pool of FRM data accessible to all the users in a more shared way. So I hope that what you are referring to when you say this forum and these exchanges. I think it's really important.
Yeah, as I said, there is a clear opportunity there to see whether we can streamline this data provision, because it's also less costly for us and also for you. No? Yeah. And I think that's something that we need to definitely explore, but we can only start exploring if we put around the table everyone who's involved and see what are maybe the obstacles that we face, and the opportunities, and what can be the time frame for transitioning towards a more, let's say, a streamlined provision of data, and in which areas, because maybe not all areas are possible.
Yeah, and I think it's also important that it's not limited to the European research infrastructures, but really the global monitoring networks, because satellites are doing global measurements. We need also the data from other continents and from the global monitoring. So I know it's a difficult point, but we should work towards that.
Yeah. I just have to agree with the idea of more coordination. I think there's a big gap between, for instance, operational monitoring. So the provision of in-situ data for meteorological networks, for the models, etc., on a daily basis or in near real time, and maybe more like scientific kind of the collection of data for specific scientific projects. And from what I've seen, at least in the ocean community, is they tend to kind of there's not a lot of interactions between the two, and so you end up having potentially valuable measurements performed for a specific scientific project that could be used for FRM, or maybe you could just modify the instrument a little bit to get higher quality, and that would provide an interesting source of FRM data, but there's very little coordination, and particularly when a lot of these projects are funded, let's say, by Copernicus. So there could be this, what you were saying, a little bit more discussion, a bit coordination. That because the most expensive, well, at least in the ocean part, the most expensive part of collecting the data is actually the ship time, or going out. This is this is what is really expensive, and so if you can coordinate a little bit more, make it clear to the community that's looking, looking at plankton or whatever, that if they do take temperature measurements, they can kind of use an instrument, and that the extra cost is not too expensive. Then you get more data and possibly at lower cost. So I think this idea of coordinating, and I have to say that from say in my it's been kind of a big surprise. The Copernicus has been really good in modeling and satellite, but in the in situ, we feel that we need to do something, because it's kind of everybody's doing it on their on their side, and it's not very efficient.
So we all agree that there is a need for coordination, specific coordination.
Yes, and Copernicus is in a unique place to actually do it.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay. Any question in the room?
Hi, Heikki from WMO. I just want to comment this from the point of WIGOS Vision update. So we are in the process of updating WIGOS Vision to reach 2050. And it's of course involving surface and space-based component. And we see exactly the same issue related to surface-based measurement, that it's very scattered and coordination is missing. So you are in the point when you are discussing on that. So that actually some kind of global coordination mechanism is definitely needed.
Thank you. So we move to the next questions. Are there any obvious gaps to meet current and future needs, either in terms of capabilities, technology, new technologies for new parameters, need for new FRMs, or in terms of processing algorithms, in terms of access to auxiliary information, and finally about the funding for research and development and operations? I don't know if you, yeah.
Yeah, I think one of the things that I feel is possibly missing is in terms of data distribution and all the traceability information that comes with an FRM. I mean, maybe there is a place somewhere where all this is kind of stored, but I don't know of it. And I think that's because FRM is not only about collecting the data, it's also about distributing it, making it available to people. And I don't know how easy it is nowadays for people who are really interested to actually get the data and get the, for instance, the calibration certificates, the make of the instrument that was deployed, the ship on which it was deployed, any kind of other ancillary information that might be relevant. And I know we in Trusted we are working with Coriolis for the data itself and OceanOps for the kind of the metadata, so the calibration certificates, that kind of stuff, and it's so OceanOps has some funding issues, so they are very low on staff, so it's very hard to actually make things evolve. And similarly, they are also supposed to kind of we're doing a kind of a permanent QC with the help of Météo-France. But again, the means are limited. Météo-France every now and then has some issues. So I think there's probably at least a need for some form of forum or coordination to make sure that the data is made available. All the data and the metadata is made available to the users who may need them or who might be interested in them.
Just to follow on your point. For example, where common standards are defined for in situ measurements? Do we have somewhere practice it, but not specific to a given parameter, not specific to SST? Or do we have, because I'm sure this would be very useful to gather common practices and standards.
In that sense, we at the EA, we have been starting to work with EUMETSAT. Again, this is more maybe at the European level, but I think this is a very important forum to discuss this kind of standards and guidelines, particularly also to share them with the data providers, with the meteorological institutes and those who are providing FRMs and in situ data in general. There are, of course, many other forums, and also, again, at thematic level, there may be other standards needed. When you spoke about gaps as well, I mean, I think when it comes to FRMs, I think I can also extend it from the in situ side. I mean, there are so many gaps, let's say. Copernicus being a global program, we can say we are quite okay in Europe, but of course when we go outside of Europe, that's a different story. And we can see that given the geopolitical situation, this can even worsen in the future. We don't know. In that sense, for example, we, Copernicus, try to leverage different tools that we have. We have cooperation arrangements with different third countries. We are trying to let's say, negotiate the in-situ data exchange for Copernicus. But of course, this also takes time, and it's not a concerted global effort. It's more on a bilateral basis. No? I believe that there needs to be a more, let's say, multilateral forum to discuss this kind of aspects. Of course, there are other gaps. I'm not very into the technical details, but definitely the new missions, Sentinel Next Generation, the expansion missions, they will impose more demands on in situ data. Are we ready? Are we prepared for this? I'm happy to know as well that, of course, EUMETSAT is considering more and more FRMs as part of the mission development, but of course they rely on networks. Are these networks properly funded, sustained over time? And finally, of course, we speak a lot about AI, machine learning, but to make that happen, we need in situ data. Again, can we cater with the in situ data that we have currently? Yeah, there are many question marks here.
I want to add something on the gaps from the point of view of atmospheric air quality and climate applications. I think we have always been focusing up to now on from the remote sensing component and the atmospheric composition point of view on concentrations of components in the atmosphere, but now we are going to look towards emissions. So from, for example, CO2 emission, we will derive emission information, and to validate that, we are not well equipped for the moment. I think there's no dedicated network or FRM data or whatsoever with what we can do that kind of work. So I think there's really a need in that sense also to expand maybe the validation approaches and the data that we can use to do that validation. And maybe there should be a little bit more engagement with private companies and commercial partners. For example, the power industry has some interest in that, or the agricultural sector, and so maybe there could be some more cooperation also with these sectors to get data that we can use for verification and see what their needs are and where are the priority needs, because I think we need to focus on priorities in the end as it comes to cost and efficiency. And another gap that I see is mobile capabilities. I think in Europe we are not very well equipped with mobile capabilities. In the US they have these research aircrafts and they do a lot of these campaigns. I think we are less well equipped for that in Europe. And maybe we should also look towards drones, more the provision of drones and drone providers that could also be commercial and private companies. And in that sense, I'm thinking also about the development of air core capabilities. They exist, but they are not sufficiently operational, they are not sufficiently developed, and we need drones and gliders to support these air core measurements. And I think there's really it would be a big advantage if we could get more access to that kind of capabilities. And as Marc already said, also for atmospheric composition, we have little capability on the ocean. And so making use maybe of existing infrastructure for the ocean component could also support atmospheric data provision. And yeah, exchanging infrastructure and making more use of existing infrastructure, cross different fields of research and fields of interest. And another point I want to make is FRM capabilities that are existing are sometimes lost. So instruments that we know since a long time, providing, for example, good ozone data. They are no longer manufactured, and then we have to look for new capabilities. It's not a new FRM product, but we need to maintain the infrastructure and to change sometimes or update or upgrade the infrastructure. And also that's an additional effort that we have to make. And then you were talking about standards. I think in the remote sensing community, we are very much relying on spectroscopy data, really reference spectroscopic data. And I have the feeling that in Europe, many of these spectroscopy labs are struggling to continue their work, while it is very essential. And I think there should be the satellite community should show that these data are important and support also that kind of work.
Okay.
Yeah, just to add something to the getting the private sector involved. There was at the UNOC there was a Oceanops who's in charge of coordinating the kind of collection of institute data at sea. Launched its 10,000 ship initiative, which is all about getting commercial shipping companies, so mostly those who carry cargo, to kind of buy or acquire small meteorological stations, and therefore start reporting, provide more data, more information, more in-situ data to the various networks. And so you can imagine maybe it's the first attempt obviously are going to be kind of fairly simple and probably quite cheap, but you can imagine maybe funding a better instrument and having it carried by those vessels, those cargo vessels, container vessels, and therefore maybe adding to the collection of FRM data. So these types of cooperations I think are indeed interesting and potentially the way forward.
About the engagement of the private sectors. For some of the parameters, I know for ocean color, for example, in coastal areas, the people working with aquaculture, they have their own in-situ measurements, and these measurements, of course, are of high value, but it is as well a very sensitive information, so they don't want to share this kind of information. And I'm pretty sure it's the same for sometimes for routing, for this kind of activities. And then I have another question related to climate monitoring. You say that, of course, from time to time, we have to renew a network with new instruments, new technologies. So how do you provide the consistency of a long time series? Do you perform reprocessing, for example, with new algorithms? So how do you check with time the consistency of an in-situ measurement series?
There are several approaches. When you change an instrument, you upgrade an instrument, or you switch from one instrument to the next one. What we often do is to operate them during a certain period of time in parallel to check the consistency. That's one thing. When you change an algorithm, you also reprocess the whole time series, yes. And you check the consistency when you start, from the old to the new algorithm, or you check the improvement and then you reprocess the whole series. But it's a big effort because we are dealing with time series of 20 years sometimes, so it's a very big effort. Fortunately, some of these things get better automated, and so processing goes quicker than before, but still it's an effort.
And actually, on this also, there's been some, when we talk about buoys as well, we think about how many FRM type buoys do we need, and is it possible to kind of, the uncertainty precisely for one instrument on a buoy, but can you use the knowledge of this uncertainty to get some form of uncertainty budget for a buoy next, which is in the vicinity, which doesn't have the same instrument. So in other words, making sure that your FRM network is optimized and uses the other type of non-FRM platforms which may be in the area. At least that's something that's been thought about for buoys, although I'm not sure how feasible that is.
Do we have any question in the room?
thanks a lot for your thought. So yesterday we heard Stefan Allegat speaking about how to build a narrative and how to propose a value, try to demonstrate the value of observation. So what are your thoughts? So how this panel could go ahead with something more structure into the discussion and to propose something where we can demonstrate the value. For instance, you mentioned the problem of having labs that are struggling to be funded in Europe, but they could be critical as an asset at European scale. So how we can develop something which is in collaboration with socio-economic experts that can become, let's say, an important step into the discussion with the big funders, European Commission or others.
I think in the end, I'm not quite sure if that's what you want as an answer, but it's clear that the Copernicus service have a very big, have many users, many stakeholders. So there is a clear societal benefit of these services. But if you want to have reliable products that can serve policies and that can serve the needs of the society, you have to verify the data. And I think that's what it's all about. We need reliable data if we want to use them for policy and for societal benefits. And if you cannot guarantee that or verify that at your best capabilities, then I think that's where all the socio-economic benefits come from. But I'm not quite sure whether that's a sufficient answer.
I can also, because I was thinking more, the question maybe was more for the data provider side, but of course from my side, being my main role to promote the value of in situ data in Copernicus, there are different ways in which we can do it. I think definitely the strategy that we are preparing now, this really, besides being a framework for cooperation within Copernicus, vis-a-vis in situ data, is also to really communicate that in situ data, of course, matters in Copernicus. It has a key value. It's also a message for the in situ data providers as well. Being present as well, for example, in the Copernicus governance bodies in front of the member states, showing that they also need to push, let's say, from their side. Also explaining with different use cases, stories, how the different data networks are contributing to Copernicus. That's something that we are doing as part of our Copernicus in situ activities. We have a database of 50 use cases across the wide spectrum, because in situ data in Copernicus is extremely vast. Yeah, there are many ways. I think it's because of its daunting size, let's say. It's being so big and so vast, the in situ data landscape, that is also complicated to reach to everyone. But I think, again, being more visible, showing stories, presenting the value to the Copernicus governance bodies, and also preparing this strategy, these are ways to really create this narrative.
Yeah, I think one of the things so nowadays a lot of the spotlight is on AI, machine learning, digital twins, and obviously all these things actually need fundamentally in situ data, because otherwise, they'll produce something that's very pretty, but it's probably completely wrong. And when you have various projects, when you have all these various digital twins projects, there's almost no funding, no mentioning of actually in situ. They're kind of building these digital twins, but there's nobody saying, oh, we need to collect data, and that's kind of pretty shocking. And one of the things also you were talking about, making maybe society more aware of the importance of in situ data. So I might be getting the name wrong, but there's a lot of in modeling, they do a lot of particularly in data simulation, they do data denial experiments. So basically they kind of look at the difference. And so this is the example from my experience, but I know, for instance, that ECMWF does it on a regular basis. Météo-France does it every day, and it is impossible to actually get the maps, the results of these experiments. It's, so you kind of, one of the easiest things for me to do would be to put, the forecast or whatever with the in-situ data, and then a map or data, make available the data without the in-situ data, and you would see very clearly, how fundamental, the in-situ data is to everything, to the current forecasts systems we have, and all the machine learning digital twins we want to do, and that will probably, raise the awareness of the importance of in-situ, and potentially also you could add an extra layer with, with or without FRM, if we let, without the calibration.
This is something that we do regularly with our satellite products. So
and for me, it's, I've been talking to Météo-France for for over 4 years about this. Every day they produce these data denial kind of analysis. I don't know where it is. I can't find it anywhere.
Yeah. Perhaps here's another question, and that is related actually. Roland Potthast, I'm heading NWP for DWD, for the German Weather Service. And I asked myself all the time that there is a huge activity in, we use data, global data every day. It's like Météo-France, we have a global model running, and we have all this in situ data, and I know that there, of course, WMO is doing a lot for coordination. We have buffer formats, and we had a long way to go. And I also know that it's not all homogeneous, because we struggle with keeping up with processing all the different in-situ data all the time. It's an operational center, so we do it 24/7, every 3 hours. But it's kind of, I wonder where the link is. And because there's, of course, there are activities and on different sides, and it seems that there are gaps in communication as well. And I just want, perhaps you can comment on this, or would be great.
I think this is a role that we can have, EUMETSAT as a space agency, to really coordinate all these activities and data and so on. So, as part of our roadmap, for example, this is something that we could consider not only in terms of data, but everything that is done in our different member states numerical weather prediction centers.
Perhaps I can add. Of course, we do impact studies all the time. Not all the time, not every day actually, but we do it again and again for EUMETSAT, for evaluating satellite missions. That's a kind of regular thing, and you have the possibility of taking out observations, what you just described. There is also these different types of impact with ensembles or with derivatives to check what's the impact of individual systems. And you can observe, and you see for NWP, the forecast quality is going down 10%, 15%, 20%, depending on what you take out. If you take all radiosondes out, it's a massive thing, of course. And then the same with satellites, and that can be done. And these experiments are heavy. If you have them, it's not that you could easily put them on the web somewhere and that you would easily keep them for a long time. So this might explain some of the non-availability, because it's just petabytes of data if you would keep that, and we don't, because we don't have that many petabytes. But that's an ongoing effort in several centers. Not that many, because there are only up to 14 centers globally doing global NWP. But they all know the missing in situ data. On some parts of the globe, you see this. We can daily maps. There's a monitoring website in one of the SAFs. NWP SAF keeps that, and you can observe all the data online. So there's, I just say, I think there is a lot going on. On the other hand, everyone is struggling with some funding. That would be one of my questions. What's your feeling is about the funding landscape and the international landscape between private and public data sets, and where it's going, and where we need to pay attention and perhaps put a joint effort into to do something. And I know that there are, of course, a lot of groups already trying to do this in some extent.
we have other questions?
Rosa Barciela from the UK Met Office. Just want to make an observation that as we're discussing, there's lots of work that goes on behind the scenes that exists, vast amounts of information, but perhaps one point to consider is joining up some of these bits of the value chain, because one potential opportunity could be to try and coordinate and generate some sort of common plan in which there is an opportunity and perhaps, a requirement. Funding is a big issue, of course, as to how we can come up with a less fragmented and more joined up contribution that aligns to the requirements that we are just discussing. Just an observation, thank you.
So maybe we can go on. We already tackled some of these aspects about the current challenges due to geopolitics and changes in economy, so about funding, availability of the data and so on. So how to maintain and evolve, of course, data collections, how to mitigate the disappearance of some measurement capabilities, and how to get to gain access to the data, so exchange of data between Europe and other countries, India, America, China, and so on.
I can, with respect to the how to mitigate, or one of the activities that we are now starting to pursue or to explore is also, of course, liaising with key partners, particularly in this case, WMO. They are in charge of they have together with different UN institutions, a systematic observations financial facility. It's a huge program which is establishing a number of instrumentation in different countries with the main objective to ensure that it's sustained over time. No? So I think this is an avenue of opportunity to try to support this type of programs, which, let's say, provide more information, ensures more information in those areas where we don't have enough observations, but also ensures sustainability, ensures as well that there is an open access data set that then can be used in Copernicus. No? As I said before as well, building on cooperation and the cooperation arrangements that Copernicus have with different countries as well. These are ways of try to, let's say, increase the accessibility of data in those areas where we don't have enough. But of course, there is, in my personal opinion, a need for you as well to step up the support in this context as well. I will just mention very briefly the proposal of the European Competitiveness Fund. There's a little sentence about in situ data in Copernicus, which is potential support to in situ global networks. I don't know where this will go, of course, it's very early stages, but I hope this means that there is a future support in a way or another to in situ networks, particularly outside Europe, where we cannot, of course, just rely on member states' support. No? That we really need to engage with global actors, and maybe that's a way to increase this support.
Yeah, I think, for example, if you talk about India, South America, China, etc., I think there is some infrastructure available, and there are measurements going on that we are not always aware about, and they are not necessarily shared with the global community, and they are not necessarily of the quality that we require, but just providing some access to our calibration labs, to our standards, to our processing capabilities, or sharing expertise with what are our best practices could already help these people to improve their measurements and to improve their time series, and then maybe be more tempted to share them with the community.
So at the end,
if you provide them something,
it's an exchange.
It's an exchange. It's a win-win situation.
I'm a bit more circumspect about what you're just saying, because we've been working in in a different community. We have China, we have Indonesia, for instance. They don't share the data. We've given them all the help. We've showed them how to kind of put the data under the DTS. And so I think one of the important things I think is also not to forget about maintaining European capability in developing instruments and platforms. So on in the industrial basis, because for instance, there's a lot of uncertainty about what's going to happen to US data. Will they continue to kind of provide the data freely? Will they, for instance, in the current data buoy network is 80% US. So Europe just, plays a very small part. I think we should ramp up. And one of the issues I think also when you talk about instrument and platforms is the cost. It's a niche market. We don't deploy 10,000, 100,000 instruments a year. So any company who's going to work with us, who's going to, we're talking about very small volumes. Maybe like 200, 500 instruments a year. And so I think there's a real need to kind of look at the bigger picture. Coordinate at a European level so that European companies can start thinking, start being interested in actually developing new sensors, developing new platforms, and because they know that that there's a market for maybe 1,000, 2,000. Because currently we're going up to them, we're saying, can you give us 20 buoys, 20 sensors, and they're like, yeah, okay, well, I can't pay my employees with just this amount. And I think the fact that so this is a very personal point of view, but I think the fact that we have these very small, we just order these, or there's no kind of coordination. So we just buy a little bit of this, a little bit of that, means that the prices are very high, and that companies aren't kind of there's no incentive for them to say, oh well, I'm going to kind of put in a bit of my money to develop a new sensor, a new platform. So and this is I think a very this is probably one of the weaknesses of Europe and one of the strengths of the US, where they kind of buy big quantities and the prices are lower.
Thank you very much. I think we are at the end. So before leaving, is there any question in the room?
Hi, I'm Rashmi Sharma from Indian Space Research Organization. And it's not a question, it's just a comment on the point that how to gain access to the data set. Actually in India, the different ministries are mandated for, the thematic ground-based and the in-situ data set management aspect. So talking specifically about the Met and Ocean, the Ministry of Earth Sciences is mandated for that. And to the best of my knowledge, they are for the ocean data, they are part of IO-GOOSE, and most of the drifting buoys and moored buoy data sets are shared with the global community. They have a dedicated portal for that. So this is one information which I thought I'll just share with you. As regards to atmospheric chemistry, compositions, etc., I mean, I'm not quite sure because that's with another ministry. But one very positive aspect which I would like to mention here is that we have established, or in the process of establishing, FRM for the altimetry. And right now, it's too early to comment on that, but we are in a testing phase. So very soon, those data sets will be contributing to the global, global community as well as for the altimetric missions. So thank you. This is just a comment from my side.
Thank you very much. So I propose that we stop there. Thank you very much to the audience. Thank you to the panelists. And now I think we have a coffee break.
I can feel your heartbeat like it's my own. I can hear your music Sometimes I wonder if you're made from bones and skin, or are you something for me to begin again? This love, this love, this love, this love. I will build you a mountain so you can see all the way across the universe to me. I will build you shelter for when the days are cold. I will be your shelter for when we're old and kind. This love, 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 this
reaches of space to another galaxy. Our polarity shifted around. There's nothing else left holding us down, and it's just gravitational. We are unstoppable. I just can't escape the pull. We are unstoppable. It's just gravitational. escape the magnetic side. I was like a satellite spinning away, almost lost forever and leaving no trace, floating through the darkest reaches of space to another galaxy. Our polarity shifted around, there was nothing else left holding us down, but it's just gravitational. We are unstoppable. echoing. Echoing in my mind.
not real time. Comply exactly.
No, I'm not. I'm Rose Munro.
Okay.
Currently being Bojan Bojkov. It's not available. Are you looking for Helen? You're wearing an MTGS shirt. I didn't come program branded today.
Yeah, today I decided to be.
You have a question, obviously.
Well, it was just that there was an email about make sure you load it into the thing. But should I go and do that in the
No, I think we have to stay today.
Well, if it's not,
No, it's done.
well, if you haven't done it,
I'll go do it then.
Ah, okay.
okay.
name is Andres Victor. I'm the owner of BFD Rental and Storage Van.
Okay, we can probably start today, and it's my pleasure to chair this session together with Rosemary Munro from the remote sensing division in EUMETSAT. And we have, we'll give you a little bit of a framework, what about this session and why we are looking to this, what it is, this foresight, EUMETSAT foresight mechanism. So that is basically what I will try to explain in few slides, and then we can start. So that's, I think, the idea is that since let's say the middle of the last century, a multitude of satellites, but this is not the right slide deck. So this is so I will just give you on verbal because it's we had a problem on uploading the proper slide deck, but I will try to give you verbally very fast. So today the ability to predict high impact weather events is basically depending a lot on satellite data on one side. And then there's also increasing number of applications that depends on satellite data. And this is a little bit the, we have seen growing the number of applications. We can mention hydrology. Hydrology at the moment, there are several places around the world where satellite data are directly used into the operational emergency agency as well. So, and that was quite a change respect to so many years ago. And also the evolution of tools and methods that are used for satellite data, they are actually quite depending on new tools, and we have seen expanding these. And recently, let's say basically 2-3 years ago, while nobody was in the operational community really ready to, AI came as a sort of disruptive element into the landscape. And nowadays you have already ECNWF running operationally since several months the ECNWF AIFS, so the Artificial Intelligence Forecast Systems. And by the end of this year, probably some of our member states, some of the Met services working and member states of EUMETSAT will start running operationally their AI system. And this is also a changing landscape. So this is part of the rationale. We see this as an important development. But also in the, let's say, landscape of data simulation, techniques make large use in the recent years of a large amount of satellite data. We have seen yesterday the presentation, just to give you an idea of the use, starting using visible channels, a simulation of visible channels into the global prediction system. And so this is giving us an idea of how the past, the acceleration of the change of this development into the community. Then there is also the Earth system approach that is nowadays much more part of the operational system. So it's not only the coupled system per se that is used in an operational way, but the fact that products are, let's say, developing and are connected all together. So this is why EUMETSAT decided to establish this foresight mechanism, where what we would like to do is to continuously scout the landscape of weather, climate, and environmental user landscape, and monitoring the evolution of the tools, the platforms, and the existing services and developing of new ones. We have seen extremely strong interest for instance, geoengineering. But how, if geoengineering is becoming operational, how we can try to measure this. There are challenges also in emerging services into the landscape. So this is probably the relevant, let's say, reason why we are scouting these. And the idea for EUMETSAT is really to keep track of these and to try to scout the horizon and to detect the trends. And this will help the community to be ready for long-term future development. This is, if you want, is just in a nutshell what I try to explain, but you have different value chains, and for all the value chains there are cross-cutting elements like technology tools, platforms and service delivery that are changing, and they are changing very fast, and those we are trying to monitor and to scout, because that will help us in the thinking what are the future missions. I think this is the key elements I wanted to introduce today, just to give you an idea of why we are here and why we are trying to develop all of these. And we started with the two teams working with us on the assumption and on the development of AI. We are now today in this session, so we are collected different perspectives. So you will see from the speakers how they bring the different perspective from numerical weather prediction, AI, but also on development of new satellite measurements and new vision of how this satellite measurement will evolve. And then we will continue this with the internal workshop. And next year, we will propose another session like this one to the conference. So the idea is really to keep a continuous tracking of all of these into the landscape. And thanks also for being here, and thanks also to our speakers to be here. And I would like just to give the floor to the first one. And then, of course, we are trying to have a bit more flexible time here. So we will try to have a sort of 20-25 minutes talks, but to give time for more questions.
Thank you very much, Paolo. So it's my pleasure to introduce our first speaker. That is Philippe Chambon, but I cannot see in the light. There you are. I was looking hard. Philippe is the observation team manager in the numerical weather prediction research division at Météo-France. He received his PhD degree in 2011, during which he contributed to designing the precipitation estimate level 4 product for the joint ISRO-CNES satellite mission Megatropiques. He was also with NASA Goddard Space Flight Center within the science team of the GPM satellite mission as a postdoctoral fellow in 2012, and since 2013 has been working at Météo-France on data assimilation of satellite observations, and his main interest is in the use of microwave satellite observations for improving predictions of components of the water cycle through several programs. Thank you very much, Philippe.
Thank you very much, Rosemary, for the kind introduction. I'm very glad to be here. Thank you for the invitation. So I'll take this opportunity of the presentation to show you a few examples of ongoing research at Météo-France on observations for our future NWP systems, and also mention the impact studies we've performed the past 10 years and kind of the lessons we learned from doing several of them for the foresight exercise. I thought it was kind of relevant. I would like to acknowledge all my co-authors who did contribute to and made all those results possible. So that's the outline of my presentation. I will very shortly summarize the current landscape of our NWP systems at Météo-France. Say a few words of what kind of systems we are exploring for our future HPC that we are changing in about 2 years from now. Give a few examples of research. As I said, say some lessons learned on impact studies, and then go through some conclusions. So yeah, our current systems. So at the moment, we are running two NWP systems. One is a global one called Arpège. We have several systems, a deterministic forecast, an ensemble data assimilation systems, and an ensemble prediction systems. And the specificity of that Arpège model is that it has a stretched and tilted grid, which is currently at 5 kilometers over Western Europe, and 25 kilometers at the antipodes. For our future HPC, we are considering increasing that resolution to 2.5 kilometer resolution over Western Europe, and 10 at the antipodes. So it's the benefit from increasing that resolution is it's an ongoing study. So it's I'm not sure that we will do this move, but it's currently we are exploring it. And then in terms of regional forecasting, so 10 years ago we were operating a few systems over Western Europe and overseas territories. But now, actually, our regional modeling platform called Aeronomy, we are running many domains everywhere over the globe. And the main one is over the Western Europe, and we are running it at 1.3 kilometer resolution, and we do forecast 2 days ahead. So it's a convection permitting model. And there are, of course, with that system, an ensemble DA system to take benefit from new observations, ensemble predictions as well for our forecasters, very important to have an idea of uncertainties of forecasts. We have nowcasting versions of this system, and also we are running overseas versions of our own with their own ensemble prediction systems as well. So those regional DA and forecasting at high resolution has been really increasing the past years. And for future HPC, we are considering increasing the resolution to 750 meters. And so we are currently assessing the benefits we are gaining with that new resolution, and if it's worth it or not, because it's, of course, requiring a lot of resources in terms of computing. So it's under, I would say it's under study. In terms of observation impact, so it's really two different systems. Our global system, like most of the global NWP systems from other centers, they are really heavily driven by sounders on board LEO satellites. So that's what you see on this figure representing this forecast sensitivity to observation index, FSOI, for a 6 months period. And the two largest contributions come from the microwave data, humidity and temperature, as well as infrared, the temperature soundings. And then come all the conventional data, which are very important. Whereas in our regional system, the story is completely different. Since we've been introducing those MODES aircraft data, they have been driving heavily our analysis. That's what you see. Half of the degree of freedom signal comes from the MODES data. And then the second most important observing system is our ground radar network and the radars from the partners within the domain. So it's really two different visions of what's important in terms of regional and global NWB in terms of observing system. Now in terms of observation usage, there are a few subjects that we are working on at the moment. So work on observation usage for NWP at Météo-France has been driven toward improving forecasts with Météo-France priorities in mind for protecting people and property. So we have in mind hurricane forecasting for overseas territories, but also heavy rain, storms, especially in southern France, wildfires as well. Our country suffers of wildfires, especially over summertime. Health applications with heat waves, aviation, for which wind predictions are important, but storms as well, agriculture and energy sectors, solar farms and wind farms in particular. And so one main focus has been the better fine-scale forecast of convection. That was a strong focus of the past decade, I would say. And we know that there are several key observing systems that are important depending at what stage you are from convection, from the development of appropriate thermodynamical conditions. So that's this stage, well, you don't have the cloud yet, but that's a key stage for making early warning. Then you have the initiation phase, the mature phase, which sometimes trigger lightning, and the dissipation phase. A few key work that we have performed the past years was on extracting information from on surface temperature from infrared sounders, especially important in that phase of the life cycle of convection. We've been working on lightning. I will show you one example later in my slides. Soundings from LEO and GEO, and also, of course, some works on ground-based observing systems, which are, as I showed you, key in our regional system, like the radar data. We've been assimilating, for instance, all-sky microwave observations following ECMWF work in our global system for several years, and we are recently experimenting the impacts of adding those data within our regional system, although we know that the current sampling is not that high, so we were not expecting a large impact. A key thing was that now in our regional system, we are making use of ensemble much better than a few years ago. So we have a 3D ENVAR system, which has the capability of initializing directly condensed water mass. So we are directly initializing from those sensors MQA, ATMS, etc. We are initializing rain, snowfall, so that's important for short-range predictions, which is one of our main focus. And so we are deriving from that developments small impacts on rainfall prediction. Here on this figure, it's fraction skill score, relative improvement at different rain ranges and neighborhood size. Well, and you can see that basically the impact is never higher than the 0.5%, so it's relatively small, but it's consistent all along periods. So we thought it was an interesting development, even though the impact is rather small. Lightning, it's been a research focus for several years at Météo-France, and if you're interested, there is a presentation by Hippolyte Cambarnous on Friday morning, session 2F, MTGLI. And Pauline has been working on using the lightning data both on long periods and on case studies. And here I'm showing one of her examples. So here you have Corsica, and you have a convective system that was detected by Severi, MSG, and you can see that our regional system was not forecasting it well without lighting data, especially because that particular day, the radar, which is east of Corsica, was in maintenance, so it could not help to improve the forecast. And you can see that when you add the lightning data in our system, actually we have a convective system growing and developing for a better match with the forecast. So actually, the lightning data help us forecasting this kind of event where we don't see them with radar data. So it's increasing the resilience of our DA system. Another subject, so there was a presentation by Thomas Buey actually yesterday morning on improving the density of observations we can make use of in our data simulation system. Because as many of the other centers, we are doing a lot of thinning of observations, so basically we throw away a lot of the nice data that the space agencies are producing for us. And we are trying to improve our data simulation system to basically take them into account. Here is an example for Severi data, where Thomas is estimating horizontal error correlations. Here I'm showing an example still over Corsica here, where you can see the correlations varying when you go away from the observations. The idea is to basically benefit from the full set of observations that is derived. So it's an ongoing work, but very promising for future improvements. Now, let me say a few words on the future observing systems and our past studies. Météo-France performed several impact studies in the past 10 years with the support of ESA, EUMETSAT, and CNES, with two objectives, I would say. Providing evaluations of the benefits of a given future sensor in support either of research and development by space agencies or program approvals, but also increase our readiness level for assimilating already planned future sensors. We have used both our systems, global and regional, and we have used several tools, the two main ones, which are observing system simulation experiments and EDA. That was the timeline that we have followed. We had several projects on MTGIRS. We had a project about 10 years ago with ESA to work on a microwave geosounder at 183 gigahertz frequency for water vapor and clouds and precipitation. We had another project on MTGIRS, and then the latest ones were on the preparation of YASI-NG, of the SEMIM constellation. We saw a presentation by Adrien Deschamps from CNES yesterday on it. It's a constellation of mini YASI, basically, that CNES is considering for future instruments. We had a project with EUMETSAT on the EPS Terna constellation. And the latest one, the latest study that we've performed was in support of the Wyvern project, which was a candidate for Earth Explorer 11, and that HAO recommended for selection to ESA last summer. So those experiments, so they had, as I said, several objectives. So you can see that the four in blue now were more for R&D and program approvals. Several ones were really to increase our readiness level. I mean, at that time when we did the IRS OSSEs, this instrument was already decided, so it was really to make our systems ready, actually. That's the same. That was the same for YASI and G. The global impact studies, that's the latest ones, whereas we worked on our regional system the past decade. And I would say that for all of those subjects, you see that now all the studies are in blue for observing system simulations experiments, because indeed we've been mostly doing OSSEs the past years, but we've done one EDA, which is the method developed by ECMWF, to try it, to gain experience with it and to understand the differences between RCs and EDAs. So in terms of lessons learned, I would say so. Regarding the evaluation of benefits, we found that impact studies can bring very interesting information to evaluate the complementarity between sensors. For instance, the study we performed with ESA on the micro-geo sounder, we were able to showcase that when you have already a hyperspectral IR geo sounder over the same area, so MTGIRS, well, it was not 100% clear that there would be an added value of adding another geo with microwave data this time. And we were also able to compare impacts of known programs like METOP. That's a comparison we did for the EPS Terna study. I wanted to mention, it's certainly very clear for many people, but sometimes it's important to remind this. Those estimations that we do with impact studies, they are valid given the current stage of data usage within a given system. So for instance, the study we did with ESA on the micro-geo sounder, it was with our Rome system in 2017, so we are also only assimilating clear sky data. And so that kind of raised the questions for future impact studies, actually, with the rapid rise of AI. Like the impact studies that we are performing now with the tools that we have now, are they really valid for systems that will be operational in 10 years from now? I'm giving here the example of the study we did in 2017. Here's an example of impact on relative humidity with MTGIRS here. So here you have the forecast range, and you can see that we were deriving benefits up to, I would say, 15 hours and at quite large magnitude. And on the right, it's a plot where you were adding this microwave geosounder on top of MTGIRS. So that's the kind of nice combinations that you can do with those systems. Regarding conducting studies to provide information in support of program approvals, I would say these studies often need to be conducted relatively fast. My feeling is that they would benefit from maintenance developments of those frameworks on the long run. So actually, maybe a coordination at a European level on this subject might be quite relevant, in fact, to support space agencies' work. Regarding the increase of readiness level for early assimilation, so that's really clear for me, for us. I would say that, for instance, for assessing the impact of AWS data quality within our system, the fact that we did an OSSE for EPS Terna before really helped to provide feedback quite rapidly. Remember, we got data from ESA and EUMETSAT early January, and we were able already to showcase impacts on that early March. So there is a presentation by Iglesias on our results Thursday morning during the AWS session. So I won't describe too much those graphs showing that AWS provide good information into our system. Regarding tools and frameworks, so yes, RCs need calibration. It takes a long time to calibrate them, but I would say once they're done, they can be reused. RCs can provide impacts on long range, up to 4 days, 5 days ahead, whereas EDA focus on short range only so far. It's true that statistically significant results on the long range, they require quite long experiments. For instance, for Sterna, we did 6-month runs, but somehow they are compensated by the fact that you're running deterministic systems, whereas for EDA, you run ensembles. So I'm not sure to know which kind of system use much of the resources in terms of HPC. True EDA do not require the simulation of the full exploring system, which is kind of a strength, whereas RC is needed. But again, like calibration, once it's done, you can reuse. That's what we have been doing the past years for the full observing systems like aircrafts and so on. And my personal feeling that we really realized during the Wyvern project, because it was the only project for which we did both an RC and an EDA. EDA was for phase 0, RC was for phase A. We found that the RC's results metrics are slightly easier to explain and communicate on. So for instance, for Wyvern, for the RC, we were able to transform our gains of percentages of impact in terms of gain in time, in terms of hours for assimilating Wyvern data. Here it's a figure that we've shown during the user consultation meeting in July, and showing for some key variables the gain in time up to 2 days ahead, which was about 1 hour. Yeah, so let me go through my conclusions. So as I said, research is ongoing at Météo-France to evaluate the benefits of increasing the resolutions of our 2 systems, arpège and arome. We are not sure yet which configuration we will run on our new HPC. The resolution which is under study for our global model is a stretch grid at 2.5 km over Northern Europe and 750 resolution for arome. An increased resolution for the global model, it actually raised the challenge of high resolution data assimilation, because in fact, even if you run a global system at kilometric resolution, for now the DA systems have quite low resolution, so it raises questions of what kind of signal you can take into consideration to initialize those forecasts. Yeah, and for the regional models, it also raised the questions of the observations needed to constrain the numerous degrees of freedom of such an hectometric system. We're also working on machine learning for emulating our forecasts. And so we are building at the moment a regional emulator following the BRIS effort by Met Norway, which is a regional fine-tuning of the AIFS from ECMWF. So we are kind of following the same strategy over our domain of interest, to Western Europe. There are many questions, of course, science questions around those emulators, especially at short scales. For instance, as I mentioned earlier during these presentations, some key variables to forecast in our systems in the short range are for heavy storms, heavy rain. So we don't know yet if those AI simulator will be relevant for those purposes. But then it also raised the questions of how those systems will be initialized in the future. Will this still be by traditional DA systems, by emulated DA systems, or directly with observations? There was a very nice presentation by Peter Lean on IMCMWF work on the graph DOP that they are performing earlier this week, and I think on Friday morning there will be a presentation by Tony on that aspect as well. So indeed, exploring the 2 last options, it actually may lead to kind of a third tool for impact studies that might be very relevant to define the future observing system and support the efforts of the foresight exercise that EUMETSAT is putting together at the moment. And I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Philippe. So we have time for questions. I see in the middle, then we have Roland, then
Jonathan Taylor from UK Met Office. Thank you very much for your presentation. A couple of points. Firstly, your last point around AI systems helping us understand the impact of observations. I fully agree. I think it's going to transform our ability to understand the impact of observations and to do kind of, if you like, OSSEs at scale, just the ability to run forecast systems very quickly and either data denial or putting in new observations will transform our ability to do this work in the next 2 to 3 years, I think. I had a question about whether you have any plans to start assimilating global MODES data. The Met Office trials are showing that to be a very significant impact, and I know the ECMWF have gone operational, and it's becoming the 2nd most important observation type. And it just indicates how the evolution of the entire system, the model and all the observations, is changing so rapidly that understanding the impact of future observations is a tricky game to play.
Thank you very much for your comments and question, John. So indeed, for the global MODES data, so we are actually very grateful to the Met Office to acquire them for now, and because we've been working on those data that year, and actually in our current parallel suite, which will be operational next year, the global MODES data are included, because we found that the impacts were really, really good. Indeed, as you said, I was really amazed by how impactful those data are in our system. We haven't computed yet recent FSOIs on the parallel suite. We'll soon do it. So in terms of ranking, I'm not sure where it will go, but I mean, with the magnitude of the signal that we're seeing on the scores, I would not be surprised that it would be as high as I saw the FSOI from ECMWF last week, and I've indeed noticed that it's now in between the microwave data and the infrared. So the MODES data are now giving more impacts than infrared sounding, which is impressive. And so, yeah, indeed, it really showcased that, as you said, when we have a new observing system coming up like this, it can completely change the ideas that we have in mind of what's important and what's less important. I fully agree with that.
We have here two questions, Roland, and then on the back. Yes.
Thank you. I'm just interested in your plans. You said you get a new supercomputer and you are planning ahead quite a while. Can you comment on the discussion on AI forecast versus classical forecast? So this looks like you are pretty confident that the classical forecast will continue, at least in a horizon you can really plan.
So yeah, I would say that for now, so as far as I know, because I'm in the research division, not in the operational one, but I think that our forecasters are really interested in having, for instance, the AIFS available for their forecast, because they see the skills that this kind of model has at day 3, day 4. But for the first 24 hours, first 48 hours, we don't really know yet the skills of the model over our domain. So we are really working on this emulator. We see it as a very important thing to work on at Météo-France. We just don't know yet if it will be able to completely replace our non-hydrostatic model in five years from now. This we don't know. I feel that it requires quite a few studies on long-term evaluation of the capability of those systems to forecast convection, basically. My feeling, at least, is that it has not yet very much studied how convection is well represented in this kind of system. If it works, that would be wonderful. But indeed, from now, we don't foresee stopping our physically based systems in the next 5 years, I would say. We feel it's too early, we want to keep them, and we'll evaluate the performances of the new ones.
You can, before the question, you can also think the other way around. So what is the limit? So how long it takes for regional modeling now to reach the description of the timing and all the spectral slopes of convection, which seems to be a very difficult limit to beat. So I think we can see the problem. Please.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Philippe, for this really great presentation and nice summary. I just had questions because, as you saw, the impact of observation and which observation is most important depends on your model. So satellite for global and aircraft and cloud radar, ground-based precipitation radar for Aeronomy. So I was wondering, what do you think, which variables and which part of the atmosphere do you think is still not fully observed by the current observation system? And what kind of future observing system do you think could fill the gap of your needs for the development of this regional scale model at 500 meter resolution? What do you need, and do you see potential new observation in satellite or other systems?
Thank you very much, Pauline, for the question. So, yeah, I would say, of course, the lower layers of the atmosphere are the layers the worst observed by satellites, of course. Huh? And it's also where there is a lot of variability. So, and for which we, of course, need to document better the processes ongoing. So the lower layers are very key. I would say that, well, the sounding infrared microwave is, I mean, it has some capabilities to go in the lower layers, but certainly not as well as the ground-based systems, definitely. So in the future observing system, I really see a continuity in terms of complementarity between ground-based systems and space-based observing systems, so which should really make the case that both are important for the quality of our forecasts. There are many options on the table to observe better the lower layers. There is one I know that you know well, the ground-based microwave radiometers. So yeah, I think we should remake the case that both systems are important, and we should not forget about in-situ measurement and ground-based data. There are very interesting technologies for the future. Drones, for example, could help a lot exploring the boundary layer. Remote sensing as well. Yeah, we should really take time to see where it's the most important to invest, basically. It's a tricky question, but I think it's really worth it to make the best investments.
Time to time it's difficult to see here if there's other questions on. Yeah, Rose?
I just wanted to come back to the comment on, I think it was Jonathan, I can't quite see in the dark, but I think so, on the AI systems transforming the ability to do observation impact assessment. And this is a question actually I often have. How do you foresee that being done? Do you just foresee that being done in a classical data denial from the AI system sort of way, and then it will speed up the process, or do you foresee a completely different mechanism in that world? And yeah.
There's an interesting paper by an American group who used an AI model to tell them what would be the optimum observations they would need. They were looking at land surface observations, and it basically said that if you could provide observations of this uncertainty in this area, a 10-day forecast of a significant heat effect in northwest US, the improvement of the forecast was around 90%. Mm-hmm. And the uncertainties that the model said it needed to clarify were consistent with what you would get from enhancing your surface-based observation network. So I think it's partly that ability, those systems, to smartly, intelligently give you some insight, and then just the sheer compute ability to run numerous simulations in a data denial environment.
So it's kind of both aspects, you see. Roland here has...
Down the ear.
Just a comment on how you use that. See, if you have a PyTorch implementation, which most of these machine learning models have, both for forecasting as well as for data assimilation, and the DOP and the classical data assimilation approaches are basically using the same techniques. You can always, I mean, one of the big advantages of PyTorch is to have automatic differentiation capabilities, and you use that for the training. So when you have it coded, you get the gradient. And when you get the gradient, then you can do forecast sensitivity immediately. So both with the DOP as well as with the classical DA emulators, you get this for free. I mean, you still have to do the work, but in principle, all the techniques are available immediately. And then on top of this, of course, you can run this in a fast way when you want to do it in a cycled experiment to collect the impact. So that offers a lot of potential, though I haven't seen this worked out in detail.
Yeah, and I maybe to answer a follow-up question, I'm a bit naive in my questions here, but if you envisage that you have two branches to that, one is the assessment of the value of observations in the forecast phase when the model is trained or the AI model is trained. How about assessing it availability for the training phase? I mean, this is a slightly different question, no?
I don't understand.
If you use for your training data set a certain set of observations, your AI model is trained, and then you're doing assessment of the availability of observations in the future beyond the training data set. What about assessing how efficient, what you need for your training data set, what you can live with, what you can live without? Is that a separate question, or you think it's one of this is all part of the same?
I mean, that part of it can be done by the techniques I just said. You can basically look at each impact, looking at the derivatives, do impact studies. Of course, OSSIs will be more difficult because you would integrate observations and you would have to train them on new observations which you simulate and then do it there. But in principle, that's as for the classical systems, just with the new tools at hand.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I fully agree. Indeed, I find that the fact that you are still able to compute a metric that you are used to look at, like FSOI, with this new technology, it's really good because you're not completely lost. You can see the same kind of graph, and Peter Lin showed a good example of where they are at the moment, and so you can keep your same thinking even with the new systems. So that's
thank you
really
very
relevant.
much. We should probably, thank you, Philippe. I think we should probably move on because we've taken a little bit too much time. So our next speaker is Professor Roland Potthast, I believe, and he is the Director of Meteorological Modeling and Analysis at the Deutscher Wetterdienst in Germany, and also concurrently a professor at the University of Reading in the Department of Maths and Statistics. He received his PhD in Göttingen University in 1994, I believe, in mathematics. I hope that's correct. And has really a diverse experience from his experience in applied maths and statistics in a number of fields. I mean, of course, numerical weather prediction, also I think cognitive neuroscience, neural field theory, inverse scattering. Oh, sorry, you don't hear from the microwave well. Inverse scattering problems, remote sensing, and so on. And he's also an initiative leader in the EUMETSAT AI project, which is another interesting new initiative. So, welcome. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And yes, so I'm trying to take you into AI activities on the European scale now for the next 25 minutes, and want to go through what is done actually, give you a survey, a little bit looking at, of course, at satellites and their applications. I can just click here, I think. Yeah. So first of all, what do I want to do? I want to look at the grand lines, how they interact with observations and with our systems. I'll show you some systems in a moment as well. I want to link this up with development activities in weather, climate, and environmental applications. This is the title of our program and the activities. It's the way the NHMSs in Europe, plus Canada is now part of the story as well, reacted to the challenges rising with the AI revolution, and we'll look into strategy and reactions of our institutions. And of course, this is a joint program of the weather services together with EUMETSAT, with ECMWF, and it's EUMETNet is a framework where things are coordinated and linked. I have one slide on the revolution here, and I took a slide not on forecast models, but on language, because I think it's sometimes good to step a little bit back and see, are we in a revolution or not? It's highly debated, partly in the press. And I put in here just important steps of, do I have a? No. Important steps of revolutions over the last 200 years. And you can see here radio introduction, suddenly you could broadcast to a lot of people. Television, you could give images to a lot of people. It was one way, though. So we had mobile phones coming up, having your connectivity suddenly everywhere. And then the internet, of course, with the World Wide Web. The internet started pretty early. World Wide Web came like in the 90s. And then social media, smartphones with capabilities, mobile, everyone is using it now. And we have, and I put 2022 here, where really the breakthrough was in a couple of fields with foundation models in language, and multimodal foundation models are rising. And I would consider our forecasting systems as a version of that, actually, of multimodal models, not linking into language yet, but we are working on this as well. So we are at a point in time where with the AI, suddenly things are possible which have not been possible before. And it's like a transition like the ones we had in the past. And that also is linked into conceptualization of things. And we will follow this up over the talk a little bit later. But it's more than just having another forecast model. And there is a lot of potential. So the weather services started EUMETSAT initiative. It's called Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning for Weather, Climate and Environmental Applications, EAI in short. And the target is to bring together more collaboration in a way we didn't have before. I mean, we always had good collaborations between weather services and different consortia. This is making it even larger. It's having the European institutions in it, and it's bridging a lot of things. The program has different pillars, and that kind of responds to different parts of our activity. You see here the data curation pillar with EUMETSAT being very prominently part of this, linking into a lot of the other pillars as well. You see here analysis, modeling, post-processing is kind of half here, depending on what you do and how you do it. ECMWF pilot project is part of this overall umbrella and agenda. We don't double our efforts. And then you see here products and services with weather. How can I go here? With weather and climate LLM tools and with impact-related activities. And then workflows, communication and training, etc. is of course is necessary. In EAI, we have at least 20 weather services actively involved. There are more people, though it's sometimes not official yet, and more than 400 participants in either workshops or working groups. Very diverse integration, but it's a very lively field and area, and a lot of people take part. I have one slide here as well on the regulation component. You know there is an EU regulation, a EU Artificial Intelligence Act now, and it's coming into operations more and more. And it is relevant to our work because as soon as we use some of the tools, we have to check where are we, what are we doing, how trustworthy is it critical, is it dangerous? And so there is a lot of questions which come, which we might not have answered before when we just do numerical weather prediction, but now suddenly we have to answer these things when we operate an NWP, an AI-based NWP model or an AI-based nowcasting model, product, whatever. So it's important. So in EAI here you see a whole list of working groups which we have started and which are partly very active, partly the working group decides on how they meet and how often they meet. We have facilitators for the working groups, and it starts with data, curation, there's large language model, there's operationalization of AI methods, novel observations, that's kind of starting. We have impact-related activities, nowcasting, there's a consortium on nowcasting and AI. We now discuss with aviation support program to put AI layers into some of the established products of artificial intelligence. And then you see here a lot of activities with different programs in a European scale, climate program on data rescue, downscaling, quality control, and data fusion, post-processing. And you see also Anemoy technical group. The Anemoy framework is an emerging framework by a number of European weather services taking part in it. ECMWF started this, and then we kind of build a network of of teams actually contributing to it, and I will show you more in a moment. We have a strategic expert team which consists of 10 people at the moment, and Paolo is part of it for EUMETSAT, and then there's from larger and smaller weather services representatives. We had very intense discussions over the last year, once a month at least a meeting, and you see here, for example, a strategic evaluation of the role of AI for our weather services, and we try to communicate with our senior management boards and presidents and executive layer as well to find joint solutions. And I'm quite convinced that actually we find joint solutions, and I want to convince you in the next slides on this. But first of all, to complete the story, we have done quite some training efforts now within the program. We had several kind of trilogies of talks where people gave introductory presentations on AI. And I've been doing an intensive course of 6 days, full days recently with 160 participants. And there was quite a nice experience, a lot of motivated people trying out AI techniques for themselves. And yeah, so now I want to take you on a brief tour, like 5 minutes, on AI weather forecasting. And there is what is going on. So first of all, this was just taken from Gemini, I think, from the web, that AI is revolutionizing weather forecasting, providing faster and potentially more accurate predictions. Is that true? Yes, it is true, actually. And I want to show you now a list of activities, both from forecasting as well as from data assimilation. You have already heard of AIFS in operation since this year. So ECMWF took the challenge, and that ECMWF was very close, actually, to the challenge, because what happened is that GraphCast, NVIDIA, ForecastNet, Pango Weather, so the activities of big tech used ERA5, so the reanalysis which we have been calculating in the meteorological framework and European scale, and build the forecasting systems by training from that. And ECMWF has a team doing this as well, and I think it's very successful, and it's providing a very good forecasting system which has better quality than the systems which were given out to the community, at least, and we could run and can run at the moment. DWD has been also establishing a team on first generating or programming an AI forecasting model. At some point, we also joined forces with the Anemoy activities. It wasn't called Anemoy at that point in time, so we said we need a generic name for that, and then was done by ECMWF to give this name. And so we are now using Anemoy framework, but we have been training from scratch with our Icon Dream reanalysis, and we have an Icon in operational framework since September 3 at DWD. Show you this forecast links in a moment. There's a whole forecast chain. There is a lot of activity on regional forecasting with AI models, and there are different approaches. I show you. One is what we call AI Can LUM for us. It's basically integrating a regional forecasting AI system into a global. You always need initial conditions, boundary conditions. You can do this in different ways. You can have a joint system which you train together, and you can fine-tune systems, and you can also have your regional system independently of the others. Makes it easier perhaps to move it and to use one global system only. So this is one where you split the regional and the global, and you train the global first, and then you train the regional with the global as kind of boundary condition. But it's not boundary only. Yeah, it's linking to the whole forecast, really. There is a systems by research partners. I take this as a typical example. Pango Weather has been done by KIT, the Karlsruhe Institute of Technology, as a transformer version, and they started with Pango, but Pango didn't have code out, so they reprogrammed all of this and did a transformer. And the first things are very encouraging from this side, and they use it as a research tool, actually, and we have put it into operational framework, but we don't run it operationally at the moment for various reasons. Neural LUM is an activity by a whole group of people with Sweden, Denmark in the boat, but a lot of others are there as well. It's another code base to do a neural-based LAM. Of course, then there's a lot of activity going on by ECMWF now, and I took this Destiny slides from ECMWF here, because it basically shows you they have a whole funded by Destination Earth, basically, and they have people doing AI now for ocean, AI for waves, AI for sea ice, etc. So they go through the whole Earth system components and use code and try to extend the code base to these and program applications. Then there's a foundation model activity in Europe. ECMWF is leading an Horizon project with a lot of partners involved on different levels, and the idea is to build a code base for a foundation model for the atmosphere. This is a transformer-based model. You always have this graph network architectures. You have transformer architectures. You have graph transformers. You can combine them. But so here it's based on transformers mainly, and it's very interesting. There's another extension of this in preparation as well at the moment, Earth generator, where you have climate scales and different other components being touched and involved. Direct observation prediction we have been mentioning a couple of times. This is with some scores Tony has shown a while ago. I mean, it's not the last week scores, but like 6 weeks old. And so training a model directly observation to observation and then using that is one approach how you can approach data. And of course, that is very interesting. On the other hand, it's not using a lot of knowledge we know we have to put that in. And I'll come to other data assimilation approaches in a second. Anemoy and Breeze we have already heard a couple of times as well. I mean, Anemoy is a framework and Breeze is a stretched grid approach which you can then run on a part of it together with the rest, as you see here. And it's operational at Met Norway. Principal operation is always a question where you go operational, because what ECMWF calls operational is technically operational for a weather service usually, and then you come and bring it into the products, and that is called operational at some point. But in principle, it's run, and other weather services are also exploring this. I know that Meteor Swiss is doing it. We heard just that Météo-France is looking into it. And it's, of course, an interesting approach. I put some scores in here as well, comparing AICON and AIFS, because it's interesting. I'll show you the next score, because it's the same code base, but it's trained in a completely different way from scratch. Yeah, we are not using error, and you see this. The system characteristics are different. So here you see that we are not as good as AIFS in medium range and upper air. So 500 hectopascal is ECMWF's best scores, and you see this. We are here behind. It's slightly red. On the main variables, I put in here surface scores, and here you can see. I think this is really. I've been looking at this for a while now, just at these scores. You have the Pangu GraphCast here, Pangu weather, AICON, IFS and ICON as operational physical models, and then the AIFS and its comparison scores. So the lower the better. This is 170, 180 hours here shown, and root mean square error on the top and means on the bottom. And then you see here for example, winds, pressure and 2 meter temperature here. You see, for example, here AIFS and GraphCast being pretty close on the winds, AIFS being better than GraphCast on the wind on the 2 meter temperature, quite much better. But you also see ICON and AICON here in blue being better than all of these at the beginning here, even for 5 days. Trained on the ICON Dream reanalysis. So the reanalysis properties kind of pull over to the AI model behavior to some extent. And we have a stronger error growth, of course, and the pressure has some problems here still. Whoops. But in principle, you can kind of study these system behaviors. And you can also see, one of the conclusions for me is as well, that the meteorological community, with a combined effort, can play a significant role in this field. It's not that just the data scientist teams in the big tech will do the whole job and we are out of job and can just let them do this and buy the models. That's not what we should do. We have the competences to actually program this from scratch. We can run it, we can operate it, and we have the experiences of what actually the things mean. Yeah, here's some other comparisons on the surface scores for AICON compared to AIFS, it's good, and also precipitation doing quite well. We have a 13-kilometer global model trained here, so the AIFS, I think, is 20-ish, a little bit, so it's another resolution. At the moment, coming from the reanalysis, but it's fine-tuned on the, yeah. So, yeah, and the last slide on this, you see as well, you can look at different scores. Here we looked at power spectra, and you're having the right activity of the AI model, which tends to smoothen due to the loss function, is important, and it's possible to make quite a lot of progress here. And we again compared all of these here with spectral decomposition, and you see all the models, how they behave, and ICON is doing quite well here in this particular plot. Here's our DWD operational chain now to close this part. And you see we have a global model, 13 kilometers. We have an EU nest of 6.5 over Europe, all with ensemble data assimilation, but not the same way as ECMWF is doing it. It's a different system. Then we have a 2-kilometer Central European system with a 500-meter operational nest in it running every 3 hours. And we have a rapid update cycle of this system with 2 kilometers, which runs every hour, 45 minutes behind the time. And then art ensembles and also the AICON is now part of this whole chain, and this is running every 3 hours and 7 days forecast on an A102, A100. Okay, and then the data assimilation. So I already had the DOP here. This is an alternative approach. You can basically bring back the knowledge of classical data assimilation into AI when you change the loss function. So when you use the classical data assimilation minimization function into the AI training, you basically bring back all the data assimilation into AI, or the AI into data assimilation as you want. And here you have, for example, the loss function written, and we have tried this, and we are developing a system, and there are first results on this. Looks quite promising, and that's basically a fast way to do the minimization and then to run a data assimilation system and come up with an initial state based on AI. This is only a part of the story, and I will spend the rest 5 minutes on further activities. And there are AI centers, for example, at Météo-France and DWD now, and they go through the whole value chain of activities and support different parts of the institutions with AI developments. And you see a number of keywords here, like generating forecast text, expert and support processes, downscaling, etc., etc. And of course, regional reanalysis and their adjustment to particular applications is a part of it. Quality control, road weather forecasting, very different particular applications. And there are libraries developed on this as well. Météo-France is having a library, DWD is having a library with partners, and then you have Anemoy. I see this as complementary libraries. They don't do the same, they have different features, different characteristics, and they are quite nice to look into, and they are all open source, though they are not necessarily immediately available. You might have to register, but there's the Météo-France library has much more vision transformer things in than we have, and we have much more observation related things in than in the other libraries. So it's very nice to have them. And then we come to the language again at the end. And we have been trying to develop, and we have developed actually an interface and a system which is able to now make LLMs, to integrate them into applications. And one part of it is a user interface where you can basically pick your LLM, have full control over privacy, full local functionality available, and an agent framework in the background which you can program and extend yourself. We call that David, but with a W. And it's a reasoning system. So you can go and ask for meteorological derivation. It can give you equations. That's a little bit like what ChatGPT can do as well, but here it's all transparent. And actually we have ChatGPT as one of the possible models, as you see here. So depending on what you plug in the background, you can do what you want. And you have here OpenAI models, you have meta models, Mistral models, Toyken is another project, and you could add to this. Anything you can run, you could just plug in and use, and then you have all the control about what you want to do and how you want to integrate it into your applications and your development. So now using this, I have 2 slides to go. One is AI fronts. Feature detection and detection of phenomena is an emerging topic. We had it yesterday in a number of talks as well. Here we have an operational front detection running now. We are just putting it into all the processes and making it available wherever necessary. And this is a UNet-based AI application ported to the frame now as well, to all the libraries which we use in the framework of this frame library. And this is an example of feature detection algorithm. And I have another slide here on a different example, and that is multimodal LLMs. If you give an image to a multimodal LLM and you say, for example, I could take a photo here of you and say, where are we? Explain what you see. And it will tell me, yes, so you are here in this looks like an auditorium. It's it sees perhaps some French written somewhere. It says it must be in France, etc. If it sees a cloud top height image interpretation, it's something, perhaps are you on the EUMETSAT conference. So this will come from the large language model. And so the large language model can also take any of our data and interpret it. Here, for example, this is just an example I put into this training material. A cloud top height over Central Europe. It's a satellite-based data integrated into an image with boundaries, and then I ask, please interpret the structure shown in the image, identify regions, etc. And I just run this through a multimodal LLM, and you get back a full interpretation of what could happen, what meteorological process could be there, and what's the danger at the moment for Spain and for Sweden here, where you had high cloud top heights and potential thunderstorms, deep convection. And it finds all of this, and it can do already at the moment. This is a live example from beginning of the year, actually. And so we are at a point where bringing reasoning and bringing our forecast together is easier than it has ever been in the past. Yeah. So my summary here is users get new access to information through large language models. You can just say, show me how you derive, how you integrate your potential and get the pressure or any other. It gives you the equations, it does the integration, it gives you information, it links into the literature. There are new techniques for fast analysis and modeling, nowcasting, forecasting, monitoring. This is all one cluster of applications. They are there, we can use them, and we are using them more and more. The characterization and detection of phenomena, processes, features, their relevance can be automatized in a way which we didn't have before. We could use threshold-based algorithms before, but now bringing all the information together is at hand. It wasn't possible until recently. So, and then conceptual interpretation of observations becomes possible in a new way with insight, understanding, and impact merged. So we are in a train which is going. We are now on the train, I would say, but there's a lot ongoing. And if we look into foresight process for 20 years, we should take this into account and think what it actually means for our measurements and how we set up the satellite programs and any other program. So thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Roland. Time for a question. I see Dale here in front, and then...
Thanks very much. Very interesting presentation. I just wanted to remark that for years we've had trouble with T2 meters as a verification because it's very sensitive to the underlying surface. So if you have different grids and different verification models and the model you're running, whether you're over the land or the sea, and the topography is often represented differently as well. At the first couple of days, we find that T2 meters is just a very difficult field to really compare in a fair way. And I've seen that in a lot of other papers like GravCast and so on as well. So just kind of a note of caution on that there.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, it's actually, we tested, perhaps one remark, we tested different orographies because we had in our training, we had the wrong orography accidentally. And then we put the other in. It was pretty stable in the end. So, yeah, but it's an important discussion, yeah.
Thank you, Roland, for your very interesting presentation. I had a question about the timeline. Is there any timeline for making AI models operational at DVD?
I mean, we have it in it's run operationally alongside with the NWP. So technically, from the technical point of view, for my department, I'm heading the NWP, including data assimilation and modeling, and from our side, it's operational. It's the use of it, so the whole process, of course, continues to the weather forecasters. We have an introduction group, so a migration group, running. They look at it, they can look at it now, and then that's always a question of, you have a team of forecasters. It's interesting, we had a workshop in the summer on AI for products and services, and we had the Met Office forecasters, chief forecaster there, and our chief forecaster, and they both came with the same problem. They said, we have too many models. We cannot look at all the models, and so if we want to evaluate a new model, we don't have time to do this. So the question is how long, what's the schedule? Yes, we want to, I mean, I would say as soon as possible, they should at least have a look and use it regularly, but they have very detailed plans of what they use when. I mean, precipitation, danger here, danger. So when would you look at what model and check it? And that will take a while, so they need experiences, and when would you trust a model enough to say we use that and we base our judgment on that model? And that is, of course, where we all don't know what the AI models will really do in all these important cases. And that's, I think so, in this sense, it's very tricky to make a plan. We have plans, but it says like a month or at most a year until this becomes officially operational for the forecasters as well, and it's available. When is it available on open data? Have a discussion on that, and yeah, it's I have seen how good the system is, and I thought you can put it onto open data, but then, yeah, it's always a question who wants to use it for what.
And my second question is that into what extent do you think that these AI models can support the forecasters for the forecasting? And
I think they are, I mean, we are looking at these fields now for a while, I mean, forecasts of our parallel routine, and it looks pretty similar to what our other model is doing, we used for training. So I would say wherever it is more or less similar, which is most of the scores which are not the extremes, I would be quite confident that it tells you what will happen in a quality which is comparable to our physical model. If you go to extremes, I'm not sure because we haven't run it for long enough to really know. Yeah, we have run it for a year, but in a year you don't have that many extremes to judge it completely. And so for that I would make a question mark and see.
okay, thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for this very comprehensive AI walk.
Sorry, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm just too anxious. Thank you again for this, building this capability and sharing with all of us. From a user point of view, do you have a framework infrastructure very similar to the use of ECNW reanalysis so that we can leverage your database, not just model, but also satellite measurement, in-situ measurements required for a comprehensive AI training for a local area of interest. So again, just leveraging your capability that you already built, that you can share this kind of data resources for other people to take advantage of.
Yeah, we are in principle open to share this. The full data set is at the moment at least 7 petabytes. We have lying around, and we are extending in different directions at the moment, and we are now generating 2-kilometer reanalysis as well, so it's running, which will be another 5 petabyte when it's done at least. So the question is always, what do you want to share? Of course, this training of the AI models is done on 13 layers. That was what a lot of people used at the beginning, I mean, the big tech, and we followed that initially. So the current system is trained with 13 levels plus surface. And that's, of course, much less. So if you wanted the training data set for the model only, so the analyses, there would just be 100 terabyte or something like this, a little bit more perhaps. But so that is feasible to put online somewhere. And but of course, we don't want to stay there, and we want to continue. And then the observations, most of the observations are fine. They are part of the reanalysis, but some of them might have some restrictions. So we have to be really careful what we can put online and what we cannot put online. Mode S, for example, we'll probably not be able to put online and if we use it. I mean, for the regional, we do. So there are a couple of questions. And Google was the first to ask for the data. And we were kind of not saying no, but we were also not saying it's our first priority to get the 7 petabytes to Google to make them use them. So we have given them some data in a slower pace, which was running with available tools. And yeah, so in principle, we are open, and it's CYBB 4.0, so it's a free license on the data, but it's a little bit a question of where we put it, for whom to use, and how easy we get. I mean, it's just a massive data set. That's, yeah.
Thank you very much, everybody, and thank you for the very interesting presentation. I think we have to move on because we're a wee bit over time. So our last speaker before lunch is Heikki Pohjola. He is working at the World Meteorological Organization in the WMO Space Program. Prior to that, he's been at EUMETSAT working as a remote sensing scientist, particularly on the Meteosat third generation lightning imager, which is now in space. He also has experience in weather radar and lightning detection system in the private sector through work at Vaisala. So he has experience spanning space to ground-based systems. So we're very happy to hear your presentation, Heikki.
Thank you very much, Rosemary, for your kind introduction. So I did this work with Deutscher Sounders, so he's the one who is supporting WMO in especially with the Oscar Space. You will learn more about that in a minute. So this presentation is about the gap analysis, and it's very much contributes to the Paolo's introductory slides about the foresight. And the content of my talk, first I'm going to introduce a little bit what is the concept of the WMO gap analysis, then how it relates to WIGOS vision, and what is WIGOS vision indeed, and then which tools we are using. I will talk a little bit about the Oscar Space, and then I will show you the exact results on the gap analysis where we are now. So this relates to this kind of triangle. So first of all, we have WMO user requirements. So these are the needs expressed by the users reviewing the status of the observing technologies. So yeah, and in WMO, there is rolling review of requirement process, which is reviewing these user requirements every 4 years. And then for these requirements, of course, also the satellite programs try to contribute. So there is space-based observing system consisting CGMS and CEOS programs, and also many research missions. And then on the other hand, we have then WIGOS Vision, which is then giving you the projected developments of the WIGOS to meet these requirements. And these all are linked together. And here in the gap analysis, what we try to do is that we compare the WIGOS Vision projected view to the existing and planned satellite programs. And for this, we need, of course, data, and that's why we have OSCAR database. So it's quite an effort by WMO keep this up and running. So it's WMO maintained online resource since 2012, which combines actually 3 components. It consists current and planned satellite programs, satellites and the instruments since 1960s until around 2045. It has around 1,000 satellites and around 1,200 instruments at the moment, 800 for the Earth observation and around 400 for the space weather. It also links to the surface-based part of the database. It has stations, platforms under WIGOS, and then also, most importantly, to the OSCAR requirements, which is indeed a database for these observation requirements for WMO applications and for all relevant variables. So OSCAR Space is it's a kind of metadata database. So it doesn't have actual observations, but it has all the details of the satellites and the instruments, the mission objectives, and the details of the frequencies, etc., and which variables or applications they are actually contributing to. And most importantly, it has the timeline of the instrument when it was launched, becoming operational, and what is the end of life of the instrument. So that's, of course, very important for us. So, as said, gap analysis compares the satellite information recorded in OSCAR Space to the instrument capabilities listed in the WIGOS Vision document. So there we list that, okay, these are the capabilities we would like to have 2040, and then we can reflect that to the database itself. And so we categorize instruments according to these WIGOS definitions. And we do this study annually for the Earth observation and space weather. And the current one is representing next decade, 25 to 35, to support also the CGMS activities like CGMS baseline and the CGMS risk assessment, which are separate activities on this, but also linked. So in the gap analysis, we consider satellites which are approved at the time of the analysis, typically December every year, and it does not include commercial missions. So we also see that we want to concentrate on missions where data is available. Otherwise, of course, I mean, it doesn't make much sense. So we follow WMO open data policy. So what is WIGOS Vision? So WIGOS Vision is high-level targets to guide the evolution of the WMO integrated observing system. It has future states for the space and in situ component of that. And at the moment, it's desired state 2040. And it anticipates the fully implemented and operational framework supporting weather, climate, and water. And this document itself, it was approved, or current version was approved 2019. But now we are in the middle of updating this document. And there was a presentation on this on Monday, if you are interested. And as you can imagine, listening to the previous presentations, it's quite challenging time to actually see that what is needed and what is available 2050 in terms of space-based and also surface-based observations. At the moment, the document divides the space-based systems into 4 components. So there is a subcomponent 1, which is a backbone system with specified orbital configurations and the measurement approaches. And then there is a subcomponent 2, which is a backbone system with open orbit configuration and flexibility to optimize the implementation. And then third one is for the pathfinders and technology and the research missions. And the fourth one is for the commercial contributions. So the subcomponent 1 is covering the operational missions, more or less, where CTMS was committed to, and also, of course, some CEOS missions are there. And then we collect this information, and this is just an example of the raw data for geoimagery, for example. So we have there satellites and the instruments for the different geolocations, and then they have the launch date and the end of life, and this is how we then can see that, okay, where we have actually capabilities available or not. Now I come to the first subcomponent. So this is the subcomponent 1 and our geostationary core constellation. And there, WIGO's vision says that we should have a minimum 5 satellites providing complete Earth coverage. And as you see here, WIGOS is saying that we should have a WIS, IR imagery, IR sounding, lightning, UV-WIS, near-infrared sounder, they are available. And here, as you see, situation is pretty good. So here you see the definition of the colors from red to green, and you see that we have there some gaps in the IR sounding and the UV-WIS near sounding, but otherwise it's green. So hyperspectral IR, the FI4 and MTGS are the only geosatellites hosting the hyperspectral IR sounder until 2030. And then we have gaps over the West Atlantic, Indian, and East Pacific Oceans without confirmed plans in the next decade. However, Himawari 10 and the NOAA GeoXO, they will improve the situation with a hyperspectral IR. And then also I list here the CTMS baseline. So CTMS is also providing this kind of baseline, which is then listing the baseline instruments, how the CTMS was committed, and it's indicated in purple or pink in these charts. And for the UV-WIS near infrared on GEO, it is actually situation is that using reflected solar radiation at UV and visible wavelengths from GEO is very limited at the moment. So GEO satellites in orbit with that capability are the GeoComSat 2B and Tempo launched in 23. And then just launched MTGS-1 and with Sentinel-4 is enhancing the coverage over Europe. But it still leaves the gaps over the Mid-Atlantic, Asia, and the Pacific in the next decade. And here you see the numbers of the geo slots covered in the chart. Then we come to the LEO satellites in the subcomponent 1, and here you see that the requirement by the WIGOS vision is that we should have 3 orbital planes, morning, afternoon, and early morning. And here you see that the situation is pretty good for the next decade. So only slight gaps are there in the day-night with imagery, and of course microwave imager as well. And just a little bit more details on the day-night visible imagery. So there are capability available only for the early morning satellite by CMA and early afternoon by NOAA, and there are no other plans for the late morning orbit, day-night imagery at the moment. And for the microwave emitters on LEO, this is also reducing with the retirement of the DMSP satellites. And but of course, then there will be WSFM, which is now then early morning orbit at the moment, and potentially, of course, replacing this gap. And both the early morning and early afternoon orbits are at risk anyway in the next decade, because the plans needs to be put in place to provide continuity for this. And then there is a backbone system with specified orbital configurations for the subcomponent 1. So this is the other capabilities in this category. And as you see, there are more and more gaps when you go to the further in these subcomponents, and you see that there are still few pink lines where the CGMS agencies are committed, and there the situation is pretty good. But there is, for example, gaps in the IR microwave for the sea surface temperature and land surface temperature, and also the greenhouse gas measurements are decreasing until the end of the decade, and then also the serious gaps in the limb sounder and low frequency microwave, precipitation radar, and the cloud radar. Also, we don't have anything, any plans after EarthCare, and also the same thing with the solar spectral solar irradiance. Then the subcomponent 2, which is then to optimize the implementation of the subcomponent 1, and there you see, of course, more and more red when you go further into the subcomponents, and here you see that there are gaps in all the LiDAR measurements, and also the limb sounder, which is a serious gap, and then also the microwave sounder on GEO, which is their additional line as well. Then this was for the next decade, but then if we take a quick look for the until 2040, so this is now same graphs, but indicating the years from 2035 to 2044, and this is GEO part here, and this is LEO part, and as you see here in the backbone system, we are doing pretty okay with the GEO and LEO, but then when you go to the additional capabilities, which are also important, you see more and more red here in the several systems where there are no any plans in place. And if you then go to subcomponent 2, it's almost red, so you see that for these missions which are there in the subcomponent 2, there are hardly any plans, and the serious gaps in any of these. If we conclude, if we collect all those gaps from those charts, there are actually 18 gaps, which is of course a big number, and the big request to fill all those gaps. But then if we try to look at them a little bit from the application point of view, and maybe categorize a little bit, which would be in the short term, especially the most important ones, this is what we would like to summarize, is that the most critical gaps for this decade, especially, is the Doppler wind LiDAR on LEO and drifting orbit, high temporal microwave sounder on LEO. Then also you see the decrease of the greenhouse gas measurements, which are of course very important from these applications and one of the main activities of WMO. And also there are gaps in the low microwave frequency and this is of course, so we see that there are no missions with the low frequencies included, and this is for the soil moisture and salinity especially. And of course, there is no plans for the cloud radar or backscattered LiDAR after Earth care, and limb sounder is also in IR and microwave on Leo drift and shortwave occultation. If you want to learn more and you want to see the details, there is a link to the CGMS presentation on this very same topic, and there you can find the details of all these gaps. Then of course we also covered the space weather, so I just very shortly present a little bit results on the space weather. Here we have a little bit different approach because space weather is it's a bit different story there, so you always don't need all the 3 satellites on orbit, etc. But I try to cover this a little bit. So solar remote sensing observations, you see that there we have gaps in the solar X-ray imager, for example, and the spectrometer. And especially you see big gaps here in the solar UV spectrometer imager measurements, Sun-Earth line, and also off Sun-Earth line. It's completely missing. And there you have a solar vis spectrometer imager, also missing Sun-Earth line and off Sun-Earth line as well. So you see these are the most critical gaps there. And then also you see the gaps on the solar heliospheric imager and the solar magnetic field imager here at the bottom. And again here you see the pink, you see the missions where CGMS agencies are committed, and there of course the situation is pretty good. Then again for the interplanetary solar wind and the magnetic field, you see that there is a gap late decade for the high energy particles on L5 orbit, and then also slight gap in the geomagnetic field, but for the ionospheric and the thermosphere situation is good there. So I think that was my last slide. I will conclude and ready for the questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Heikki. So we are now also in the process of developing the future WIGOS vision. So both the development of the user landscape and the development of the technology are also the key elements of the discussion. So I'm looking for it's timestamps. Please go, because timestamp. It's difficult to see from here because we have the lights.
Thank you for the presentation. I have a question regarding high temporal revisit of the poles. Is there a requirement linked to highly elliptical satellites, or is it already covered?
Can you repeat?
Yeah, is there a requirement linked to the high revisit satellites in elliptical orbits? For instance, the Arctica or future AOM missions?
No, there is no specific requirements for that at the moment, but this is definitely taken into account in the next revision of the document. So at the moment, Vision does not explicitly say that the HEO capability should be there. But yes, it's under. We will take it into account. Thank you very much for your comment.
What's the reason for precipitation radars being so red? Is there any?
So there is only GPM, and I mean there is just no continuation for that. So there is no commitment for that. So of course we know that there are some plans, but we cannot put them here before they are confirmed. So we don't want to kind of have it speculative. So that's why it's still red. Same thing for the microwave. I mean, there is of course EPS Terna. It's not actually included here because it's not fully approved yet. Go ahead.
Oh, actually, it's not a question, it's a comment. I would like to thank you very much for the Oscar WMO database. It's such a useful data tool. It's like Wikipedia for community, maybe even better. I'm using it frequently. I know my colleagues of mine also using it. Keep going, don't stop, do improvements, and include future missions.
Thank you so much for your comment.
I kind of have a question that maybe is more to the audience than Heikki. So you see reflected in Heikki's presentation of the current baseline, particularly with a view to NWP, the classical orbital coverage where space agencies commit to covering certain orbits. The question is, do you think that will be a valid approach in the future? Is that a good approach? Is it actually necessary, or is a different orbital coverage interesting? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking at the current status quo and a continuation of that. I think with AI models and their ability to use more different types of observations, and I'm thinking here of, I think there's some evidence that data from satellites like EarthCare will have a bigger impact in an AI system than they do in a physical-based model, because we have difficulty in doing the forward model operators for the visible components. And also, because with a physical model, NWP centers are focused on observations that have a prolonged impact on forecast skill for multiple days, and that draws you to focusing your efforts on passive microwave and and thermal infrared sounding. With an AI system that's being trained on reanalysis or real observations, that might change, and there might be more of a focus on the clouds and the aerosols, because now we can use that data more effectively. So that gap in the EarthCare follow-on may be more significant, I think, in the AI future than it would be in a physical model future.
Yes, somehow you have the possibility to use, let's say, the EarthCare example as a sort of field campaign where you train part of the AI for specific convective aspects, and then you expect or you hope for transferability, so the use of a short mission can be highlighted somehow in that.
Yes, just add to that. So we are in the middle of this WIGOS Vision update project, and it's definitely one of the key questions. Should we keep this kind of backbone system, which is defined orbital configuration? We don't know. So it's hard to see what is the situation 2050. But then on the other hand, it's very important document, this WIGOS Vision, to support plans of the space agency. So if we say there that okay, do whatever you want, so then it's kind of also maybe useless document then.
Yeah, and I was just picking up on Paolo's point. It's an interesting idea that potentially in the future, you may just need to have a observation type for a short time to train the AI system, so then all the other satellites learn how to interpret that element of the atmosphere. But then the question comes with a changing atmosphere and a changing climate, how frequently do you need to retrain? But even from a surface network perspective, you may be apply it to space, but from a surface perspective, if you want to forecast better in Africa, having a super site in a few locations running for a few years that allows AI systems to teach satellite data how to interpret surface data over Africa. Subsequently from that, you may not need a super site and the satellites may be able to do the job. So it may be a much more dynamic environment. It's pure speculation on my behalf, but the rate things are changing, all of our assumptions might be completely thrown up in the air.
My understanding is that process understanding and classical arguments, not classical systems, are becoming even more important for the following reason. If we go that route, AI systems, what do? If there is a dependency, they are optimal in picking it up. They don't need our differential equations, whether we can do them well, whether we get a good parameterization for subgrid scale in, they don't care. If they can make the dependence on the scale we have, they will find it if we train long enough and if we have the right data set, first point. So when we know there must be a dependence by our understanding of the processes, the AI probably will find it and use it. If there is no dependence, and if we know this is different, then again, it will not find anything. The second point is that it is very good, in particular graph architectures, in generalization. So if you have something in one place and you have the same kind of graph everywhere and you learn parameters from one place, it can use them in others. So if you have very good observations in one place, it might be enough to learn something which you can use everywhere. And that is another kind of feature of these AI systems in contrast to our, I mean, in the past we had to put it all into our classical systems in a proper way, and of course you have differences in the tropics and in the extratropics, etc. And so AI tries to generalize, and that might help as well. So that are very, very generic arguments which I think are good to navigate into the future, because I'm quite sure that it will happen, that we can make use of that. And so I think a lot of the ways these tables have been generated in the past are good. I mean, I see us in a good situation because they have not just been on running a system with an FSOI or something like this, because that is always linked to the current system. And it gives you some answers, but you have to be very careful. And I rather have this balance of expert arguments together with system tests. And I think this is where we should go.
Okay, thanks a lot for the speaker this morning. We will reconvene at 2 p.m. If you want, it gives more value to scientific mission for developing, instead of developing parameterization, you will develop
I was talking to you. Personality shines through, but I would like to touch you. I'm a fool for you, for you. I was talking to you, to you. Personality shines through, but I would like to touch you. I'm a fool for you, for you, for you. Where's my sense of humor? All clear line of argument. When I walked out the blind stones, and I kept my eyes closed. Muttering the name, I make sure nobody knows. Nothing happens, so it goes, so it goes, so it goes. Like my sense of humor, all clear
metaphysical style. MAHO, metaphysical style. With the good day style.
Hypothesis, scientific parabolas, my lyrical projectile puncture, chronicle matter, bisected injected reflections, computating thoughts through travis of RAM stored in a floppy. T1 line connect intersect, riding brain waves like a silver surfer wireless mode in hand, paraphrasing sandy swords, I get metaphysical.
It's a good day. Good day. It's metaphysical style.
It's a good day.
MAHO, metaphysical style. With the good day style. And that fabulous clothes you wear. And the way you weave your hair.
Industrial toxic fumigation, symmetrical color resorts on the expressway through your scalp piece, like the tethering of the existing astrodomes in the form of the cats and the dogs, defogging the mind's eyes view in the never-ending quest for cheddar. Just call me Minnie, as the bar rises on the horizon for room service. Nervous inflections and chicks in the metaphysical landscape.
Metaphysical style.
It's a good day. It's a good day.
Good day.
It's a good day. It's a good day.
Good day.
It's a good day. It's a good day. It's a good day. It's a good Apocalyptic fusion eclipse, secondary thought processes, interjection of introspection. Reflective imagery burned into the corner of interdimensional trans-global marketing schemes. Loop, dreams, culminating of horizontal posturing, intertwined sheet music, epic in proportion, enigmatic implosions, inclusive of the masses, I get metaphysical.
Metaphysical.
It's a good day.
Oh yeah.
It's a good day.
Good day.
It's a good day.
Good day.
It's a good day.
Miho, Hator to the I. Yo, Tori.
It's a good day. It's a good day.
It's a good day.
It's a good day.
Good day. Good day. Damn, it was a good day. Page is still blowing up. Miho, Hator to the I. Yo, Tori. It's a good day.
No birds, no bees, no leaves on trees, November. No butterflies, no sun-kissed skies, November. No stories told, no hand to hold, November. No kiss goodnight, no love inside, November. You remember when we first met, don't you? You recall our very first kiss, don't you? But it all was blown away when autumn winds appeared. Was our short affair much more romantic? Laying on the beach with cotton candy. But I haven't seen you since your suntan disappeared. the fire was too hard to maintain in the rain. Oh, when the summer ended, you ignored me, not like in the heat when you adored me. Now you're gone, I was abandoned like a summer cat. No birds, no bees, no leaves on trees, November. No butterflies, no sun-kissed skies, November. You'll regret it when you're lonely, won't you? When you lay awake at night, I hold you. In the cold November rain, I stood alone and wept. Come inside my eyes and dry those tears before they fall. Catch the drops because they will speak
عاشقم ساختیم بار دیگر ز آتش غم سوختیم
time to make up your mind. I think you better close up. I got you to the purple rain, purple rain, purple rain, purple rain, purple rain, oh purple rain, purple rain. I wanna see you in the purple rain. Said I wanna see you. I wanna see you in the purple rain.
Le soir est triste, mon cœur est triste, ma vie est triste. Il y a le soleil qui s'est enfui et mon amour qui est parti avec lui. Le ciel sans voile est plein d'étoiles qui me dévoilent qu'elle est heureuse loin de moi et qu'elle ne pense plus à moi, loin de moi. Pourtant je chante, mais oui je chante, et quand je chante, c'est pour appeler mon amour, en priant qu'elle revienne un jour, pour toujours. Cette musique
down, said I don't want to suffer, but she told me she had nothing to offer no more. I sat down, said I don't want to suffer, but she told me she had nothing to offer no more.
Then I was made, and they made two, one for the lies, one for the truth, and I was touched, taken, horrified. Misshapen men with hanging breath still plow a road right to their death, and they are touched, taken, sanctified. Hold tight, there'll be no tears tonight, and all the owls sing. Then I was made, and they made three, two for the guilty, one for the plea, and I was touched, taken, horrified. That golden goose, she cannot move, she'll sink forever into the blue, and she is touched, taken, petrified. Hold tight, there'll be no tears tonight, and all the owls sing.
She was a fast machine, she kept her mother clean. She was the best damn woman that I ever seen. She had sightless eyes, told me no lies, knocking me out with those American ties. Talking more than her share, had me fighting for air. She told me to come, but I was already there. The walls are shaking, the earth was quaking, my mind was aching, and we were making it. And you shook me all night long. You really shook me, and you shook me all night long. You shook me all night long. You shook me all night long. Yeah, you shook me. Oh, walking double time on the seduction lane. She was one of a kind, and she was mine, oh mine. Just another course, made a meal out of me, and came back for more. Had to cool me down to take another round. Now I'm back in the ring to take another swing. The walls started shaking, the earth was a quake, my mind was aching, and we were making it. And you shook me all night long. You really shook me, and you shook me all night long. Oh baby, 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 you shook me all night long. Baby, 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 that you shook me all night long. Yeah, you shook me.
the door to tomorrow. Through scented fields I did follow. Reach out for a hand to touch. My mind falls over and over. Emily, my mind falls over and over. Emily, she knows the games we are playing. Is it real or a dream? She's not saying. Reach out for her hand to touch. My mind falls over and over. Emily, my mind falls over and what happened to tomorrow? Happened to tomorrow? Shining, shining. Rivers overflowing, fields are overgrowing. Dying, dying. My mind falls over and over. Emily, my mind falls over and over. Emily, my mind falls over and over. Emily, my mind falls over and
Hey, are you even paying attention to me right now?
that I shouldn't do seems to come so natural.
is a scene you set for new lovers. You play a part painting and you start by each gate will open another. Due to that all you said, it's probably hard to plan ahead. Due to that August said, it's better to bask in each other. Can't keep my seasons, wait for you not. Can't keep by you, held your breath, made the summer go on. Well, I tried to stay from the cold and the wind, making love and making it dinner, only to find that the love that they grew in the summer, well, it froze. Oh, February, April said, don't be fooled by that summer again. February, April said, well, half of the year where we'll never be friends. Can't keep our seasons wait for you not. Can't keep on you held your breath, made the winter go on and on. Can't keep on. Can't keep on. Can't keep my seasons wait for you not.
Incognito, bien dans ma peau. Incognito, je recommence ma vie à zéro. Incognito, bien dans ma peau. Incognito, je recommence ma vie à zéro. Incognito, sans dire un mot. Incognito, c'est pas facile de tourner le dos. M'en aller loin d'ici, m'en aller loin de toi, loin de moi. Loin d'ici, une autre vie, loin de toi, il existe une autre moi. M'en aller dans un pays où personne ne saura qui je suis. Solitaire, je chercherai sur la terre un coin où je t'oublierai. Loin de nous, loin de tout, loin du monde où j'étais ta possession. Loin de nous, loin de tout, j'oublierai mon nom et ton nom, je m'en irai incognito. Oh, bien dans ma peau, incognito, je recommence ma vie à zéro. Incognito, sans dire un mot. Incognito, je recommence ma vie à zéro.
amis de mes amis qui diront ce qu'ils voudront dans mon dos, je n'en saurai pas un mot. Je m'en vais au bout du monde, s'il le faut je me ferai teindre en blonde. Si jamais tu me revois, je te promets que tu me reconnaîtras pas. Loin de nous, loin de tout, loin du monde où j'étais ta possession. Loin de nous, loin de tout, j'oublierai ton nom et mon nom, je m'en irai incognito. Oh, bien dans ma peau, incognito, je recommence ma vie à zéro. Incognito, oh, sans dire un mot. Incognito, je recommence ma vie à zéro.
Porte toujours ce drôle de par-dessus. C'est vrai qu'il me va comme un gant, comme cet amour qui venait d'Orient. Tu n'as pas su, pauvre ingénu. Si je me rencontrais au coin de la rue, je me dirais bonjour mon grand. Qu'avons-nous vécu depuis ces 35 ans? Tu n'as rien vu, moi non plus. Il ne s'agit pas d'un malentendu, c'est que l'on s'est reconnu. Si je me rencontrais au coin de la rue, ce serait charmant, intéressant, bouleversant, fascinant.
shiny particles and shadings once continuous and clear through the skies. I always try to say it carefully when language isn't breezy, that we need some new equation for us now. Let's go outside when it doesn't feel right. We can disappear, I disappear, disappear. You really would when it doesn't feel right. We can disappear, I disappear, disappear. I wanna feel alive, free, loved in the sun, sun will shine, and we do what we want to do and never give up. Sun will shine, and we do, let's get together, we keep changing sometimes. Everything's amazing, then the silence reminds us we are lost. Stop listening to other people whose agenda doesn't seem good. An exception is the only thing we've got. Let's go outside when it doesn't feel right. We can disappear, I disappear, disappear.
Je voudrais mettre un truc en blanc marqué.
You really would when it doesn't feel right. I can disappear, I disappear, disappear.
Il faut tout remettre. On change pas. On n'a pas le temps.
I wanna feel alive, free, loved in the sun, slow motion, and
Good afternoon, everybody. Just a little note, most of the participants are actually late. We should be hopefully starting about 10 minutes late this session. Sorry about that.
No, but that was the talk by John Remedios, who isn't here.
We are a couple of last minute. We are actually a good amount of people there.
Yeah. And they were last week at EUMETSAT. Many.
Some in Collecte. He did last time, I think.
So this is the panel that Bojan and
yes.
Yeah.
Except that Bojan is part of those meetings.
Yeah.
But
No, I heard that Rose
is taking over, and then all of it.
What time do they start?
Hopefully they will be starting in 10 minutes. Took a bit of delays of the lunch.
Yeah, I watched partly online. It was quite good, the broadcast, no? So we can just not interact.
You almost don't need to go to film. Instead of watching from your hotel.
Otherwise, I would never have met him. So you know that's already good enough. See, here you go.
Your travel is
quite important.
It's worth it.
And many other people.
Yeah, no.
This is true. Let's see, where is this color from? Maybe one out with the blue. Tell me whether she would be good. Take $1 plus 2. That's 1.
John is stop on. Yeah, he's coming here.
Agenda hasn't got John in it anymore.
I don't know what, but no, but I think we go for. Yeah, John. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
You want me to be first? I don't mind. I go
yeah,
whenever
I
you
think
want
we
me.
follow the agendas. I don't know what happened to. I think they just. We just said 10 minutes, but they probably.
Well, if you look in the app.
Yeah. So the app probably has been wrongly updated. It was just 10 minutes delay, so they cancelled the first talk, but in reality is fully here. So I can start with, or do you, yeah. I can do, and then you do the other session. Okay, so apologies for this short delay, but it's my pleasure to introduce John Remedios. With yes, now we are back to the okay. John Remedios, Executive Director at the National Center for Earth Observation and Professor in Earth Observational Science in UK at Leicester, and of course is a physicist from background, but with a lot of interest and knowledge on across chemistry, geography, and other topics, and with a long experience on Earth observations landscape, and with a lot of, is a chair of the Truth mission as one example, so on which is really important in terms of calibration and very high accuracy instruments from space, and also advisor of the government on those topics. So it's a great pleasure because it will bring a bit, so as you have seen, we are moving into this journey today with different topics, and we try to understand across platforms, tools, services, and also the vision of what the Earth observation can look like. So and John will speak about future disruptions through super extreme events to tipping points. So this is really making us already being living in the 2050s.
Okay, thank you, Paolo. It's a pleasure to be here. Yeah, so I'm hoping to really build on this morning's session, but maybe take us one step further. So look a little bit at things that might be very different in the world to come and what that might mean, but starting from where we are already. See what works here. Yeah, good. Just a quick word about National Centre for Earth Observation, which I work for in the UK. I'm the director. The really important point I wanted to bring across here is that my perspective comes from being a research and development institute, but really working also very closely with operational agencies. So we do a lot of work with the Met Office and with increasingly with ECMWF. We work in the Copernicus services. We work with EUMETSAT on the products and specifications for instruments to come. So really coming from that, what could be different, what could be new about the observing system in the 2040 sort of time frame. So I just wanted to start with this, and I might well come back to it towards the end. If I just stop for a minute and take a sort of parachute view, as we would say, from a top level, and think about how do we really think about observations we need for the future. And I've done a lot of work on, say, for example, the specification of the Copernicus atmosphere instruments, looked at infrared sounders for the land surface, been involved in mission assessments as a panel and committee member for ESA. It actually becomes apparent after a while that people go down very well-worn routes. So if you look previously, if we were looking at the NWP requirements, we'd probably come from a, well, how do we use the model? What does the model actually use in terms of observations? We might look at next step evolution a little bit. So how does the model roadmap fit with observations? We might have looked a bit at perceived demands from certainly public services in NWP. So in other words, actually the weather forecast itself, what do people find about what works, what doesn't work, and perhaps some key users. And then we'd focused on climate records in a very scientific way, essential climate variables. What does the IPCC need to know? What does GCOS? Now, if you look, Global Climate Observing System, if you don't know. So if you look now and look forwards, I think it's actually quite a different picture. We talked a little bit this morning about how AI and those techniques in the model domain might change what we need and how data will look. But I think there's also actually coming from right from who uses the outputs of the meteorological systems, there's a very different feel to me about it. So, for example, if I look at NWP models, now there'll be much more hard questions about the quality, the resilience. There'll be some forward-looking stuff around, but very deliberate around drive towards high resolution. And some thoughts already you saw this morning about Earth system coupling, which I think we'll be exploring through the afternoon. In the world that I inhabit, there's a lot of people who ask questions about the demands and economic benefits. I understood that there was a talk about this from the World Bank on Monday or yesterday. But a lot of that, so not just the public, but a much wider variety of services that people actually need to see operating. And those services now are reaching a sort of, shall we say, already a more mature point where it isn't just focused on meteorological outputs, but actually takes on board other things. And we'll have a look at a couple of examples and what that might mean. And so there's also much more about business sector analyses. So recognition that each sector, the energy sector, the financial sector, they all need different things. I think there's a lot more on risks and warnings now in terms of hazards, even to the early warnings for all agenda and the responses to that. So it's always been there, but now there's a higher expectation, even in a time of limited resources. And then I think that climate has upped from just records to actually what difference does it make when you take that to COP, the Paris Agreement? How do we describe the changing state, which is what I'll get to in this talk, and what does that mean? I think, finally, I'd just like to point out, and we were hosting a meeting of the UK land community and the model Jules, which is actually part of the Met Office model operationally. At least there's a configuration that is. And what really struck me about the conversations that I had with a couple of people there in Leicester was a real drive about also understanding the other parameters we need that are not necessarily what we just get from the meteorological satellites or indeed the analyses or the in situ data. So I'll touch on that in the time. So if we want to talk about disruptors, it's clear that in the headlines, wildfires from risk to consequences is a much bigger thing than it was 10 years ago. It's been around for millennia. It's been around for as long as humans have been around. But for us, it's become a much bigger thing. The impact is much closer to us. And I'm going to illustrate from a bit of personal experience. So people ask me how my holiday was. Well, my holiday was in Porto in Portugal. And on the right-hand picture is a view from the top of our hotel. And you can see the cloud. I don't know if we can actually do it. You can see this cloud over here that after a while I realized wasn't a cloud in the normal meteorological sense because it was the same meteorology day after day, which was blue sky. And given what I've just said, it's not going to take much for you to guess what it actually was. Actually, our last days of holiday were entirely colored by that. So instead of having the bright blue forecast, we had a very cloudy forecast. Well, I don't know forecast, we had cloudy conditions, plus there was probably an air quality impact, which I haven't had time to go back and trace, but you could certainly see particles on the roads. And so I instantly, being that sort of person, I emailed back to my team in the UK, in London. On the left-hand side here, you have a plot of detection from the NASA FIRMS system, but it's powered by the meteorological satellites and by algorithms that Martin Worcester, who's part of our NCO at King's, written. So these are the 5 detections. Then we also looked at Sentinel-2 imagery directly. And these will be things you're used to. But if you look at this closely, you'll see that this is the city of Porto here, across the river. And you will see that this is the bank of cloud, actually this is the next day, but the bank of cloud that I was looking at in that photograph. But you'll also see the fires, so we can actually pick up the fires very well here, and the subsequent plume that went over the city. And if you look to that photo, which is taken from a tower on top of it, this tells you a lot. So my family and everybody on the tower was looking at this fire, and I was told by the restaurant owners that I was with in the evening that actually, people were not coming out because it was unusual to have fires so close to the city. And I think a number of people have remarked this year about the proximity of fires to cities. And of course, we saw what happened in Altadena. So suddenly, this has become not just news, but things that really are brought home to people, as many of our events are. But they're different to the normal hazards that we've been used to in the meteorological system. So I was very interested in this paper that I saw from the ECMWF team, from Joey McNaughton and Giuseppe, which was talking about fire risk prediction systems. This paper published last year. And they basically have 3 modules to this system. They have meteorology, fuel load, and human factors. So there's a 3-factor component. And you can see one of those is the conventional meteorology, but 2 of them are not. And the left-hand side of the diagram shows the sort of factors that go here into the fuel module, the fuel load. And you'll see that all of them are things that perhaps argue apart from moisture. The other things are all things that we wouldn't traditionally associate with even knowledge that we would use in a hazard service from a meteorological perspective. So it's really different. And the question is, first of all, should we be taking, and we are taking, an outcomes-driven perspective? So we're looking and thinking about what is it that we're going to see and need for a fire service in the future. And don't forget, this is just risk and prediction. Actually, the CAMS fire service does fire emissions for regional air quality pollution and the impacts on Mediterranean pollution and regional air quality and global climate chemistry. So there's, even in this fire service, there's a whole bunch of stuff. And in the blue boxes over here, I've just put some of the service activities that now could be run from some combination of the meteorological agencies, informed as well and supported by what used to be the R&D sector. So we actually play quite an operational role in some of these activities. So everything now from risk prediction to public information and impacts on air quality to aftermath damage assessment, diagnosis, causal factors, which are important in legal cases, for example. So who actually is at fault? So there's been a big discussion about insurance in Altadena. So that's one example where where these disruptive events, which we now need to deal with, actually are going to change our observing system, or change at least the requirements for the observing system. What we would actually observe depends, of course, on an analysis of prioritization, what we can get from elsewhere, and cost. So there are other factors, but just want to lay out that actually we need to come from that furthest end user outcome. I call it real people, real information end. Give you a different example here now. So disruptors, just to mention very quickly, volcanoes, that sort of thing, also very disruptive, and we need to think about those in the observing system. Another way in which we're changing is to think about different measurement systems, but what happens as you go down the scales. So as you really get to high spatial resolution, of course, that's when, even with climate, that's actually important because it's climate action, it's action at the local scale that people actually take most heed of. So just a word here on superheating and city services. So if you look in the BAM State of the Climate for 2024, and this is some work that we've done from NCEO and Leicester with our Met Office colleagues, we've looked actually at the stability of land surface temperature data sets that have now been running for decades against air surface temperature measurements, so the traditional way of looking at this, and seen actually that they are not necessarily relatable physically, but they have the same characteristics of stability, and particularly the ability to pick out super extreme hotspots, which are not well represented in the air temperature records on the whole. And it does vary. And of course, also, as this is the image on the left here, is a picture from the cover of the state of the climate. This is London at high spatial resolution. And you can see a surface temperature scale of the variety there. And you will get a representation of that in air temperature as well. And just to show you very quickly one picture. So this is now a picture of the maximum land surface temperature observed in 2024. So we can start to look at those extremes and think about the extremes as a complete global picture for testing forecasts of extremes. And then we can go the furthest extent. We showed London there. This is actually Birmingham. And now this is not just the land surface temperature absolute, but the anomaly. So the departure from some sort of mean temperature, rural, averaged over a year. And you can see, again, this structure that I mentioned, but you can also bring that structure into a seasonal perspective. So you can look at how does it vary from winter to summer. A lot of things you'd expect, but you can actually, in the detail, see the statistical representation of different regimes within the urban conurbation. And then you can look at the urban-rural differences or the green space suburban difference, so you can actually get into the local variations where people live. And of course, you can do that with in situ systems as well, but a challenge for that now forecasting. So if I just quickly summarize on urban drive. So I talked about land surface temperature, but I think already people recognize the next stage evolution around the codependencies with other drivers. So people often want other information to go with that. They want to know about the green space. They want to know about air quality. They want to know how externally driven hazards feed into those city services. So we've talked about fire plumes, and there have been big examples, but urban-related floods, whether in the flood or caused by urban development and climate data for cities. If we look towards 2040, then we're actually going to want to know quite a lot about structure of real cities within the models. So urban canopy, albedo, possibly improved boundary layer representation, and fluxes at high spatial resolution. So you can see a mixture then between the services that people want to know and where you expect to drive models in the future. I'm not quite so sure of my time because I'm not quite sure when we started, but if I'm doing well, that's fine, good. Okay, so those two examples are just examples where the observation requirements are being stretched by the services and the requirements that people actually have of meteorological related agencies and where they are responding. You can see in each of those examples, there is work being done, you know, the ECMWF with the fire, the Met Office, but not just the Met Office here with the urban heat and how we think about representation of cities. And other agencies and countries across Europe will be doing the same. But if we're now trying to think for the future system beyond that, the other big disruptor, which is sometimes a little bit of the elephant in the room, is this tipping points question. So I thought it would be interesting to take a look at tipping point and just choose one of them. So I'll just talk for a minute on the generalities and then switch to one particular one, which is perhaps fits with the two in that it sense brings in a focus on land surface. As for the other two examples that we just looked at. So this is a picture of tipping points. I've taken this from the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research. You'll see a number of locations. You'll be familiar probably with the Arctic and Antarctic ones, but there are ones on the land surface, including the Amazon and Sahel, and there are ones that are high altitude, like extrapolar glaciers, and then in the oceans with coral reefs. And in this case, the dots represent not a time, but actually a temperature relative. So think about the broad pool of temperature changes, of what predicted temperature changes, and give you an idea where somewhere towards the red. So anything that's a red dot, we're not so far away from hitting. Anything that's a sort of orange dot, which is the 2 degrees to 3.5, we're probably not so far away, potentially. So it's a risk. So it comes into your risk category. How near is perhaps a bit of a difficult thing to guess, but there's some evidence that we're warming faster than people think. So if you get to see the slides, there's something about interactions and tipping points, but in the interest of time, I want to focus just on the Amazon. Beautiful picture of the Amazon as we know it today. Of course, we know that it's changing, and we probably, if you read the science literature, you know there's been a big discussion about tipping point in terms of if you warm the climate sufficiently, the Amazon tips potentially into a state where it collapses, not overnight, but over a period of time, and again, there's some uncertainty about the period of time, but over an area big enough that would fundamentally change both the evapotranspiration and the conditions underneath it. And then we have missions that are going to tell us something about that forest evolution. We already know quite a lot, but just launched recently by ESA and pioneered by a scientific team from UK, France, and across Europe. The biomass mission uses a radar to look indeed at the forest in detail, high spatial resolution, structure and height. So we can actually, and amount of carbon stored. So a lot of the Amazon tipping point publicity is around the release of carbon that would affect, and the inability to be a carbon sink that also occur because of the carbon storage. But I want to just raise some questions and give some sort of senses about what that might mean for observing system here. So here is a slightly different framework, I think, than what we had before. Before we had services that we could look either at what was happening or look at what could be coming and how do we work out the observations. Here, I think, the question might be, what's the question? So I've divided it into three. A pre-tipping point state. So how well do we know meteorology over the Amazon now? How well are we monitoring that climate so we're able to tell when that process is happening? What do we need for the actual tipping point state? Because then you would have a rather more dramatic state in which instead of having forest, you would have presumably some sort of grassland type system. Very different height, very different interaction with the boundary area, very different evapotranspiration, completely different carbon cycle. Okay? So we would certainly need a better description in the altered land surface state, but also it might challenge us as to how well we're able to make observations in the impacted regions. For example, snowpack changes and drought changes in the US might be something that follows on. So I've put some things there, and actually even at a basic level we might need much better land cover information both now in the current pre-tipping state and in the post-tipping state. Are we actually capturing that flux well enough? But I return to that, what are the questions we're asking? You see, if you look at those tipping points, I haven't tried to go to the nearer tipping points, but I hope we will in the future, which is looking at polar and Antarctic tipping points. So I've tried to cover a few places where I think you know, we can raise some questions, some of which we think we're answerable, and in that case, I think we're really emphasizing some of the parameters we can measure in the meteorological system, but some of the other things we should measure, and also opening up some of the questions that we shouldn't ignore that have bigger unknown answers to. Clearly, to summarize some of this, I think what it forces us to recognize, and if you couple that with the talks from this morning, we will have to make decisions with some envelope of uncertainty. But one argument I would make is that we can actually use thought system, we can actually use design from literature and through thought experiments, rather than necessarily running numerical experiments, to try and give us an idea where those requirements will come from. Clearly, you might worry about that and go, well, we can't measure everything. And I think partnerships with other systems, such as Copernicus, are actually important in this frame. So when we're looking at the next generation system, we need to ask what systems will be running. And I'll stop there. Thank you for your attention.
Is it? Yes, I'm just waiting for lights. Thank you very much, John. So are there any questions in the room? And if I don't see you, make a noise, because it's very difficult to see.
John there.
Ah, thank you, Jonathan.
On the subject of tipping points, I think one of the things I'm quite interested in is, do we know what the precursors of the tipping point occurring are, and are we observing the precursors? Because that's much more useful for us than to say, yes, for example, oh dear, the AMOC circulation's collapsed. If we understand what might be the precursors in the environment to that happening, maybe we'll have some advance notice.
I think that's a very good question. I think it depends on the tipping point. So you probably know that in the UK there's this organisation called ARIA. They're actually putting a lot of money into looking at the Greenland stroke, North Polar circumpolar current, that sort of area, as to whether you can develop precursors of that. I think in the Amazon, I think people are already on the case. So I think whether we completely identify what the tipping points are, that's a good question. But I think in the next couple of years, I think people will really focus in on that because there's a real controversy there about even what direction things are heading in. So so I think it depends on tipping point, but I think it is the right question, absolutely. And I think one of the challenges we've got is to actually work out what experiments can be run to help that, because it could be that the tipping point is in the detailed process that occurs in that area. It could also be that the precursor is in something else related to it, right? So, yeah, I think that's where we're at.
Do we have any further questions? No? Let me see. If not, am I missing anyone? No noise? No.
I have, yeah. So back to the urban part, which I think will be extremely, let's say, relevant for the future development of services. Of course, we know if you're looking to the trend of population and the trend of mega cities, or how medium cities will become big cities and big cities will become mega cities, it's really it is incredible and certainly will bring our society to answer those questions. But back to the point, of course, the idea to measure the centimeter scale or the 1 meter scale from space is not there. So the problem is, what are the questions or what are the interfaces or the interface questions we need to put on the table to think about future satellite mission in that context?
Yeah, it's actually to my mind, it's actually a dual problem. So it's actually also what can the model use, or where are we going to drive the model to move further? So I actually had a conversation with Martine Best from the Met Office yesterday, actually on this very topic, and it was clear that some of the parameters that we could actually use already in the model actually exist from other satellite sources, or indeed sometimes from non-satellite sources. So just to take one to be quick, structure of a city and albedo is already used to some extent, for example, in the Met Office model, but it's always the same parameters for London, effectively. It's a London-like parameter. You can from space, or you can from indeed including commercial measurements, or from aircraft. Actually, some people already have, for many cities, very good topographic representations of cities. And albedo is something we probably can derive very well now, because it's more or less static. So you can make progress. The challenge there is getting it into the model and deciding what representation of it in the model actually makes a difference. And then you've got the next stage problems of then what people who live in the cities actually want, which is a mixture of meteorology and other parameters. So that's a different scale. So I think hopefully answer your question on the first, but I think there's some more work to do on the second to identify the variables that sit across that interface.
Thank you, John.
There's a question.
Yes, here. Where's the mic? Yeah, just in the middle.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. You mentioned several times that a better representation for the boundary layer is needed. And this, I think, especially for the urban areas. Do you have any hints on which experiments could be carried out to improve this aspect? Thanks.
Yeah, no, I'm afraid I don't really. I mean, that's one of the things that I'm trying to think about, because it's actually a problem in all sorts of things that we find. So, just to give the context for people, it's not just about the representation affecting our weather forecast for people who live in the city. It actually affects all of our ventilation out of gases and all that sort of stuff, and trapping of pollution within inverse layer. So, in theory, if you could infer, and maybe this is amenable to some AI type. In theory, if you could infer a very high resolution temperature profile or humidity profile, but temperature is the one I think about, you could test out the spatial and vertical properties of that. The question is, observationally, what does that mean? So there's one jump that we might be able to sort with AI, which is to see if there's some way of conveying past the physics and getting a better representation from a theoretical point of view, I call it that. But I'm not sure how to test that. And that, I think, might be the key question, because you really want to test spatial and vertically at the same time. So, yeah, sorry, I can't answer it perfectly.
This is a quick comment, actually. You mentioned that albedo knowledge is quite extensive now. It is pretty much static variable. I quite disagree with this statement. It is lots of information, but it's not static at all.
Any more comments? Any further questions? No, none from you, Paolo? If not, thank you very much, John.
Yeah.
So the next talk is from Christopher Taylor, and Christopher, even if starting as a moderator, then he moved focusing a lot on the observations to analyze the interaction between land surface properties and the atmosphere, especially in convective region. He is coming from the AMA generation, I can say so. So a lot of work on the West Africa, and especially for the interaction between land surface and atmosphere. Currently leads actually an AMA 2050 project, and also working as professor at University of Leeds and member of the NERC National Center for Earth Observations. So, and he will talk about observing interaction between the land surface and atmosphere from space.
Thank you very much, Paolo. So, yeah, I work at the UK Centre for Ecology and Hydrology, which was one of the small dots on John's map in the last talk. So I'm going to talk about the interactions between the land surface and the atmosphere. And the first part of the talk, I'm going to talk about some current science, which I think is quite exciting, about convection. And then I'll move on to how we monitor conditions and how we're helping to improve nowcasting. And then thirdly, thinking about future data sets and next generation instruments. And the map is obviously over Africa. I am going to have an Africa focus in this presentation very much. So this is a regime where numerical weather prediction is generally not very good. And there's a sparsity of in situ observations. So the first part then, I'm going to talk about convective initiation, some results that we've got which I'm quite excited about. So this is just lightning imagery from Meteosat 3rd generation, and predicting where, over the course of the day, predicting where those storms are going to trigger is a fundamental challenge with big impacts for people on the ground. So in my career, I've spent a lot of time thinking about, do we do any better if we know something about the state of the land surface? And overlaid here is surface soil moisture anomaly from normal conditions. So first of all, just a reminder how soil moisture impacts convection. Soil moisture regulates evapotranspiration. So as the soil dries down, in that graphic on the left-hand side, over time, at some point, evapotranspiration becomes limited and sensible heat flux starts to go up, and the land surface temperature goes up. And so these are having direct impacts on the properties of the planetary boundary layer on which convection is feeding. Now, soil moisture is not homogeneous, it's very patchy. That could be through things like irrigation, but equally and probably more commonly, it's through past weather events, so rainfall, essentially. And the images here just show an idealized two-dimensional cross-section through with a dry surface, and then in the middle is a wet patch at the surface. And then on the left-hand side is the boundary layer temperature. And you can see that the air is quite a lot cooler, as you would expect, because there's suppressed sensible heat flux. And because of that, we generate pressure differences, which drive circulations, and which you can see with the wind vectors. And we also get changes in humidity. So we get actually quite strong changes in humidity. And in this particular instance, we have the wind blowing from the left-hand side to the right-hand side. So actually, we've got really high humidity at the upwind side of this wet patch. And that's also where we've got strong ascent. So this is really perfect conditions for triggering deep convection. And we've done work over the years. This is not new at all. Actually came out of the AMA period. Using geostationary data, looking at time series of cloud top temperatures to see where storms actually develop and try to relate that to land surface properties. And we know that there is a favoured location for the initiation of deep convection on the downstream edge of a dry soil patch. And we've seen that in various places, not just the Sahel. So, I'm talking about this because I think we've recently got some new insight into this. And this is just looking at some convection over Zambia, just to focus the mind. So what we're doing new here is that we've actually got a lot more data. So we're using 21 years of MSG data, and we're looking all across sub-Saharan Africa. So that's a really diverse landscapes, really diverse atmospheric conditions. Secondly, we've got much better data, or better data anyway. So the group, Wolfgang Wagner's group in Vienna, have done a lot of work in reprocessing data from ASCAT, which has been available since 2007. And they're now able to bring the resolution, effectively the resolution of soil moisture information down to about 15 kilometers. So that's a big improvement. And then thirdly, at least over in the last 6 months of our 21 years, we've also got lightning data from MTG. So just very briefly, we define the initiation of deep convection as the appearance of a cold cloud. It has to get to at least minus 40 degrees C in an area which previously hasn't experienced cold cloud. So these are primary convective initiations. Really hard to, I was in a session yesterday, a workshop on nowcasting, and it's classic, you know, the example was over Europe. You know, we've got really favorable conditions over most of France, but actually it's only going to trigger in a few places, and it's really working out where it's going to trigger. So, you know, these are very difficult things to predict. So the first thing that we did was take our many cases, and in this case we've got 750,000 cases where we've got good soil moisture data. And we took all the soil moisture data and centered it on composited it on where the initiation occurred. So that's at 0, 0 on that plot. That's a space. And what we did was we rotated the data so that the wind at low levels, which is 100 meters, is always going from the bottom to the top of the page. And you can see that 0, 0, it's drier than usual, and actually there's a nice ellipse there of drier soil. So that's really very consistent with all the results we've seen before. If we just, as a metric to see how strong that effect is, we just compare the soil moisture in that solid box with the three neighbors. We can start to look at things, because we've got so much data, we can start to look at things like how this effect varies with topographic variability. So is it important in mountainous areas? And in fact, what we find is that over 90% of the initiations we still see this effect quite clearly, which is pretty surprising. And we also see that the effect is stronger in areas which are drier, which is not surprising because there's a stronger relationship between soil moisture and surface fluxes in drier areas. And again, because we've got so much data, we can start to map this effect. So here we're mapping how much drier that central point is compared to the neighbours. So the deeper orange and brown is where the effect is strong. And, you know, yes, the Sahel is a big hotspot, but there's an awful lot of Africa which has got quite a strong effect here. In southern Africa as well, and even down to the coast of West Africa, which is pretty wet if anybody's ever been down in there. And this is really picking up effects which are outside of the main rainy season. And we can also, so I've been using soil moisture data which is produced by the HSAF, but we've also used land surface temperature data produced by the Landsaf, and I've flicked the sign of the colour scale because drier soils tend to be warmer, but you essentially get the same picture, so that's really encouraging. But all of that is so far, yeah, I think we knew all of that. But what's exciting is thinking about how this effect is modulated by wind shear. So wind shear is a key element in severe storm development. And when we just look at cases where the wind, so when I'm talking about wind shear, I'm talking about the difference between the winds at low levels and the winds, in this case, at 650 hectopascals, so that's 3 or 4 kilometers up. If we just look at cases where the winds are aligned, you can see that we've got a different, the shaded contours show a different pattern, in fact. They're showing a stronger gradient, and we're not seeing that ellipse. We can do it for the other 3 wind directions, and again, we're seeing much stronger soil moisture patterns, and they are quite distinct. So what this is telling us is that this elliptical structure is just a superposition of much stronger, distinct patterns defined by directional wind shear. We can also look at, as I said, we've got 6 months of data where we've got lightning coinciding with the soil moisture data. And in this case, and that's for the particular case where we've got the very strong directional shear. So at mid-levels, the wind is coming back in the other direction. And that's common across most of tropical North Africa and some of Central Africa. And you can see that the lightning is really well organized over the drier soil in that condition. So by considering shear, the location of where convection is occurring and lightning is much more closely related to soil moisture than we'd thought before. We know that shear is an important control on convective initiation, and the plot I've just brought up, the black line, shows how rapidly the cloud is cooling as a function of the magnitude of wind shear. And so as the wind shear gets stronger, those clouds which do actually make it to be deep convective initiations are cooling much more rapidly. But the red and the blue lines are comparing the cases where you've got a favourable soil moisture configuration and an unfavourable soil moisture configuration. And you can see that the sensitivity to soil moisture is getting much stronger as you go to higher wind shear. And so that's important because, like, the most rapidly developing storms, it turns out, are the ones which are most sensitive to soil moisture. So this is really interesting in terms of thinking about, across Africa, there's a real lightning hotspot across West Africa and Central Africa where storms develop very quickly in highly sheared environments, and it seems that they are really quite sensitive to land surface processes. I'll skip over the mechanism in the interest of time. So I've been talking about the initiation of convection and the sensitivity to surface-induced circulations in the boundary layer. Of course, soil moisture isn't the only thing that can induce circulations. Land cover can do that. This is a study we published 2 or 3 years ago looking at deforestation in West Africa. So on the right-hand side, there's a trend in land surface temperature. When you chop trees down, the land surface temperature goes up quite a lot. So those red areas correspond very well to completely independent estimates of deforestation. If you look on the left-hand side, that's showing trends in the frequency of convective cores during the afternoon. And you can get a sense that actually there's a nice correlation there, and in fact there's a very clear, statistically very clear correlation. So areas which have deforested in the last 30 years tend to have stronger positive trends in convection. So I've also been talking about knowledge of today's soil moisture on this morning's soil moisture on this afternoon's convection, but you might think in terms of predictability, it would be useful to know what today's soil moisture tells you about tomorrow's convection or the day after. And these two plots just illustrate over a period of 20 days how the memory of a soil moisture pattern from a storm, how rapidly it decays. And you can see that it's the day after a storm, soil moisture looks a lot like where it's just rained, as you would expect. But that does decay quite rapidly as the soil dries, and also as there are more rain events coming in and messing up the signal. But this is important because you can also look at how a rainfall pattern is, how well correlated the rainfall is to the original rainfall. And you can see that in this plot, in the first 2 days, there's a nice negative correlation between where it rains on day 0 and where it rains on day 1 and day 2. And I've already told you that it rains on day 1 in a different place from in the drier places. But you can see that effect over the first 2 days. But because the land surface memory is so rapid, that you tend to lose this effect, except the black line, which is showing the driest quartile, the driest 25% of the data, which is because it's raining less frequently and because the surface tends to be drier anyway, the land surface memory is longer and stronger, and we actually get some predictability of rainfall even out to 8 days, which is quite surprising. And we've looked globally at this kind of land surface memory and the timescales of this. And this is just an illustration. The blue line is a pulse of, intraseasonal pulse of rainfall. And the orange line is what you see from surface soil moisture. So it responds pretty rapidly, but it also decays relatively rapidly. But the two green lines, one is vegetation optical depth, and the other is NDVI. And you can see that the response is less strong, but it's very long-lived. And so that's telling you that actually if we can better predict those processes, that response, then that can help to provide some predictability on longer timescales. And just finally on this quick tour of current science, we also looked at larger scale soil moisture gradients. This was a paper that came out a few months ago. And what we found was that big organized convective systems are quite sensitive to large scale of the order of several hundred kilometers gradients in soil moisture, and that's through the thermal wind relationship and increasing wind shear. So the MCSs tend to be larger and rainier when they're preceded by favorable soil moisture gradients. Okay, so that's the particular science bit over. I'm now going to talk about monitoring and nowcasting. So John mentioned earlier on about early warnings for all. And at UKCEH, we've been working quite a lot with operational weather services and universities and stakeholders to try to help them to improve their service in delivering early warnings and nowcasts of severe storms. And to enable this, we built a portal which is full of EUMETSAT data, which is freely available and live. And obviously it shows things that you would see on lots of portals like cloud top temperature. But it's also showing here we have a kind of objective routine for identifying the most active parts of the cloud system, so convective cores. And this has enabled us to develop AI and statistical nowcasting tools. So this was just an example when I was on the train coming down here. It's not a particularly good example, but it's not bad. So the shading is showing the likelihood of a convective core 4 hours ahead, with the red areas being, the model being very confident. And then the red shapes that you see are where the cores actually occurred. And that kind of predictability, that kind of result compares very favorably with what forecasters in operational weather services can do now. And I don't doubt that there are many better nowcasting models now and for sure in the next few years. There's a real opportunity here to get that information out and used by weather services. The other thing that we do on this portal, which I think is unique, is provide a real-time understanding of land surface properties, land surface state. And this is a typical plot of land surface temperature over Africa, and you can see some beautiful structure over, that's Niger running through the middle, with very fine scale structures of surfaces which are much cooler than usual and much warmer than usual, often, you know, varying on scales of a few kilometers. And that's because there's just been rain recently. So we can overlay, for example, the HSAF soil moisture, and the areas that were blue in the land surface temperature also blue in soil moisture, so they're wetter than usual. We can take a rainfall product. This is a 24-hour accumulation, and you can see that there's a very consistent signal there, so where it's just rained. And then, of course, we can look during the afternoon at where the convection develops. And even, you know, this randomly taken image, you start to get a sense that where that lightning is occurring is not entirely random, and there is a preference to be developing on those boundaries. So I talked about rainfall there briefly and the ASCAT soil moisture data, and just to do something a bit more quantitative, I did some simple analysis where over a 1 degree by 1 degree box, about 110 kilometers each way, just compare the change in soil moisture between the morning overpass of ASCAT and the evening overpass, and then compare it with rainfall accumulations. And the colourful plot you see there, the shading is the change in soil moisture. So the red areas is where the surface, ASCAT is saying the surface has got a lot wetter. The black contours are showing where this particular rainfall product puts a lot of rain. And there's a nice correlation there. So we don't normally get correlations that good, but actually when you look across Africa, on the left-hand side, this is with one particular product, which is called Rain over Africa, and I will come back to talk about that. And then on the right-hand side, over the same period, this is the average correlation coefficient, sorry. So the redder, the better. And on the right-hand side is the real-time HSAF product, H60. And you can see that immediately that the product on the left-hand side is much better than the one on the right-hand side in terms of capturing spatial variations in rainfall. And we can do that actually, we did it comparing it with iMerge, and this is iMerge, this isn't even the real-time iMerge, this is the iMerge 3 months after. And you can see again that rain over Africa is got much higher correlations with soil moisture than iMerge. So this is telling us two things. Firstly, it's telling us that this new 15-kilometer ASCAT data is doing a really pretty good job in many areas. And secondly, that there are big differences in the consistency of rainfall products at the mesoscale. So rain over Africa is much better than iMerge, is much better than HSAF. We can also do other things with the portal. So this is just an example soon after the lightning became available. On the left-hand side, this is a storm in Niger, and the little red dots are lightning. And then the shading is the HSAF precipitation rate. So those red areas are where there's, 20, 30 millimeters an hour estimated. On the right-hand side is this rain over Africa product, and you can see that it looks quite different, and it looks more radar-like. It looks more realistic. There's high-intensity rainfall at the leading edge of the cold cloud. And it also tends to be occurring with high intensity where there's lightning. And the bottom plot just illustrates that by saying that, for example, if you've got a rain rate with rain over Africa of 10 millimeters, if you go up, that says that you've got about a 1/3 chance that there'll be lightning there. And if you did the same with HSAF, it would be much lower. So that's telling us that rain over Africa is far more discriminating than HSAF in identifying areas with lightning, and we would assume more intense rainfall. So I'm going to move on to the final bit about data sets and next generation instruments, and I'm going to carry on talking briefly about precipitation and about rain over Africa. So this wasn't developed by us. This was developed by a group in Gothenburg in Sweden. But it's an example of AI producing significant improvements in a product with existing data. So it's using MSG, a number of channels, trained on GPM rain rates. I should say this is, apparently it's had a bit of a rocky road going through review because people were querying whether simply using 6 channels from MSG you could outperform some other products. But it is close to being accepted now, as I understand. And the code is available for people if they want to produce that in near real time. So I took advantage of, I talked to Simon and Patrick, who were involved in this, about where they saw the developments. And it's very consistent with things I've heard here, which is basically that in terms of precipitation estimation, AI is making big improvements now. And the next generation of iMerge is going to benefit from some aspects of AI. And in the medium term, AI should help to provide a better integration of multi-sensor instruments. And I guess medium term is really several years away. I did see somebody from the HSAF yesterday talking about, in a couple of years' time, a product being operational. But it's also important to remember that these AI algorithms need high-quality instruments in space to provide the training. So, for example, this morning there was a what happens to spaceborne radar after GPM dies, and it's the radiometers, high-quality radiometers, and things like, as I understand it, AWS and Sterna. I'm on quite a steep learning curve here, but as I understand it, they can help with this problem to make sure that in the future we can continue to benefit from the merging of different sensors. So the second area is about soil moisture, and these are some nice slides I got from Wolfgang Wagner in Vienna. And this is just highlighting the time series where we've been with the scatterometers. So starting off with ERS and then METOP, and now METOP second generation, which is due to launch next year or may even have launched already. And that will deliver some improvements in spatial resolution and in daily coverage. So that's going to really help with characterizing land surface variability. There's also some upcoming L-band SAR missions. So L-band provides better penetration of vegetation and soil, so we expect more accurate soil moisture estimates. And this is a direct quote from Wolfgang, which I completely agree with. So nonetheless, for soil moisture and flood monitoring, it's much more important to improve the temporal coverage than to improve the product accuracy through concurrent C and L-band retrievals. So for example, Sentinel-1 provides very infrequent but high spatial resolution and good quality soil moisture. So something I learned about was that there is a Sentinel-1 next generation, and that is going to really significantly help with this temporal resolution problem. So the third thing I want to mention is about boundary layer properties. And I just want to come back to those idealized model simulations. So the work we've been doing over the years looking at relating cloud properties that we can observe easily, cloud top temperatures that we can observe easily in response to land surface properties which we can observe reasonably easily. There's a mechanism there that we just don't observe. So, the boundary layer response in terms of temperatures and humidities, and then the circulation responses to that in turn. And of course, in the first part of that problem of observing boundary layer temperatures and humidities and boundary layer profiles and lower atmospheric profiles, I completely agree with the ESA headline here that MTG S1 hopefully will be a game changer. And then in my penultimate slide on this is thinking about vegetation water dynamics. So I said earlier on that actually characterizing the state of the vegetation can provide predictability on longer timescales. Now, existing observations of vegetation tend to be on the timescales of you know, daily out to quite long term. I should say this slide is from Susan Steele-Dunn. But actually, if we could observe what's going on at finer temporal resolution, then we really get a handle on stomatal regulation, which is controlling the evapotranspiration. And it provides an early warning of systems systems going into water stress. And so she proposed, along with others, a constellation of SAR instruments to observe the vegetation water dynamics, which I think could really, I mean, this is a longer term thing, obviously, but could really help with predictability on longer timescales. And then finally, my final slide, effectively, is on Hydroterra, which is a Earth Explorer 12 candidate. And this is a geostationary C-band SAR looking at the Mediterranean and Western Africa. And this is going to, from my perspective, the ability to observe surface soil moisture and integrated water vapor, you know, multiple times per day at very high spatial resolution is very exciting. And I think it will really help us to understand, you know, some key problems about how the atmospheric water cycle and the surface land water cycle interact. So just to summarize, we've got long, consistent data sets of increasing quality, and even now, you know, we're still gaining new insight into how the system works. There's implications for predictions of hazards over multiple time and space scales, and then finally, the missions coming on stream soon are going to offer us real unprecedented opportunities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think it's a very interesting presentation, a lot of material to cover. Are there questions in the room? Way up the back, if the microphone is feeling energetic. Not on its own, of course.
This is a pretty steep staircase. Dangerous if you had a beer over the lunch. Thank you very much for your talk. I was wondering, you showed that given drier soil moisture conditions, there is a higher likelihood of convective initiation, and that the storm tops are higher. Do I get you right? So, based on the severe storm research that I have read about, I think that the explanation is that the condensation level is higher, and there are some idealized numerical modeling research that shows that if you have higher condensation level, your thermal in the convective updraft will be wider, and if it is wider, it will suffer less from the dry air entrainment, so its core is more protected. So I was wondering, within the framework of nowcasting severe storms across this land, whether you actually thought about considering the height of the LCL as a predictor for the intensity of the convection.
Yeah.
And yeah, how that could help.
So the first point, I'm very glad you brought that up, because actually I didn't talk about it, but in terms of mechanisms, it's we think it's quite important, the amount of moisture which is coming into a system relative to its motion, and helping to build wider updrafts which are more protected from entrainment. So I'm reassured on that. But the other thing is that actually we're seeing this at boundaries of dry and wet, where actually it's not so much the lifting condensation level at over a uniform dry surface, but it's, let me find it. It's, if you can see the purple line at the bottom, that's the wet patch, and on the right-hand plot, you've got increased humidity, you've got a lot of convergence, you've got perfect conditions, and you've got, you know, obviously you've got updrafts there. So that's what is the key mechanism, which is providing the initiations on the gradients rather than on the center of the dry areas.
Can I have one quick follow-up question? In your opinion, how good are global forecasting models with the local variation of this and pre-convective environment?
So, well, first of all, I mean, 10 or 15 years ago when we started looking at this, we had global models which had convective parameterizations. So, and they systematically get this relationship wrong. Now we have the first well, I don't know if you're talking about global or regional, but you know, we're in an era of convection permitting models which explicitly capture this behavior. But in terms of prediction, then the trick is to be able to initialize the land surface accurately enough. And that is, well, it's, you know, ECMWF and the Met Office, I know a number of others assimilate ASCAT. As the resolution of ASCAT data comes down, then hopefully the quality of that initialization will get better. There are places where ASCAT is better and ASCAT's worse, so it can't help us over dense vegetation. It can't help us over deserts because of backscatter issues. So, and then of course there's a whole load of other things like, you know, land use, you know, irrigation. How well is irrigation treated in a numerical weather prediction? You know, does the scheme know that there's free evaporation going on there? And at least in the Met Office model, that's, you know, it's not in there. And I would think that was probably true for most models. And, you know, land cover, there's a whole world of complexity of representing land surface fluxes and how they vary between different land covers. And that is something which I would say the land surface community is not very good at. It could learn a lot from, you know, presumably there's a lot of AI technology that can help here to integrate the information that we have from satellites to improve that problem. I think it relates to something that John was talking about earlier.
We have one last question. I think down the front, the microphone needs to come to the front, down here in the middle, and then we should move on, but take your time, Dale, when the microphone comes.
Yeah, be careful.
Yeah, they're very complicated, those stairs.
Very good. You. So very interesting. You know, back around 1980, Rick Anthes was making a big deal about the predictability of convection as a result of discontinuities and changes in land surface. And we have in the U.S., we have this hazardous weather test bed exercise every year. And I don't know if we haven't been paying attention to what you're doing, or I haven't paid as much attention to this as I used to myself. In the U.S., we scarcely know Africa exists at times, it seems like. But I just wondered, is your perspective that maybe they need to be paying more attention to surface moisture than they are, or in fact, do they have this in their models?
Well, I think, well, of course, I'm always going to say people should pay more attention to me. But the US is more complicated. Yeah, land use, land cover, really introduces a whole imprint of its own. So there's so much irrigation going on there, for example. Whereas across most of Africa, there's not that much irrigation. And so really you can see these kind of natural experiments happening every day. It's just rained, look to see what happens. So yeah, I mean, I think people, at least now we have models, high enough resolution models that they can, on the atmospheric side, they can do the right thing if they're given the right land surface conditions. And I guess the challenge is to keep on improving the land surface conditions, the initializations.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. We're just looking at the time. Watch this space for a second and see if we reorganize our next speaker until after the coffee break. Give me. Okay, so the next talk we will reschedule till after the coffee break because we have time at the end of the day and it would be nice not to rush it, and I fear otherwise the coffee will disappear and nobody will be able to have any. So we will start back, I think, at the normal time after the coffee, which is, do you have the time there? I think it's 4 o'clock. 1 second.
No, it's Yeah. It's a quarter
Oh,
past
quarter
4.
past 4, sorry. So we start back at 4:15, but we are one talk behind. Okay, thank you very much. Dreadful job at chairing at the moment because we start late.
Yes.
But there's a lot of questions.
Yeah, I think
They're
it's
nice
useful to have
questions. They're very interesting questions.
Yeah, no, the land surface problem is...
Yeah, but it's really interesting if you look at the association between soil moisture and land surface temperature and rainfall. It'd be nice to see the dependency on the initial soil moisture state. You know, I don't know how variable it is. Whether
It's
there's
the
an
combination of
assumption
land
it's
surface
dry.
and wind
Yeah.
and wind. And so the question to us is, so better soil moisture.
Well, for us, it's clear better soil moisture from ASCAT
and you can't go for the wind because there's no wind at the level.
No, for us that doesn't help. For us, it's the soil moisture.
But the lightning, that's interesting.
Soil moisture and the lightning, and yeah.
Because it would be nice to see if the lightning is a sort of test bed. If
we should probably tell them to put up. Well, it doesn't matter if the talk is later. People will come up and be surprised we're one late. But I wonder if we should tell them on the agenda that we're one behind. Yeah, I mean, these things are all interesting because it comes back to this question of making a connection based on also a learning model and then what data you have over larger scale. Sorry, I was half correcting a...
Yeah, it's...
There's actually a lot of... there's a lot of interesting... I mean, we're having a discussion over lunch also about how much you can train a model and to what degree, but actually, as Roland pointed out, you can train with a targeted high-quality data set, but you still need to feed an AI model with observations of a type to trigger that knowledge somehow. It's not like you can train it and forget about it. You know, you need to somehow still have the coverage of part of that relationship. So if, for example, it's like you're training a surface process using the satellite data, you still need the satellite data later, even though you may not have the surface observations everywhere. I'm not sure how well it works the other way around, you know. I think you still need this. You see what I mean? I'm not very good at expressing that.
So
Hello, good afternoon.
Hello.
My name is Maxime Puto. I'm one of our speakers this afternoon.
We've gone a bit off piece with the agenda. We're a bit late.
Okay.
But
so we are one talk behind. We'll start
but only
at the
one talk, and we have time on the afternoon.
Just
So
you don't be surprised when you come in and we're starting something that should have been before.
is an half an hour. So we just, but we haven't enough time because we have a sort of gap at the end.
Okay,
so that's
time,
just check.
So I will be sitting, will be around.
Okay, yes, yeah, you can enjoy your coffee until
yeah, you haven't been
until a quarter past.
Because you otherwise
4.
would be first, but now you're second, so you can relax a bit. Because we otherwise would finish at 6. When does the bus go?
It goes at 6, but we have time. 5. I think we will finish. I don't need to say anything at the end. I think there's no.
Yeah, but then we have to go straight out because I thought it went to after 6.
I don't know because they don't.
The app is terrible.
With the hour of the bus, I never.
Hold on, let me have a look.
I think there is a slide about the bus, but. There is a slide about the bus. Okay, we can see the instruction here.
It says, I don't know.
Okay.
We need to check.
Okay. The problem also of all these products we have from the south, and then there's not enough benchmarks. I think, I mean, what is said about
Yeah,
the
I mean, the landscape is a little bit confusing at the moment.
To me, the problem is that maybe you have a good average, but then if you start looking to the correlations and so it not, it doesn't go well with so actually it's a sort of physical benchmark of the data set because it is what it says.
Yeah. I need to sit and digest some of this.
Yeah, no, that's for sure. But
You
I
really
think
need to it's interesting though. I mean, there's obviously. Anyway, I'm going to go just to the facilities, else we're going to get stranded here.
Yeah, let's go.
Did you find the bus time?
It's 6.
It is actually at 6, so we have to actually pay attention in the next.
Yes.
I'm just going to read my notepad then. What's my notes?
No, penso di no. No, no, siamo sempre noi due qui al tavolo. Grazie. È rotto, là là. Sì, sì. Abbiamo, sì, diciamo, siamo lievemente in ritardo, ma in ritardo non ci abbiamo... Sì, per cui non finiamo per le 5:15. Il bus alle 6. A partire dalle 6. Ok, sì, 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 no. Non potrete... E poi... boh. È un periodo troppo... Il viaggio in Abu Dhabi era troppo caldo. La settimana scorsa. Sì, 40, no, il problema non era il caldo, 40 gradi fuori, 20 dentro, cioè c'è l'aria freddo, freddo. Sì, poi no, speriamo di recuperare un po' di energia, ma questo sì, no, poi è normale, i congressi portano molto virus. Yeah, it's a very... Hello.
Come to the best show in town.
Yes, this is it.
I thought I couldn't go to the session earlier this afternoon, but I thought what you did this morning was fantastic. It was really interesting session.
Yeah, so then there's of course people during the day they spread a little bit more, but
It was very good indeed. I was astonished looking up, understanding a little bit more about the aircraft data sets, the MODAS.
The MODAS is quite impactful.
Yeah.
It's really, it's impressive in how far it can go at the moment. And we will see what Météo-France also will do in terms of impact studies, but yeah, it seems to be go up to the second. For the northern hemisphere, it will go up to the second position.
Yes, when you look at the density and obviously over the areas where they're going through different atmospheric levels, it becomes really, really interesting. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's quite...
I likened it, on your phone, if you're looking at traffic at all the... It's the same sort of idea almost, but you're using,
Exactly, it's the same concept. But, it's quite
I was asking John from the Met Office, are there any recommendations to be made to aircraft manufacturers or aircraft subsystem manufacturers which might enhance the value of that? It might be to do with the accuracy of gyros, or
they could have. What they could do, they could play when they do the impact studies. They could play with the error.
Yes.
And then they can save how much it could increase the impact.
Yes, exactly. Although I understand they're able to calibrate out at least some systematic errors from each aircraft.
Yes.
Anyway, I learned a lot. That was really, really interesting.
Good.
Run away with my session. It's fun. I was not even there for my session. I introduced the session. It disappeared.
Yeah, it's never mind. Do you want to carry on introducing, or
The people as you wish.
I don't mind. You're doing a cracking job of it. I will try and be more good on the time. I'm very tired.
Yeah, and then the bus is from 6 p.m.
They probably
so
have several.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but
I better see what my poor mum is saying in New Zealand. What's she doing up at 15:14? I shouldn't do this because it might wake her up. I shouldn't send her. Mum doesn't silence her phone. It's the middle of the night.
We don't have any plug here to.
No.
It's
I
an
don't.
interesting place, this one, because there's no.
No, we
If you
can
want to
sort of-
charge something, there's no. I can have a look behind if they have a.
Yeah, you'd think they would make some cable available. What about? No, the speaker's going somewhere else, isn't it?
No, those are the speakers, so there's a different.
When are you going back? Friday?
Yeah, but I'm first going to Paris, so I'm taking a train to Paris.
Ah, on Friday.
Yeah, and then I stay until Sunday, Sunday I'm back
Yeah, I'm going to be leaving on Friday. I changed my return.
next week, and
It's going to be people stuck here who are trying to travel on Thursday.
then we have the full week with Gliders. And then
I'm going to be super busy because for the first half the hour I'm in Kuno has me kind of moderating the whole thing. So I have to do that over the weekend. I've been planning to do it today.
then
That hasn't happened.
and then I'm going for a longer weekend to Italy because I'm going to for a, this is part of our approach to defense. I'm going a lecture on satellite at NATO in La Spezia. Just to meet the people, because this is an internal stuff they organize. They
Yeah.
have this, do you know, they have this section on climate risk.
No, but that's interesting.
So they.
I mean, I can't say that. I presume these are off. No, they're not.
Yeah, that's. Okay, I'm looking for a plug and then
Yeah.
we can start.
Speaking of intimate and cosy, there she is.
Hello.
Hello, love. Is the mic off?
Hello. No. It's really not.
All right.
Hello.
Good to see you.
You too.
Laissez là.
Faites bien, je peux vous brancher.
Oh, you do.
Ok, je vais faire mettre
Sort of
celui-là.
mincing.
Désolé, ouais, parce qu'en
Oui.
plus, normalement, on a pas le droit.
Friday. Oh,
Graveyard shift.
I'm not sure.
Super.
I'm going on Friday afternoon. I don't know if I'll be there on Friday.
Yes, I'm ready to.
I didn't have mine's in the hotel room. I don't have one. Stop complaining. You're more
It should be. Or should have one ECMWF stuff. No. ECMWF back to space, not like in the puppet.
I haven't reserved a seat.
Up the back. Right up the back. How are we doing? Right. Away we go.
Yeah, we wait. We have 1 minute and then.
Need to find the program again.
Okay, so I need to. Okay.
Are we ready? Where's He's ready.
Hmm? Okay, so we reconvene. It's my pleasure to introduce Professor Dale Duran. He's professor at the Department of Atmospheric Science, University of Washington. Is been also chairman of the department for some years. Is fellows of the American Meteorological Society. Awarded, has been awarded also with the AMS Jules Charney Award. And his research includes atmospheric predictability, mountain meteorology, mesoscale meteorology, NWP. And he wrote a textbook, I think some of us, we have also studied on, numerical methods for fluid dynamics. And recently, from 2023, is also principal research scientist at Climate NVIDIA. And on that, let's say, in that direction, he will speak about a deep learn Earth system model for stable and efficient simulation of the current climate. Please, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much. It's a pleasure to be here. I will talk about the model and try to make some remarks about satellite data at the same time. This is work that's been done with grad students Nathaniel Creswell-Clay, Bowen Liu, Zach Espinoza, Raul Moreno, and I left out Zihui Liu and Matthias Karlbauer. Let's go ahead and get started. And what I'd like to do is, first of all, take a kind of step back and think about the relative merits and possibilities of using AI to solve a problem or using an approximate equation set. And please be assured that every atmospheric model that's doing a real forecast involves approximate equations, right? This is not an exact set of equations we are solving with our Earth system models or even just with weather forecast models. So suppose we give you the task of, given the 500 hectopascal height field, forecast its evolution. If that's your job, well, you could say, all right, I'm an equation-based person, and I'm going to do what Jules Charney and John von Neumann did back in 1950 in the first successful weather forecast, which is really the only way you can attack this problem if you just have single-level data. You use the barotropic vorticity equation, which is obtained by a long series of simplifications, starting perhaps with completely unapproximated equations and making a series of equations that finally get you down to an equation that can forecast the future from data at a single atmospheric level. Or you could say, oh no, I'm an AI person, so I'm going to use deep learning, and you can do what Jonathan Venn, myself, and Rich Cariano of Microsoft did back in 2019, using convolutional neural nets trained on AER5 data. And I want to emphasize that when we did this, we didn't give it, the model, any information about the underlying surface or latitude, longitude position. So it was just getting a field of 500 hectopascal height. And if we compare what would happen with these two approaches in an apples-to-apples comparison at coarse resolution, which incidentally is the only way you dare use the barotropic vorticity equation, what we get is the following thing. So I've got here a plot. Let's see, is this arrow coming up? Yeah, I think it is. So we have root mean squared error on the vertical axis, forecast hour out to 3 days on the horizontal axis, climatological RMSC in the 500 hectopascal height field is this horizontal line. The performance of that barotropic vorticity equation at the same resolution we are using for our NWP forecast is shown in purple. You can see the error is rising more rapidly than on the other two plots here. This is for a test set that is 3 years of data, 2007 to 2009 in northern mid-latitudes. Here's what we get with deep learning weather prediction. And this is actually labeled current NWP. It's at extremely coarse resolution. It's not representative of what we'd have from the IFS, but it is comparable to these other approaches using a model that we know, of course, how to forecast 500 hectopascal height pretty accurately, but we have to use more than one single field to do so. So you can see that the story here is that the machine learning crushes the corresponding equation-based numerical weather prediction in an apples-to-apples test with the same input, although it's way behind something that would represent the way we'd really try to forecast 500 hectopascal height if our lives depended on it, right? So the point here, though, is that the machine learning approach compensates for an inadequate physical model. And I think this is the clearest example we have to date of this, which is one of the real promises of AI for Earth system modeling. When we're looking at the Earth system, we know we have a lot of things that are very heavily parameterized with somewhat poorly controlled parameter values. And the equations themselves, you know, are very empirical. In many cases, it's not a matter of solving mass continuity. And so if we're going to have a good Earth system model, it would be very helpful to have something that could compensate for deficiencies in the way we might formulate a physical parameterization. And this is an example of how that can work out. Okay, so why is the machine learning model better? Well, you're going to see that I'm not answering that. But nevertheless, I can give you some insight to what's going on here. We know the barotropic model does not handle intensification or decay of systems. It just translates the absolute vorticity along as it moves with the geostrophic flow, actually. And so what we have here is an example of how the model is behaving, both the barotropic, which is over here, and our deep learning model. First of all, we have the initial conditions, which is a little weather map of 500 hectopascal height with the trough off the west coast of the US, another trough over here. We see a day later, both have intensified, and let's focus particularly on the west coast trough, which we see intensifies as inside the circle. And if we compare what's happening in the other two approaches, we see, yeah, the barotropic model, sure enough, is not amplifying this trough like it should, whereas the AI model has learned to do this. The machine learning captures the intensification and decay, which the barotropic model can't. And I had Y up here, but I don't have Y down here as an answer. Okay, so I'm not exactly sure why it does this. This is something that I was kind of interested in really pursuing seriously with symbolic regression or equation discovery to see if we could fit a equation to the machine learning model. This is a pretty simple model we're dealing with here, and maybe get some physical interpretation out. I have lots of ideas on that, but they fell by the wayside as I moved on to other things. But nevertheless, it's a good example of the idea that we have a tool here with deep learning that can really perhaps help us make a much better Earth system model than what we currently have now. So my goal, and the goal of my students, is not merely emulating the current climate models, but doing a better job. And I'll show you some further motivation why we might want to do that, looking at our model. So before I get to that, I want to ask one more quick overlying question, which is how complex should a deep learning Earth system model be? And I think if we're asking that kind of question, one part of the answer would be to ask how many predictable degrees of freedom does the atmosphere have? And we don't know that number exactly, but we all realize that number must decrease with increasing forecast lead time. It's one thing to say, I want to predict every kind of circulation on fine scale 2 hours from now. It's another thing to say, I want a 6-month seasonal forecast. Okay, so given that thought that maybe we don't need to, we might be able to link the degrees, the complexity of our model to the degrees of freedom in our target forecast, we can also think about how we predict them. And in deep learning weather prediction, we can choose prognostic variables and spatial resolutions for completely different reasons than in NWP. In NWP, numerical weather prediction, we have to have sufficient accuracy and sufficient representation of physical processes to get the right answer. So we know we have to have, in numerics, just by itself, we have things like stability and accuracy imply convergence, that kind of stuff. None of this is necessarily a key issue for machine learning. So here's a little table of complexity. And we have here models listed in the first row. Second row has how many 2D spherical shells of data they have. Notice way down at the bottom is actually our ocean model, which only forecasts SST, so that's one variable on one level. Our actual atmospheric model has a grand total of 9 variables, and there's a few things like 500 hectopascal height, 500 hectopascals, we've got temperature at 850. I'm counting variables and height separately. So if we go back up to the IFS as configured for S2S forecast from ECMWF, there's 911 spherical shells of data. There's a lot of variables at, what is it? It might be 30, I don't remember off the top of my head how many levels it is. But anyway, GraphCast, when it first came out, one of the first highly successful machine learning models that nominally beat the IFS. It had 227 spherical shells of data, but most of the operational models now, including the AIFS, have about 70 of these spherical shells of data. And I hit this forward button again. So I just wanted you to think about complexity again in your system context. In the CESM2, the community land model has 20 soil and 5 bedrock levels. That's already 25 levels. We're not even talking about the number of variables at each one of those levels. So there's a lot of complexity in our system models that we'd like to avoid if we can skip over it. And also, I'm also definitely not trying to go for as many trainable parameters as possible. We know in large language models and an awful lot of computer vision, the bigger the better. So we have some weather forecast models here with billions of parameters. But I'm going to talk about a coupled system that has 3.5 million trainable parameters in the atmosphere and 2.5 in the ocean, which is a lot less than most AI models of the atmosphere. And just a few variables. Okay, and this is work that just came out 2.5 weeks ago in AGU Advances, so you can read about it there if you want more details. I will present a fair bit of it, but fairly quickly, because I don't want to just dwell on that. Okay, so we are using a convolutional neural net model with 2D spherical shells of data that I kind of talked about earlier. We're using 110 kilometer spacing uniform over the globe, which is like 1 degree at the equator. And this is a standard mesh in astronomy for displaying data on the sphere. I'm going to talk about this mesh in the next slide as well, so perhaps I'll just wait till I get there. We have our convolutional stencils, our 3x3 stencils. As you can kind of see on this HeoPix mesh, everything looks pretty square, except it's rotated. They're diamond shaped. The atmosphere has, again, 9 prognostic variables, and we're coupling asynchronously in time with the ocean. So we're going to send the ocean 3 variables from the atmospheric forecast. 1,000 hectopascal height, which is like surface pressure. 10 meter wind speed, not the vector wind components, but just the speed, and outgoing long-wave radiation from ISKIP. So this is a satellite product. We trained on the ISKIP data. It was extremely helpful. Actually, we see the ISKIP and the OLR field being very useful. And notice we just laid it in to our training data set. We have things like 500 hectopascal height, total column water vapor, and OLR. We just put it right in. No need for a forward model or anything like that. Okay, in the ocean, we have 1 prognostic variable, the SST, and we send that back to the atmosphere. We have prescribed fields of top of atmosphere solar radiation, a land sea mask, and topographic height. But there's no latitude or longitude information provided. So the model doesn't necessarily know that the cell in question is in, say, North America or China. Okay, so a quick word about this hierarchical equal area isolatitude pixelization. The astronomers have been using this for quite a long time. There's a classic paper from 2005 by Gorski et al. It has 7,000 references and 20,000 downloads. It's a very nice mesh. I feel presumptuous saying this to satellite people because I'm not a satellite person, but you should be putting your data on this mesh. The astronomers, their problem is they have to display information on a sphere as well. They're looking at the other side of the sphere than we are, but they have to put their information on the sphere, and they have developed this extremely nice mesh, which is all equal area. So we start with 12 equal area faces. In fact, maybe I'll go back for a moment. From map projections. So we're not, there's a lot of NWP that tessellates polygons onto a sphere. This is not what's going on. We're using equal area map projections, a cylindrical equal area projection, which is a kind of Mercator-like-ish projection in the 4 faces that are in the tropics. And then there's 4 faces in northern and 4 faces in southern high latitudes. And that's the so-called interrupted Collingon equal area projection. So all these spaces have equal area. So now we start dividing them. The subdivisions, of course, have equal area as well. And it's hierarchical in the sense that you can divide it again and again and again. And the astronomers have gone nuts about this as they categorize what they see in the sky. They have much finer resolution than we do often in some of their applications. Also, the pixels are equally spaced along latitude lines. So that's nice. Every one of these pixels here is uniformly distributed along the lines of constant latitude. Constant latitude lines are indicated in the red here. There's some visual distortion of some of these pixels. Just, this is a funny looking spot, right? But in fact, that's just how we're looking at it in the 3D sort of isomorphic projection. It's a very nice mesh. It's the right way to do quads on the sphere, I'd argue, for the AI people. This business of using a lat-long mesh is something atmospheric scientists stopped doing in NWP 40 years ago. And there's a few, like Pangu Weather, that tried to do it, and it's just not a good idea. And also, it turns out that east is always to the right on these meshes. The lines through these two horizontal vertices are always on an east-west line. So there's a lot of nice properties about this mesh. I mentioned this to my astronomer colleague who recommended it to me. And he said, but east is to the left for us, because of course they're looking the other way, right? But anyway, the way this model works is the coupling is done asynchronously. We train the atmosphere and the ocean separately, and that's how we're able to have a fairly easy training task, but yet it still works out to train them separately and couple them. We have done recently a little fine-tuning of the coupled model. We're still playing around with that to decide what we think is the best approach to do fine-tuning. But since we train them separately, we can use time steps very naturally that are appropriate for the rate at which SSTs evolve in the ocean and the rate at which weather evolves in the atmosphere. So we have 6-hour time resolution in the atmosphere, 2-day time resolution in the ocean. We start at some initial time 0. We take the SST up from the ocean, use that as a bottom bounding condition in the atmosphere for a whole 4 days of simulation, stepping the atmosphere forward. Then we take time average values of those 3 variables I mentioned earlier, put them into the ocean model, and step the ocean forward to the same 4-day point. We're ready to repeat. Okay, so a quick bit of evidence that this is a very stable type of rollout. In the bottom corner here, we have 1,000 years starting at a free-running simulation 2017 out to 3017, showing that there's no drift in the 2-meter temperature or in the SSTs. The drift is less than in a lot of actual Earth system models. And then, okay, that's just the mean behavior. If we want to look at something in more detail, which is what we're going to do in the next few slides, first thing we can look at is the diurnal cycle. To see the diurnal cycle, the way we decided to display this is to plot the 500 hectopascal height averaged around a latitude circle as a function of where you are in latitude and a function of time. So there's 5 years in the bottom axis here. This is the ERA 5 observations for 2017 to 2021. And what you see is an annual cycle where the warmer temperatures and higher heights work their way poleward in the summer, and then it gets colder in the wintertime poles. So that's what the observed data looks like. If we look at our simulation, which is again free running starting in 2017, we of course don't match every fluctuation. We'd never do that because there's no predictability. But we do match the seasonal cycle quite nicely. These look qualitatively the same for the same 5-year period. Now you go out to 3012 to 3016, and we're still seeing the same thing, right? So we're getting the annual cycle correct as we march forward for 730,000 steps, right? So it's a stable rollout, autoaggressive rollout. Now let's look in more detail about what's going on. If we look at detailed structures like extratropical cyclones, 2017, in the ERA 5 data, here's a sample of a cyclone. This is a low pressure area where it's dotted. This is Z1000 off the east coast of the US. Winds are shaded here, high winds around the storm. We have similar structures 100 and 1,000 years later. Okay, so it's interesting that I don't think I actually emphasized this, but we're using mean squared loss over 24 hours in the atmosphere. So it's picked up this ability to go for long rollouts with a very short horizon for the loss function, just 1 day in the atmosphere. In the ocean, we have an 8-day mean squared error horizon. And so the fields do not continually smooth. A mythology in some of the machine learning world is if you use MSE and autoregressive rollouts, everything smooths into nothing. That's not true. We do see smoothing that's pretty minor for most fields in the first 2 days. We see major smoothing, actually in the OLR field, in the first 2 days. But then for all those fields, it stops. It's all done by 2 days, and it holds that same spectral structure for the rest of the 1,000 years. Okay, so let's now test ourselves against a standard. So the AIFS has become famous, as did GraphCast and Pangu Weather, for presumably, for really performing as well as the IFS. Now we're going out further, so our standard is going to be the CMIP 6 models. We're going to test against 4 representative CMIP 6 models looking at variability, modes of seasonal variability. We're going to look at a 40-year period from the last 40 years of a 100-year rollout of our model. So again, initialized January 1st, 2017, but we'll look at the last 40 years of that 100-year rollout. We'll compare it to historical data from ERA 5 and from CMIP 6 historical runs. So we have no greenhouse gas forcing. This is not an actual climate model that you can do a 1,000-year prediction for some anthropogenic greenhouse gas forcing scenario, but we can try to see how well we are forecasting the current climate, which also incidentally gives us the ability to have a very long record of the current climate and maybe do some kinds of things we can't do with our current 40-year record or so in terms of looking at variability in the atmosphere, once our model is good enough. Okay, we'll also look at Western North Pacific typhoons for a 30-year period in our rollout and 30-year periods in the ERA 5 data. Different students were doing this, and we didn't quite get ourselves synced up to 30 or 40 years. And then the Indian summer monsoon, we'll look at the north-south progression of zonally averaged OLR. So in this case, we'll be verifying everybody, including our model, against satellite observations from ISKIP. Okay, so here is our northern annular mode, which is a leading a leading EOF of the Z1000 field, the height of the 1,000 hectopascal pressure surface. Here's what the ERA 5 data has in terms of the spatial structure of this mode and the percent of variability explained by that leading EOF. Here's what we have. So it looks pretty good, but there's obviously some problems, right? It's certainly not perfect. But again, we want to compare ourselves against the competition. To compare ourselves against the competition, we're going to use a Taylor gut diagram, not from our previous speaker, but from Carl Taylor. And this is a way to display 3 aspects of spatial fields together. What we've got is it shows the ratio of the standard deviation of the target field, of our forecast to the target field, or some of the other model forecasts to the target field. That is plotted along the radial axis. This thing labeled from 0.8 to 1 is the pattern correlation coming down to the right. And then if you plot all the results in terms of those 2 parameters, you can look at your distance from what the ERA 5 result itself would be. If you plot it against itself, of course, the ratio of the standard deviation of this field against itself is 1, and the pattern correlation is 1. It appears as this diamond on the bottom axis. This last distance away from this diamond is a root mean square error in the 2 fields, a so-called centered root mean square error. And so what we see for the northern annular mode is that our model is doing better than 2 of the CMIP 6 models and worse than 2 of them. So the various symbols here, the 2 models that are better for this particular measure are the MPI model and the GFDL model, and they are at the same, essentially 1 degree resolution. The Hadley GEM 3 is actually a little bit coarser resolution, closer to 1.5 degrees. But we're kind of in the middle of the pack. Not bad for such a simple model that runs so fast. If you look at the southern annular mode, here's the pattern business for our model and for ERA 5. Here is this Taylor diagram. You can see we've moved up in the world. We're now just behind. In this case, the CSM2 has a nice southern annular mode. We're a little bit behind CSM2, but doing nicely ahead of the other 3 models. If we look at a blocking index, blocking is things like ridges that are stationary that tend to produce cold air outbreaks or droughts or various other things. You can see in terms of the standard blocking index, our pattern's looking fairly good, and we are actually doing better than any of these CMIP6 models. This is all mid-latitude weather. Let's go down to the tropics. If you look at Western North Pacific typhoons, which are big typhoons, easier for our model to resolve. It turns out that if we pick a top 10 example from ERA 5 and from our rollout, so this is a historical case, this is one that popped up in 2114 in late August. Here's Japan. The pressure patterns look very similar. That is to say, the Z1000 patterns show low pressure intensities that match. The wind speeds are a little stronger in ERA 5 than in our model. And this is all at 1 degree. So these wind speed values are weaker than we'd have at super fine resolution. But of course, we're working at a climate model resolution here. If we look at the distribution of the typhoons as a function of day of the year for this 30-year period, here's the ERA 5 data with different intensities shown in different colors, with red being the most intense, and the average value of the threshold between 1 and 2 level intensities in black. You can see this is what we should be doing. We are fairly close, except our models shifts things too early in the year. And actually, it turns out our sea surface temperature also maximizes too early. The CSM, these are the counts for each level of intensity in each one of these systems, in each one of these models. So you can see, by and large, the CMIP6 models are not doing a great job, though the CSM2 has, in many ways, an attractive signal compared to ours, especially at low intensity, at high intensity. We are actually producing a better set of values. Our numbers for the year match better than the CSM2. But arguably, we're doing better than all those models on the Western North Pacific typhoons. It turns out in the Atlantic, we don't do as well. Those are smaller storms. Neither does CMIP models, actually. But let's move on quickly to the Indian summer monsoon. So we're going to look at the north-south progression in OLR from the ISKIP data from, where are we here? The ISKIP data from 1985 to 2014. And so what we're doing here is we're averaging OLR across the Indian summer monsoon region in this box and following the value of the OLR as a function of calendar month of the year on the vertical axis. And you can see that, of course, what happens is when the monsoon comes in, we get low OLR values, and then we return to a less cloudy environment and have higher OLR values. If we plot our results the same way, it looks pretty good, except we have a little trouble with the monsoon not going away fast enough. But if we now compare our results to the OLR type products in the CSM6 models, you can see we're doing much better than all of them. Okay, so it's also nice that this is, again, not a verification against ERA 5, it's a verification against satellite data. Okay, precipitation, we're doing pretty good, except we overdo the ITCZ here compared to the ERA 5 data. And of course, the ERA 5 data is not in itself so reliable, but that's what we trained against, so that's what we should match. So we have a little bit of trouble with excess precipitation. This is part of the ITCZ, but almost everything else looks quite good.
2 minutes still.
Yeah, okay. So, and I'll just mention the El Nino index. So we have a very simple SST model, and it produces a variation in the Nino 3.4 index that's too weak. So this is a problem with the model. Of course, our ocean model is very weak. But the actual spectral distribution of the frequencies of the variation, blue is our model, orange is the data. So if we normalize it, it's not too bad. This is a fairly realistic looking set of variations. Okay, I'm going to skip over these and just get to the conclusions here, which are that a coupled deep learning Earth system model trained on ERA 5 and satellite observations yields stable 1,000-year rollouts with minimal drift and comparing to CMIP-6 historical simulations for 30 or 40-year periods, we get similar behaviors in mid-latitudes. We actually do better in the tropics. And I think that's interesting because, of course, the tropics is where convection is important, and we're at 1 degree, right? So this argues, again, that looking at everything holistically rather than trying to drill down and have resolved convection and maybe some poorly constrained parameterizations to make our life better, maybe we can look at things in a very holistic way with AI and do a better job. So we actually do better than the CMIP models in the tropics. And then the simple ocean model partially captures El Nino. And so also adding OLR to the atmosphere and ocean models did improve the solution, including even in more complex models where it's not just adding one more field to 8 other ones, but in a model with 30 total variables in the atmosphere, the OLR is helpful. So again, I like this idea that you can take satellite data, directly incorporate it into your AI model, and improve it. So I think that bodes well for where the field of satellite observations mirroring with AI can go. And it's something we have an ocean land module we're developing with NDVI and soil moisture products from satellites as well. So we're continuing to put more satellite data in the model and anticipating that will give us a better system model. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much for the very interesting talk. We have to be a wee bit disciplined about time because of the buses going to the dinner this evening, but are there any questions? We at least have time for one in the room. Maybe 2. Let's see. Am I missing anybody?
So, Roland.
Roland down the front.
I don't want to take this from anyone, but no, very interesting. So I asked myself, how do you see the role of, these are specific, let's say, trained models for, you do a very careful study of the setup of everything, and then you have these bigger models in the background. Do you anticipate that there will be a whole range of different machine learning models to study them, to make progress in the science, or how do you see the role of all of this?
So I absolutely think we'll have different AI models for different forecasting problems. That's the way it's been in NWP. There's a notion that we'll have a giant foundation model. You put all kinds of stuff in, get a large latent space, compact it down, and then you decode it for your various applications. And I think that for long-range forecasts, that's an inefficient approach, basically because there's not that much you can forecast. So I think just like in NWP, we'll have purpose-built models. And this model, of course, is a very fast model and relatively easy to train. I think it will be more our current version is more complex than this, but I don't think we're going to get anywhere near even the current AIFS.
Any more questions in the room?
So maybe.
Paolo? Yes.
Yes. Thanks, Dale. So, this is opening the door, of course, along the question of Roland. So that has been in the past, let's say, 15 years, development of all these more and more complex Earth system climate models into the landscape. So is this a turning point where we expect that we will have the possibility to have let's say, what is also the NVIDIA role in this business? So it's just a demonstrator. So we can demonstrate that we want to have the possibility to reproduce the climate as today, or there's also the will to then make use for a real, all the climate models, CMIP you mentioned, they go on the table of policymakers for the Paris Agreement. Is the same will, or is just a pure academic exercise?
Well, first of all, this kind of model can be used for seasonal, subseasonal, and even, a couple-year forecasts. So it won't, as it stands. But I do think that it provides an interesting off-ramp to this idea that the way forward in Earth system modeling is to produce ever more complex models with ever harder to constrain parameterizations. And I think that my personal goal is to develop a model that will include anthropogenic greenhouse gas forcing without emulating climate models. Because we can see, in many ways, this model is already better than some of the CMET models. So I'm not eager to emulate a climate model if we can do better. But there's another thread here that, of course, I already ran over time. But we have put physical constraints of hydrostatic balance in a enhanced version of this model. And I think adding physical constraints and real data together gives us an opportunity to kind of brush aside a lot of the details, put in the most important physical constraints, and see if we can't match the historical climate and do a good job of forecasting future scenarios.
Thank you very much.
So it's my pleasure to introduce Louise Nuyens. She's a professor of geoscience and remote sensing at the Technical University of Delft. She started from Wageningen University, going to a PhD in California at UCLA, and then having postdoc experience at Max Planck, working on observation and process studies, and a postdoc also at MIT in Boston. And I think her field of research looking to try to better understand convection and relationship also on large-scale weather and air-sea interaction as well. So please, the floor is yours, and fine-scale frontiers and resolved exchange in Earth system coupling.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me. Right, so here I have a picture, a photograph of the North Sea. I live very close to the North Sea. And one thing that many people care about a lot is to make very accurate, very high resolution, both in space and time predictions of the wind speed over the North Sea to harvest renewables. And so a nice windmill like this gives you something about 6,000 kilowatts. And that usually doesn't tell me much, that number, so I like to compare with my coffee machine, which is an expensive one, a good one, that uses about 1,500 watts. And so this windmill just powers about 4,000 espresso machines, which is great. So the other energy, oh yeah, and importantly, why we want to predict this not just for tomorrow, but also into the future, is because we want to meet the European Green Deal and get a North Sea energy target that scales up to 21 gigawatts by 2030, and I think even 70 by 2050. The energy that we don't really harvest, but that's there, is the energy that the atmosphere is getting from the ocean in terms of latent heat, evaporation. And that's maybe over the North Sea, on average over the year, maybe 50 watts per square meter. So maybe only 5 kilowatts, which doesn't sound very much, but if you would integrate this over the whole North Sea, it gives you a tremendous amount of gigawatts. In other words, the atmosphere is really getting a tremendous energy from the sea. It's high on caffeine, and we really appreciate this when it comes pouring down on us. Now, that latent heat is important also to change the wind, because when you add some heat, you'll develop some vertical motion, and this taps into higher momentum aloft, so you get stronger winds near the surface, and this means that you get waves and the ocean gets choppier, and this does something to ocean mixing, and especially when the ocean is warmer, which is important for climate. So now we're opening up a box of two-way interactions that might be very key even at smaller scales. And in fact, it's been one of the big discoveries that the ocean community has been doing, is that the ocean is in fact filled with a lot of structure on much smaller scales than we maybe could observe several decades ago. In the ocean, you find eddies, mesoscale eddies on the scales of 200 kilometers, but you also find many small fronds and filaments on the order of 2 to 20 kilometers that are dynamically interesting because they're less constrained by rotation, so stratification, advection become more important. And you see that they're coupled to strong upwelling, downwelling, which you see in this image through chlorophyll, so concentrations of phytoplankton. And people are starting to run ocean and atmosphere coupled models for climate too, for longer term predictions at higher resolution. And here's an example of a recent study published in Nature, looking at a coupled ocean-atmosphere simulation, 6.9 kilometer atmosphere grid, 4.6 kilometer ocean, focusing on winter just east of Japan in the Kuroshio extension, where you have very warm subtropical waters meeting the colder waters in the north. And you get very sharp SST gradients that really take place over a few kilometers. So if you would zoom in the middle picture, I don't know if you see my mouse. You see here the latent heat flux, and you see here an area where you have some of these fronts. And if you zoom in even further, you see that across a few kilometers, you get differences in latent heat flux, 100 watts per square meter. And what they showed in this simulation, that you get half of that flux variability driven at scales less than a few hundred kilometers. And that intensifies storms. It pumps a lot of moisture in the atmosphere, not just by adding extra latent heat flux, also those sharp SST gradients drive secondary circulations in the atmosphere that tend to converge moisture. And so they pump more moisture in the atmosphere, leading to stronger convective mass fluxes, and they show that it intensifies rainfall. And so at this point, as an atmospheric scientist who spent a lot of time looking at convection over oceans, I had to think about the atmosphere. Because now the ocean community is showing that the ocean goes very far in driving the atmosphere. But our atmosphere community has been very busy trying to understand what sets convection patterns of cloudiness. And we've been showing that there's rich patterns on mesoscales. Some people call it the dark energy of the climate system, where you have a lot of circulations on scales from the convective scale, a kilometer or two, to even 200 kilometers, which matches the ocean submesoscale. And in fact, if you go to a region, maybe where there's less strong SST variability, so for instance here off the coast of Africa for the Indian Ocean, and you're not looking at regions where you have stronger ocean eddies, you're seeing a lot of variability in ocean vorticity, which are also regions where you see strong variability in near-surface wind speeds, which we know are driven by convective cells that are raining and producing strong gustiness, and they drive a lot of latent heat flux variability as well. So knowing this, these two communities were getting together and realizing that we have the ocean submesoscale where atmospheric convection lives, and so are there perhaps stronger interactions between these two fluids that we didn't consider? For instance, people are showing very interesting work in that you have diurnal warm layers in areas where there's no convection, it's cloud-free, and you can strongly heat up the upper ocean layer. And then you have rain layers that are cold with fresh water, and they have implications for lateral buoyancy gradients. And the upper ocean community, in turn, is showing that some of those lateral buoyancy gradients can drive instabilities in the upper ocean and are a dynamic that is not well understood. So the air-sea interaction submesoscale is opening up as this new area of research where we're wondering, does it influence larger scale statistics? Or maybe perhaps energy cascades down to diffusive scales? Does it change the variability, in particular also the extremes? Beyond resolving a lot of this horizontal structure at high resolution, it seems important that we understand what's the consequence of interactions and exchanges that take place across this boundary. Because here, turbulent and mesoscale motions, they often remain unresolved in models, but they are really critical to buoyant instabilities that develop in the atmospheric boundary layer and the ocean mixed layer. And that's really important for renewables, right? High frequency wind and cloud variability, rainfall extremes, upwelling of nutrients for marine ecosystems, or the export of carbon to the deep ocean. And there are a number of regimes that we identified as where this process may be particularly important. Most work has been done looking at western boundary currents, so the regions where you get very warm subtropical waters meeting colder waters. Here you see an image of SSTs in the Gulf Stream. Here you have rich eddy activity, and people show that not only thermal interactions with warm oceans driving stronger winds, which then feed back to the ocean, not only those are important, but also very complex mechanical interactions between the motion, the currents associated with ocean eddies and the winds. And especially Lionel Renaud has done a lot of work on that using high-resolution regional coupled modeling, showing that this interaction between the ocean and the atmosphere ends up killing eddies, letting the ocean is losing kinetic energy. And this ends up stabilizing the path of the Gulf Stream and has impacts on SST gradients, barochronicity in the atmosphere, and can even shift the storm track. Other regimes where it may be very important is the tropical warm pool, where you have regions of very deep convection sitting right next to the doldrums where there is no convection and the winds are super weak. And I'll show you an example that we really don't have a very good handle on that in models. Other areas where this might be key is fractional sea ice, where there may be very complex interaction with the ice as well. Coastal systems are interesting because here the water is shallower, so the atmosphere and the ocean may have shorter timescales on which they can interact. It's also more interesting because you have river runoff, nutrients, pollutants, coastal upwelling systems where fisheries are really relying on upwelling. These are regimes where this may be especially key. And extremes such as marine heat waves. Just recently a few papers came out showing that at least one key element in driving the unprecedency of the 2023 Atlantic heat wave was interactions of sea surface temperatures, winds, and lack of cloudiness. Of course, this was preconditioned by a larger scale weather regime. In particular, the ocean mixed layer was very shallow, and this really allowed it to heat up much faster under very low wind speeds. And clouds apparently responded in a way that they disappeared, was anomalously clear sky, and so this contributed to very extreme SST patches. And another extreme is tropical cyclones, where people have shown, of course, that air-sea interaction is key for driving the energy input into these storms. Now, what motivates us looking into this is that we all know that ultimately at heart, the ocean and the atmosphere feel each other through fluxes, turbulent fluxes that are locally driven, right? And the way we model this is that we've long assumed that these turbulent flows are disconnected in scale from larger scale flows, assuming that there's a mesoscale gap in the energy spectrum. And so we've long assumed that, well, this turbulence is sort of homogeneous. A lot of our models are, the boundary layer dynamics are really just 1D. We care about the vertical divergence of fluxes especially. A lot of our surface flux parameterizations rely on surface layer similarity theory, which says, well, you can characterize turbulence with a small vertical length scale. And none of that really does justice to the fact that you see a lot of structure and heterogeneity on the mesoscale. And this is just highlighted by SAR Sentinel-1 imagery, where you can actually see the scales that are present at the ocean surface. It measures the roughness of the ocean. That's a strong function of wind speed. And so here's an example in the Gulf Stream where you see very sharp changes in ocean roughness. Here over a warmer eddy, you see cellular convection developing. Here you see indications that the atmosphere is responding with cold pools. An image of that is also on the right, where you see large heterogeneity that is related to the atmosphere, here more driving convective cold pools and gusty winds. And the way we parameterize surface fluxes in models is based on observed relationships. We have many buoys in the ocean, and they measure in time. But in the presence of strong heterogeneity, you cannot just translate a time average to a spatial average. And even so, the temporal average may be 30 minutes, which has a certain scale attached to it. And models may be applying that bluntly at whatever resolution. That used to be maybe 50 kilometers, and now the models are resolving the mesoscale. They're running at much higher resolutions, but are we really applying the way we should be modeling that surface flux at the right scale? Those are open questions. Are the assumptions that we're relying on still valid? And what's interesting, just looking at here, for example, the transfer coefficient that is used in calculating the turbulent momentum flux, the surface wind stress. It's a strong function of wind speed. It's a nonlinear function of wind speed. And also is a function of a transfer coefficient that has been determined through dedicated campaigns from buoys or platforms. And you see a large scatter here. Probably that large scatter has something to do with the heterogeneity, but we make a fit through there and then we apply it in the model. But do we really understand, especially at low wind speeds, what's driving a flux there fundamentally? And just an example of that we think this really matters to solving some systematic biases in models that appear to remain even if they're running at much higher resolution. For instance, the double ITCZ bias. This is a bias that has plagued both climate and weather models. And those biases seem to remain. Here's an icon simulation, 10-kilometer atmosphere, 5-kilometer ocean, globally coupled. What these models are often showing is that within the boundaries of eye-merge precipitation, they tend to have regions where they don't rain, where they're just too dry. Also here over the Atlantic. It's a too dry Pacific, too dry Atlantic. And if they run it uncoupled, then part of these biases disappear, for instance, over the Atlantic here. But a dry bias remains here over the Pacific warm pool. And it's in the doldrums where the wind speeds are very weak and somehow the model can't quite make it rain there, only when they're forcing it to have more heat flux from the ocean to the surface, then they can model the ITCZ and the extension of that. So there's something about the fluxes that we're not doing right. So where do we need to move forward? Well, obviously weather and climate models are getting better, but some of these long-standing biases seem to remain, and models are not yet good enough to capture these very highly local, nonlinear sub-mesoscale exchanges, which are really key for boundary layer processes, for regional climate especially. And I guess they won't really capture this in 15 to 20 years unless we really rethink its presentation. Now, when training data sets such as AI or machine learning models, what's important is that they are trained on data sets that can actually capture the mechanisms at the scales where they occur. You can't maybe train on daily means if you see very strong diurnal variability in the warming up of the ocean that drives a strong morning flux of convection. Or if models just apply relationships at the wrong scale, you will also get wrong sensitivities on longer time scales. So to advance coupled models, what I think we really need is holistic data streams that capture interactions between the system components and at the right scales. And what I mean with holistic is that we really need to think of observing the ocean and the atmosphere, as well as the wavy interface at the same time. And this might not all be able to do that from spaceborne observations, but we need to think about supersites where also ground-based observations play a crucial role. And the scales that appear to be really relevant are not just kilometers, but also that hourly temporal scale. And with processes, I'm really thinking of fluxes at the convective scale. Now, since this is a spaceborne session, just a few critical gaps that I felt like I needed to highlight, which we also included in their workshop white paper, is that where the critical gaps, at least for RC interaction, remains, is that we need a higher temporal revisit to address some long-standing biases. Also, for instance, in tropical near-surface wind speeds in the IFS. we need to think about how we observe ocean and atmospheric boundary layers and getting some resolution there. Key for air sea fluxes are near surface temperature and humidity, and that's really hard to do from space. And so there were proposed missions like QLEO, which weren't selected, but it remains to be high on the agenda. And the fourth is surface current vectors, which interact mechanically with wind, which seems to be really key. And also here there were missions proposed, but not selected. That's it from my side, so I'll close off, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the very clear talk. It was very nice. Are there questions in the audience?
Somebody needs to get some caffeine.
Yes, probably. I don't see any. Speak up if I miss you. No?
Yes, there's one over there.
Ah, thank you. It's impossible to see.
Yeah, we have this...
You have to wave and jump up and down.
Thank you very much, Louise, for this interesting talk. It's just you're missing data from the boundary layers, both from the sea and from the ocean, and the atmosphere, sorry. So, but you have thought already in advance. Do you think that at the moment we have any possible observation method which can answer some of your questions? For example, the total water vapor, which can be measured from the 0.9 channel from MTG. Would that be a first step in the measurements you require, or do you have any other ideas or suggestions to us?
So I just didn't get, if you can repeat which paper you were referencing.
I'm not, sorry, not the paper. There's a 0.9 channel. With
0.9 channel, okay.
I'm just an old man mumbling around. Sorry for that.
No, I will take that question. I don't know. I think my understanding from a lot of the sounders or even wind lidars is that we don't quite have the resolution we would need to look at the boundary layer in a lot of detail. So 500 meters would not be enough. Of course, what we've been trying to do and where the communities move forward a lot is look at relationships between SSTs or near surface winds over the oceans. The higher resolution scatterometry has really been informative because you can see the effect that it has there. Or even now with this SAR, you can look at the interface. So there's a lot of room there for trying to look at structure that's imprinted by both boundary layers at the surface. There you start to see scales and you can see cells. So a lot of work now is going into trying to understand the physics and dynamics that may be at play, using large eddy simulations to interpret those signals and to see when we get further with getting fluxes, for instance, from SAR. So that's trying to learn the structure that we see really at the interface where they are interacting.
Any further questions in the room? In the middle over there, where I'm pointing. It's coming from your left, yeah.
Hi, thank you. Great talk, by the way. So I come from astrophysics background, and there's something we have called a Kolmogorov scale. So there's a dependency of about an exponent of about -5/3 or something like that. Do you observe sort of like an exponent's decay or something, or was there any evidence for? So is there any evidence for like sort of like an exponent decay? Sorry, there's a lot of feedback.
Right, so you're talking about the Kolmogorov -5/3 scale. I think people are showing from SAR that they start to see this in the spectra of flows that they observe near the surface. But I've recently seen a figure of that, but I am not entirely confident, so I cannot fully answer that.
Thank you.
We have time for more questions if there are any. No, I think Paul, we do. Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, it's coming.
Hi, thank you for the amazing talk. I just have a question because I come from my background is in ground-based remote sensing. So how would you see the future of measurement campaigns? Because we both were involved in Eureka, which gave great results.
Right.
But it's just local there. So how can you see the possibility to have campaigns that can generalize a bit the results that we get? Because I see campaigns that can describe locally, but then how can we need to go more general. Don't you see this problem, and what are your ideas about that?
Right, so I should have shown you this slide of Shanyu Shen following your work. So indeed, we had a very nice supersite campaign in the trades, which is one regime where this air-sea interaction might not be super strong because the winds are very strong. And the atmosphere has very strong self-organizing dynamics. So there you see that coupling a little less strong. But of course, I think a lot of the findings from Eureka are, first principle physics that you can translate to other sites. Of course, you do have sort of deeper ocean dynamics that are playing a role. So if you're thinking of really, bulk flux parameterizations, that's something to rethink. But I think if you always have to pick regions and it won't cover the full mesoscale or larger scale aspects. But here we're talking about kilometer scales, and some of those physics you can start understanding by building super sites in one place for some time. So I think Eureka was really great for that, for the trades. I guess a lot of that translates to the Indian Ocean. But you need some of the other regions as well. Yeah.
I have a sort of quick question, but if you would like to be in the condition, because of course there is a trade-off between what you can measure and the investment you can put. So if you would like to be in a position to choose between having, let's say, sort of hyperspectral information where you can get some average on microwave hyperspectral average information on the boundary layer. Maybe you have also the top of the boundary layer height, so the height of the boundary layer on one side, and on the other you will have more altimetry and scatterometer in terms of resolution and time coverage. What would you choose?
Between altimetry and currents and scatterometry and well, I would choose the resolution, and I would choose the atmosphere, because I think for climate, I think one of the things that's really important is how SSTs and 2-meter temperatures changing, and I think models and spaceborne observations are showing some different trends there. So if you can get a hold on how temperatures change in the atmosphere, and I guess that's related to boundary layer depth as well. That's important for climate, I think. Yeah.
We will not choose based on this, but
please don't repeat after me.
Maybe there's another question there. Then last question. Then
in the front. Hold on. We need a microphone.
We are recorded.
It's just a follow-on question, but which kind of resolution would you need, would you expect for that? If you say you choose atmosphere for the temperature information, but which kind of resolution would you need in the boundary layer?
Vertical resolution, right? Yeah. 100 meters would already be great, wouldn't it? It would be much better. You're at the top of the surface layer, so at least you can understand what's the exchange between the top of the surface layer and the surface.
thanks.
Great, thank
Thanks
you.
a lot. Thanks. We are moving to our last speaker, so it's my pleasure to invite Maxime Puteaux, working at Nova Space, where he's managing and consulting different research and overseeing activity about the space industry, and also on the manufacturing part and emerging stakeholders. And is also chief for the Nova Space Research Report satellite, where there's a lot of information also on the small satellite market. So it will give us a different perspective respect to what we heard from the other speaker, but it complements what is the, let's say, the role of the foresight is also looking to what's happening outside and what the landscape, how the landscape evolves. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I realize that I'm the last obstacle standing between you and your dinner, so I will try to keep it short and entertaining. I'm not a scientist by training, but I do work on the satellite industry and satellite market. And thanks for the invitation from EUMETSAT to cover the topic of commercial weather. I'm also very happy to be here, being born and raised in Lyon. I'm very happy to be back. Until a month ago, I was living 1 kilometer away, and I'm very happy to be back home. What is the starting point of this presentation was a conversation that we had with EUMETSAT headquarters with regard to the maturity of this industry, and being a very big fan of musicals. I thought that during an homage to Barbra Streisand, a very famous movie and very famous song, was the perfect match with what is the status of the commercial weather industry is about. Meaning that it wants to be to grow, it wants to shine, but there are some clouds, I would say, on the horizon. And apologize in advance, I may use a lot of meteorological metaphor along my presentation. So in the coming few minutes, what I am to do is to give you some insight about how we believe this market is evolving. We started from science to an industry. We are now moving from an industry to a market one, and as such, I will try to give you how we see it at Nova Space. We are a 43 years old consultancy firm working all about space market, but only space market. And right now, at the moment in Paris, we are organizing our legacy event, which is named the World Space Business Week, where commercial weather is one of the many different topics which is being discussed. What's worth to be highlighted, and I assume it was discussed also during the previous day of the conference, is that satellite observation are a crucial contribution to the quality of today's weather forecast. The global coverage by design of satellite data provide invaluable insight to weather model and weather services, and as such, we actually account for 90% of such data, complemented by other sensors from either airborne and other. In terms of satellite payload, the industry unfolds in two ways, with passive instruments, microwave soundings, and/or active ones such as radar and LIDAR, which are very much useful, and we'll see that they are very much endorsed by commercial players. So when we are talking about commercial weather satellite data and provider, let's go back to the number of assets. Over the last few years, commercial weather companies have just boomed, fueled by the rise of small satellites and CubeSats. The lightest form factor being the CubeSat one, in most commonly found in 3U, and dozens of them have been deployed over the years in a very high cycle of deployment due to the lifetime of such assets, which are way shorter and of the I would say the legacy satellite that we may be launching either in low Earth orbit or in higher Earth orbit, obviously. Miniaturization, standardization, component of the shelf have been key enabler for the democratization and the launch of such type of new infrastructure, which, and I will really want to emphasize this, which are not competing against legacy program like the one developed by EUMETSAT, but rather an additional layer of information which complement each other and which prove to be, I would at this stage still in a kind of in a teenage stage. And as such, I think we are experiencing very interesting time in the way that the proof of concept phase is behind us, but we have yet to really integrate such new layers of sensors and data into the value chain. A value chain which is very much structured along public sector, which are, from an historical point of view, the investors and the owner and operator of such networks, and the private sector, which is rising either on the end user side, as they are willing to pay for such service on the top of what is maybe available on the free side, on the public sector, and a new range of suppliers which are interconnecting between the government stakeholders, trying to also become supplier of such legacy stakeholders, but also new providers along the different segments, either as an operator, so the one building, launching and operating the assets, or the one developing the model and supplying such services into very different vertical markets. What is very interesting also is the focus of this commercial new player. GNSS radio occultation is one of their major focus on the top of LIDAR and to a lesser extent hyperspectral payloads. One of the main value proposition focus on the lower cost of legacy system. Meteorology and navigation are, I would say, very specific in the space industry and space market in a way that for most of the infrastructure is actually paid and funded by government as a public service, yet this being challenged or also complemented by commercial capacity, but the newcomer aim to do either as good as the legacy system or even better at a cheaper cost than the legacy one. What else? The different approach that we see monitor also the improvement in latency by leveraging on the number of sets that they own and operate. These guys aim to also to reduce the latency of data that we collect. And of course, among the technical revolution that this industry is experiencing, I briefly talked about the hardware side. There are also significant changes happening on the software side, and these guys are very much at the front of the adoption of AI, machine learning, to improve their model, but also to compete with the legacy one. So far, the ecosystem is mainly focusing in Western countries, led by North American companies. We see here and there some value proposition in Europe, into the rest of the world, but it's really as a reflection of what the new space industry is about, a very US-centric phenomenon, which is, that being said, having a ripple effect into the rest of the industry. The value chain itself is split along different segments of the value chain, from the, as explained, on the operating side, from the modeling side down to the service provider one, but also split around different verticals. And if I draw an analogy with the broader Earth observation markets, farming and forestry may seem very similar to a third party, but when you look into how the value chain is structured, who are actually the customers, who are actually the purchasing power, they could not be more different than each of them, between them, and as such, when you want to address such markets, you really need to understand who is actually paying for what, who is actually using what, with which requirement, which these are very much the driver of the space value chain, and the weather industry is no stranger to them. So now let's have a look into the market, and as such, I will use this split between commercial weather forecast, numerical weather prediction, and satellite weather data provision. And when we look at the charts and and how we are, and the legacy revenue of the industry, but also what we believe to the revenue to be in the coming years. We see that commercial weather forecast is the largest and the most dynamic segment of the industry. Numerical weather prediction are also growing, but I would say at a lower rate. What is very interesting is the fact that data has yet to really take some momentum, and we'll come back to the reason. And it's interesting because at Nova Space, when we are doing such exercise, we of course look at what are the capabilities of the industry are, but also what are the demands of the customers. And we did this small exercise of comparing what we believe to be the actual market momentum, so that would be the yellow bar on the right, and what some stakeholders like Spire, as they advertised it in their financial forecast, the market to believes, and highlighting that there is a real gap between what the market is actually predicted to be, and what the commercial players believe the market to be, considering that such people are really not only looking to address the existing users of satellite data and services, but are also looking to unlock new demand from segments which may not have been customer in the past, or may not be today, but could become users of such services as they are more available, more commoditized through players like Spire. So, in a nutshell, you will make your own opinion where do we actually stand and where the reality stands. But it is interesting that it's kind of a reflection of one of the biggest problems of this industry, which is about like wishful thinking, thinking that should they build a capacity, either a satellite weather constellation, a spaceport, a launcher, such capacity will be available, user will materialize, and will definitely adopt services. And this industry is full of good ideas which were poorly implemented, which we couldn't find their user, because again, coming back to the vertical segment example, customer may have an interest, they may not have a purchasing power. Again, coming back to the farming example, considering that in France, a farmer makes less than 1,000 euro a month, its ability to procure satellite imagery or satellite services may come very low in terms of priority when he has to allocate some of its money. This being said, let's break down the three markets that we'll cover today and look into the first one, the data one, where data at the very inception point of this market was historically provided for free under WO regulation number 1. And as such, one of the questions that has been rising, which was rising when commercial companies were pitching their services, why are you competing against a free service? What do you provide, considering that such services today are very much provided for free? And it's interesting because these guys have identified that if you want to provide service, you need to provide data, and if you want data, you have to operate and own the infrastructure. What is interesting that they think that they will be in a position to, in the coming years, to provide more reliable and more efficient models compared to what stand and what is provided today. I think it also comes with some, it needs to be pitched with some humility. But this being said, they are obviously, when you're looking at the statistics, starting to populate the market with a number of assets and sensors. And as such, what we are seeing, I've been witnessing for the last few years, is a kind of a trial mode period where weather organizations are now being convinced or tempted to buy and to use such services after a learning phase, which is in some of the cases is still going on. Looking at the prospect of such markets. We still think that for large portion of the market will be yet retained by the legacy actors, so the agencies that we just discussed in the previous slide, and that commercial company in this regard may struggle to find their role, even if they are having more success in the other market that we will just talk in the coming slide. This being said, again, for them it is very much instrumental to have a control, to own and master such segments, to do rather deliver services. But yet, at the end of the day, at Nova Space, we think that by 2032, this market will only, and I use bracket here, account for $193 million, which is by far smaller than any other communication segment in other to take telecommunication, satellite telecommunication. But yet, what is kind of, if you see the glass half full, these guys are trying to are looking to monetize a thing that which is very much needed for their other product, where their most of their revenue lies. Looking at NWP, again, commercial companies are kind of competing or challenging government-related space weather agencies, which are used and run the model. And to be honest, ECMWF is still understood as one of the most accurate and most efficient model. But yet, out of the data that the commercial players are collecting, they are feeding their own model, which is quite interesting, and they are expanding also very fast. We did a benchmark with my colleagues about what was the different specification of each of these models. And what you see is, when I look especially on the budget side, is the fact that these guys, commercial companies, so looking at the end of that to make a profit out of their activities, have been capable to allocate a lot of money into the development of their NWP models, and some more even outpacing what government tier 2 or tier 3 government weather agency have been capable to do. And as such, this is a clear sign that these guys are here to stay and are putting a lot of resources up front to convince weather agency that they are putting all the eggs in the same basket to make sure that their model will be as good, if not better, than what the legacy player have been doing. Looking at the NWP market, it's maybe the one which is growing the fastest, considering that is driven by these guys are looking for to improve the accuracy of the services in each of their regional models, and also building value-added services on the top of the data they may already be selling, and as such. These services are very critical, but yet not evenly distributed, and we'll just come back to this in the coming slide. In different vertical services markets, you have to highlight the fact that not everyone is looking to pay the same amount of money to get more accurate weather data, and as such, the question it's not really a matter of how critical are the services to your own business, how much do they improve the business, but it's rather a matter of purchasing power, and as such. The shipping industry, the aviation industry, and on the top, top services, the renewable energy are really exposed to such to weather element, and are the ones which are the most well funded over the last few years, and are and as such are the largest customer of such services. When you look into the different vertical markets across different services, what you see is that this company heavily rely on such services on the top of what is available for free, and directly in such services directly contribute to their sustainability of their activities. And looking into the maritime or the airline industry, it's not a matter of making sure that passengers will not be exposed to turbulences. It's really a matter of fuel saving, and considering like how the intensity of weather events over the last few months, it's more than just like an ESG compliance policy for this customer. It's about money, it's about saving time, it's about ensuring safety of the crew, of the aircraft, or of the ships. And this guy are kind of early adopter, but with a very strong purchasing power and supporting the rise of this market. Of course, like in a new market, there are a lot of turbulences, if you may allow me again with this metaphor, that the commercial weather industry may face. It has been so far, to be honest, a niche market or under a subsegment of the Earth observation market, and yet one could ask why larger players could not enter the game and become a provider of such services. I mean, if you look at it, AWS, Microsoft, and others have all the computing and the processing capability to enter this market. They definitely also have the money, and they are by an order of magnitude way more richer than the player that we discussed. And that could also, and such their entry on the market could very much disrupt the players as they are doing it on other segments of the space industry, such as telecommunication, for example, with Starlink. If you look at it, I mean, Starlink is the largest network of satellites in orbit, with more than 6,000 satellites orbiting the Earth. And as such, one may ask why Elon Musk is not putting a weather payload on satellite. He may not believe or not into global warming. That's another discussion maybe for later today. But as such, I mean, as they are entering the market of they outpaced everyone in the market of telecommunication. They're also doing it more quietly in Earth observation. They could very much enter the business, and this company being driven on vertical integration, meaning doing everything in-house, the launcher, the satellite, the service. They could also become direct players, should they be willing to do so. I put it on the back burner, but the financial maturity or stability of the players is also in discussion. Spire is the only actor or supplier of the market which is publicly listed. Other companies may be listed, but weather monitoring is just one of their many businesses. And when you look at the shape of their stock ride, I would say it's rather a roller coaster than a smooth ride. I just checked this morning, the stock is trading at $9. While it was introduced at $1 a stock, which proves that investors have expectation, and yet you have to deliver. Spire actually, to improve its financial health, had to sell its maritime division to another company. And we expect in the coming year that company may come together just to survive or become stronger. Space agencies' budget cuts are also one of the largest elephant in the room. Commercial companies, especially in the US, are very much happy that NOAA is buying commercial weather data to feed its own model. But when you look at what could be the fate of NOAA in the coming years under the ongoing administration in the US, people may be a bit worried how bad could the NOAA agency be cut. NASA science budget is cut in half. Let's brace ourselves and see how weather will survive. On one hand, it could be to the benefit of commercial companies because there is a kind of mantra in the administration that the commercial sector can do better than what the administration has been doing in the past. But yet, if NOAA budget is gone, NOAA will not be in a position to even procure data and services to a third party. AI model, it was by far more covered more comprehensively in the previous presentation, but is also a significant disruptor which could very much disrupt the way a weather model have been developed. Weather was one of the very few applications in which countries were cooperating, including the US and China, considering the regional coverage of each of the the meteorological agencies, and yet every day bringing new surprises into our daily news outlet. Such cooperation could very much slow down and stop, and as such, making the world more fragmented or bigger than it used to be. So, from a commercial weather business point of view, let's wrap it up. What we see from the player is that they see microwave sensors as a key enabler to enter the market and to feed their prediction model. GNSS is starting to become fairly common, as it's actually rather easier than any other payloads to develop and operate, and fairly cheaper. The development of in-house model is kind of a luxury that only a few number of companies can afford, but a very key enabler. We talked briefly about the different vertical and at different speed that at which rate they grow. Yet, I think there are also room for improvement in the way such value chain are structured. I briefly referred a few minutes ago that the fact that farmers may have a very low or limited purchase power, but yet still have an interest in using such service. Maybe one of the different ways to approach it is to maybe bundle the access of weather services to when you procure some hardware. If you are procuring fertilizer, you could very much also get some weather service and monitoring of the crops that you just pour and the fertilizer that you spread across the farm field. I didn't cover that much, but climate change is also a very big driver of the adoption of these new players. They are really betting that the amount and the intensity of such weather elements will very drive the adoption of their services. And as such, we expect, in a summary, in a nutshell, we really expect this market to triple and to reach almost $5 billion by the beginning of the next decade. That's it. I'm very happy to discuss, to answer your question, either now or later. I don't know how do we stand time-wise, but thank you very much for the attention, and we can also run to dinner right now.
I think we have time for a question or two if there are any in the room. Tony?
By chance, ECNWF? By chance, the first question.
Do we? No.
It was a great talk. Thank you very much. So at ECMWF, we've just gone through a process of making the last remnants of our catalog open data. So we now have a fully open data catalog. Do you consider that suicide?
I mean, not very much, because as the key player in the industry, I mean, you are still used as a benchmark. So you are being seen as a standard is a sign of success, and yet I think that companies are not really at the stage where they can actually compete with your model. It's maybe a matter of years, but yet you set the metrics of the modeling part of the industry, and I think for the years to come, you are likely to stay in this position. And open source, I mean, it's kind of the kind of similar fundamental question that people are asking around Earth observation. I mean, Earth observation companies in Europe are very unhappy about Copernicus' free data policy, yet such capabilities or services have been funded by taxpayers' money, so it's a kind of a fair return on investment, and yet it doesn't prevent private company to run business thanks to such capabilities. And on the top of these capabilities to provide, I would say, more premium capabilities. So as such, I mean, open source, especially in this application, space application, is was one of the core principles. I mean, open sharing. So I think that's part of history. So please do not step back of this from this position.
So does
you see?
Hi, thank you very much for the presentation. I'm from Spire, so I was very interested to hear your analysis. I mean, one thing I would say is the framing internally at Spire is not necessarily at all to compete with ECMWF. I think that would be sort of commercial suicide, but to actually support the community through observations in a lower cost, more agile manner that can complement the backbone observations. So I wondered, in that context, whether you had a vision of like a view of how the commercial data buy, if you will, where the companies invest R&D into producing these observations to then launch and provide data to companies to sort of support the community, versus how that feeds into the overall satellite kind of conventional procurement approach, so that in the future, how does that market look like? And I would also comment that it's GNSS, RO, and microwave are the two kind of primary, and there's also reflectometry data that Spire works in. So in those kind of areas, whether you looked at those as data and how that could be provided to the market. So
if I understand your question, it's really very much around the ownership model and to the as a service model, right?
Yeah, exactly. As a data as a service to the community, because I think whilst it does forecasting, it's not I wouldn't say its primary objective. It's more the observations, I would say.
And as such, I mean, we all need to remember that government agency had to invest and develop such capabilities because at the very beginning, it sounds evident, but they were not existing. So you have to build it and own it. Do space agencies still need to own and do everything and retain everything in-house? I don't think so. I mean, there are many examples in history where outsourcing, relying on the diversity of supplier, proved to be quite efficient. Again, it's a matter of what are your key decision point. I mean, is it about like sovereignty? And in Europe, it's a big driver. Yet, I think satellite as a service overall has yet to find and stabilize its own business model. And when I look at all the satellite as a service company in Europe or in the US or in Japan, I find it interesting that on the top of these activities, which are still developing, they also started to sell the hardware as another source of revenue, showing that satellite service may not be as good as it could have been in their forecast, and see the good old sale of hardware as an offset or as a way to mitigate, or as a growth relay, depending on how you phrase it. So as such, I mean, in a nutshell, I would say like it depends. Satellite service makes sense in many ways for people which don't know or don't want to have to deal with satellite operation. It's very interesting. Yet for trained, educated satellite customers, satellite data users, retaining access to such assets could be like a threshold that they may not be ready to cross. I hope it answers your question.
Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Paolo has one quick question, then we'll wrap up and let you head to the buses for the dinner.
Yeah, so I capture one of the key analyses that the weather, the service will increase in terms of in the near future. The example of the weather company that Francisco Partners got from IBM, and then now they are working at international level. So this has two implications. One, on our side, maybe requirements at certain point will come also from this part of the market, which is private and not only public. That's one consideration. But will it have an impact also on the share of the market between the, let's say, private and public type of weather services? Will have it an impact, or will still be limited? What is your?
I think it will, because as much as possible, I mean, a commercial company have an interest in retaining their customer, while if you take it from a government space agency, it's rather like a kind of a user or public service. So, but I think the answer will come from the end user willingness to adopt and to pay for such services. And I think here the market is still in a learning curve.
Okay, so thanks again all the speakers of today's session. Thanks a lot. I have only a quick advertisement for your bus, for your dinner. And probably we can put on the, I think there's no, I will on this slide deck, I will just say one thing, so we can skip this and go to the slides of the bus, please. That's thanks. So we will try to, of course, develop a report out of this session. So we will be in contact with the speakers and discuss, because that will be part of our, let's say, process in this foresight function for mechanism for EUMETSAT. And as I said, thanks again. I think it's been very useful to touch base on all these key different directions that we need to consider when we look to the future and we try in this crystal ball exercise to detect some of the trends that will help us in organizing our future. But most importantly, so there is a dinner, and a very interesting, a good dinner. So the bus will leave from the place we just went yesterday. So we just go out and we cross, and on the right you will find a sort of a roundabout, although it's rectangular, so it's not. And there will be buses bringing us to the place of the reception. And the way back, so there will be bus on our way back, because we will be in the middle of, on the skirt of the city, not the middle of nowhere, but the skirt of the city. They will stop in different places, so they will stop Lyon Congress Center. I don't know if this is the order of the stop, but anyhow, there will be stop at Lyon Congress Center, the Gare Lyon-Pardieu, and the Place Bellecour. So for people that they don't have their hotel nearby, they can also pick up one of the other stop. That was all from me, and thanks again. Enjoy the evening.